Okay, so we're done with this hoof. So the bar shoe with the clips stabilizes the hoof capsule and redistributes weight back to the heels. We put this acrylic on right here on both sides because he was chipped out pretty bad in the quarters, and this shoe will not serve any purpose if he pulls it off. So we filled in any exposed shoe with acrylic to make sure this shoe stays on. Go ahead and look at the bottom of the foot now. And this is what we call a pour-in pad. Basically all it is about an inch of artificial soft sole. So we're doing this to protect the broken coffin bone and to make sure he doesn't hurt it anymore.
mega cooler. We'll get ready to put.
I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine, and greetings from Hancock Pond in West Sebago, Maine. I'm on vacation, but as we know, YouTube never takes a vacation. So until I catch my limit, let's watch some of my favorite videos from the archives. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the show. I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine. This is a really nice antique mirror frame, Queen Anne style. It's probably from before 1750. It's a period antique. It fell from the wall and sort of broke apart, but not bad. It broke into joints. They must have been loose already. We have the moldings that came off. We have the back, which is the original back, and a nice piece of old glass. It's made of walnut, and it's actually, except for the obvious things that have happened to it, it's in really good shape. So I need to re-glue the frame and glue the moldings back on again. So one of the first things I need to do here is take this apart. This is coming apart. You can see these old nails here. I want to try to keep those nails. I also see evidence of what appears to be a spline. So I've got to work these other joints apart and figure out exactly what I've got here. The next step will be to remove the new nails that are here. I think there's just a few in these top joints. Now I'm going to scrape as much as I can. I'm going to scrape around the old nails, see what glue I can get off of there. Alright, I've scraped as much glue as I can, did pretty good. Now I'm going to glue it back together. I've left the original nails in place, and I'm going to use those to guide these back together. I'm going to start the assembly. When I get them close, then I'll put the glue in there and I'll clamp it together. If you remember, there's these little splines here just in the bottom of the frame. I'm not going to attempt to replace those. They're really small. They did the spline, then veneered over the edge, so that would be a problem. I don't think they do much good. After the glue up, I'm going to add some support to the outside corners here. Okay, that was a tough glue up. Clamps get in the way of each other. I also had to make sure this is square. It's really square. It's good. All the joints are together, so I think I'm good. Okay, I've let this set up overnight. All right, this seems it seems nice and strong, and it's nice and flat, so it's great. I think the next thing I want to do, I'm going to glue some very thin braces on the exterior of these corners just to give it a little strength, because the back, when I go to put the back on, that sits inside the frame. The back doesn't really help this frame. So I feel the need to put something across here. It'll just be some superficial thin pieces of wood in the corners. So I've got some 1/8 inch maple scrap I'll use to cut these little corner pieces. So the theory is that these little triangles will give some support to this frame, but they're just superficial. If anybody ever wanted to take them off in the future, they could. Before I start gluing on these moldings on the other side, I should have done this when I had it apart, but I want to remove, there's little blocks of wood that held in the glass and nails that held in the wooden back, and I'm going to remove those right now. Alright, now I can start. I have all these pieces which came off, got to figure out where they go, and then I can scrape the old glue off and glue them down. Now you may have noticed on the molding on the frame that there's a lot of sections with spaces between the sections like these. And that's because the grain of the molding runs perpendicular to the grain of the frame. The molding has shrunk up, leaving all these spaces. So as I glue these pieces back, you'll notice that I'm going to leave spaces on either side, just like it was, before these came off. So everything looks good. Now I'm going to take a damp rag and just go over the frame, looking for any hide glue that needs to be cleaned off. Okay, before I go any further on the frame, I'm going to turn it over and install the glass and the back. As I turn this over, I realize there are some support pieces glued to the back of this upper section that were missing when it came in. But I need to find some thin strips of wood and strips of wood that can bend a little bit with this cupped top section and glue those on. I realized too when I turned this over that I had this little piece of wood taped to the back, and it came from this corner right here. When the wood, this edge is veneered, and when the frame itself shrunk some, it pushed this area out, and that came off. But I think I can get it right back there where it came from. All right, I found some nice pieces of 1/8 inch pine in the scrap wood box, and I've cut them to fit in these 3 spaces. So I'll just scrape the old glue and glue them down. So I've still got to put some stain on my new pieces, but first I've talked it over with the owner of the mirror, and all these cracks between these sections of molding, I'm going to fill those with a little wax. It's called low heat burn and stick. It's just a hard wax that you melt into these cracks. Alright, the cracks look good. The wax I used is a pretty good neutral color. As I hold this up and kind of look at it, though, I see some places where the wax looks a little light, so I'll use a fine grain marker like this one to touch them up a bit, just in some areas. I don't really know if this is the original piece of glass or not. It's certainly very old. Silvering looks very old. But I think the original glass might have been a lot thinner than this piece. This is kind of a heavy piece of glass, but I don't know that much about it. So there we have it. This is a really nice 18th century Queen Anne looking glass. And of course it fell off the wall because the old wire in the back broke. So I re-glued the frame and re-glued a lot of these pieces of molding around the perimeter of the glass. I think it looks pretty good. I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson, Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine. This is a really nice chair, one of the set. We always call them gondola chairs. It's from the early 19th century. It's definitely European, but I don't know what country. You know, if it was English, it might be a Regency chair. If it was French, it might be First Empire. Light wood like this was frequently used more in the middle of the continent, in Germany, Austria, Switzerland. I'm not sure where it's from. It has straight front legs, but it does have the saber legs in the back. All that's wrong with this chair is what is obvious, which is that this is popped loose, probably from people picking up the chair like that, and it's popped loose from down here. So I've got to clean those up and re-glue them. The first thing I want to do here is, I thought I saw a little bit of looseness in this joint also. So I'm going to tap this a little bit, see if it wants to come up. Seeing a little bit of movement there, a little bit of widening of the joint. I don't want to push my luck though. At this point, maybe I'll just work a little glue in there. And maybe when I lift this up a little bit more, it might help to loosen that now that I've shocked it a little bit. Here. All right, now I'll try to scrape these as much as I can. See if I can get all this old glue off of here. This stuff's pretty hard. I think I'll apply some very low heat to it, see if it loosens up a little bit. You might notice that I'm watching the clock while I do this. So I'm going to hold this heat on here for a full 2 minutes. This is really low heat, but I'm not even going to poke at it till after 2 minutes goes by. If that doesn't seem to do the trick, I'll move it to the next level of heat. Good, the low heat's doing it. And I'm just taking my time with the low heat because I really don't want to do any damage to this finish. So if I take my time now, it'll really pay off later. See, this is a piece of wood, a chip here, that also goes to the front of this I'd seen before. I want to get the glue off of it. I don't want to disconnect that piece of wood if I can help it. Well, as you can see, it's separated anyway, and that's okay. It's all clean wood. I'll get it right back where it belongs. And now actually it's a little bit easier to separate this other chip. In fact, maybe I don't need to separate that one all the way. It seems like it wants to go right back where it belongs. And so now I've got to clean out this mortised area where the backsplat goes. There's a lot of dirt and glue or whatever down in there. I don't necessarily need to clean it all out, but I need to make sure that nothing restricts this when I bring it back down. Now I already dry clamped this, so I got my clamps all ready. Now I'm using a hide glue here. I'll let that dry overnight. The hide glue will come off with water, but this isn't giving up very easily. I think I need to be a little more aggressive with a scrubby pad and some hot water. So this area, and the piece is glued down really flat. Everything isn't perfectly smooth, but I'm not going to sand it. I'm going to burn in wax stick into all the imperfections, smooth it out, and then polish it. You know, nothing else is perfect on a chair. I'm not going to start sanding this area and change the color of the wood. So there we go, a sweet little antique gondola chair. All it needed was a little repair work and some re-gluing. I think it looks pretty good. I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine. This is a nice little mahogany drop leaf table. It's not an antique. The word gate leg refers to the fact that, you know, this is a drop leaf table and the support system resembles a gate, I suppose. It appears to be a solid mahogany. I think even the legs are mahogany. And this table is a mess. I don't know what's happened to it. It's obviously been left in some weather and greatly abused. It clearly needs to be refinished, but I don't want it to look like a brand new table. I hope to keep it looking old. So what I intend to do is I'm going to wash this down with acetone as best I can. I think all this will come off. It doesn't have much finish on it. I'll sand it lightly, and then I'll treat it with oxalic acid, see if it gets the stains and the black marks out, and then I'll just finish it. The first step, as always, is to remove the leaves. Yeah, I'm going to, I'll remove the base also. That way I'll be able to see if it needs to be re-glued. It'll be easier to work on. All right, I've got acetone and #1 steel wool. It's great to watch this mahogany come to life as I scrub off with the acetone. Now, note that I'm always going with the grain. I'm hoping to really do a minimal amount of sanding on this. So even with the steel wool, I'm going to be careful. I'm going to go with the grain and go very carefully. So I'm going to go over this again with clean acetone. In the meantime, when you're doing something like this, you inevitably are going to get some drips and runs on the bottom, even little drips around the edge here. So you've got to do the bottom too. You can't be having drips, fingerprints, stain, and stuff on the bottom of it. I'm really seeing a lot of color variations on the bottom of the sleeve. This area here I suspect might be the original color. And I'm just not sure what's going to happen with these big variations on the top. Okay, the base is done. Now I'm going to sand the 3 sections of the top just with 150 and by hand prior to giving it a treatment of oxalic acid. I've sanded up all 3 sections now, and so I will mix up a little oxalic acid, put it on, and see if it helps with the color. All right, I've let these dry overnight. Now I'll rinse them off. So I've let this all dry for a day or two. Tops they look great when they were wet. There's still color variation, but whereas normally you might worry about that or try to do something about it, and I'm not. We decided at the beginning I was going to clean this off, lightly sand it, oxalic it. I'm going to sand it again with some 220, and then we'll put the first coat on. The sandpaper continues to clog up rapidly, probably because I didn't use stripper on this. It must still have a lot of residue of the finish that was on here, but I'm just going to deal with it and keep going. Alright, for the first coat, I'm going to seal this with shellac. I anticipate that there may be problems with this finish. In other words, we know that the top has got some kind of gunk in it that turns up on the sandpaper. Different contaminants can cause problems with surface tension, which makes the finish not flow out smoothly, craters and stuff. So sometimes a coat of shellac might help. The wood looks great. This one board is an incredibly beautiful board. It's too bad the rest of them aren't. There's different things that you could do to try to mitigate the difference between these boards, but it's not my intention to try any of them. This leaf is better. I mean, still, it's all dark down at this end, but it looks good. This is the center section of the table. You know, the leaves are made of pretty nice wood, decent width boards. It's odd, the top, the center section, is made up of 4 different boards with really random different types of grain. So I'll let these dry overnight. I'm not going to shellac the base, so I'm going to wait when I put the first coat of tunnel oil varnish on this. I'll do the base at that time. Well, I've let these dry actually for a few days, and so now I'm going to sand them with 320 gold. Okay, all 3 pieces of the top are sanded. So the next step is I'm going to go over these tops with this product called Wax Wash Remover. It's just some blend of solvents that will remove oil or other contaminants, hopefully, from the surface. You could also use paint thinner or even water with ammonia or Dawn detergent in it. What I'll do is I've taken an industrial paper towel, I'll dampen it with the wax wash remover, go one swipe, turn the pad, another swipe, fold it. In other words, never go back over the same surface. We don't want to spread contaminants around. I want to take them off. So now I'm ready to apply the first coat of varnish. I use this tung oil varnish. It's very thin. I like it. I like the way it flows out. Okay, the tops are done, and now I can put the first coat on the base. Okay, the base looks great. So that's it for today. Now I can just let everything dry overnight. Okay, these have dried actually for a couple days now. Doesn't look too bad. There's areas that have soaked in more than others, and there's some funkiness going on here. I'm going to sand it with 320, not too much. Let's see what it looks like. This center section dried very unevenly, very strangely. I'll just sand it as much as I can. This top is proving to be very difficult to sand. All those little, I guess they're like blisters, the finish didn't really dry. It's clogging up the sandpaper. I found using a block is helping. I'm also using a little bit of 220 first and then the 320. And I'm just going to sand it as well as I can. I don't want to cut through if I can help it. Now I'll go over it with a new gray pad. Okay, I'm going to do two more things before I brush on the next coat. First, I'm going to wipe it off again with the wax wash remover, just like I did before this coat. I'm going to wear new gloves while I'm waiting for the wash wax remover to dry. I'm going to mix up some ammonia and water. Alright, this is a similar idea to the wax wash solvent. I'm going to wet the surface down. And I'll squeegee it off. Alright, these dry pretty quickly. While I'm waiting, I'll get my varnish ready. This finish is fisheye, cratering right here as I brush it. But I'm just going to keep tipping it off. Seems to be getting better. I'm going to keep proceeding. It's actually not looking too bad as I just kept tipping it off. I just, and we'll see what it's like tomorrow. I just wanted to get enough film on there so I can sand it smooth. This center section was by far the worst, and it's just shining like crazy right before my eyes. But as I continue to brush it, just gently tipping it off, it seems to help. So I've just stood here for about 5 minutes, continually tipping it off, and it really looks not bad. Far from perfect, but we'll see tomorrow. Well, this is dried overnight, It's a real mess. I did keep the heat up last night. It's dried fine, but and it is better than last time. I will say that. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sand it again with 220. Try to sand it level without going through. Then I'm going to wash it again the same way I did last time. So I did it as much as I could with the block. It's going well. Used a lot of expensive sandpaper. After the 220, I'm going over it by hand with 320. Seems to be helping a lot in those last little spots. Still clogs up. And then I'm going to go over it with a gray pad really well. See if I can really even out all the little bit of unevenness I can still see there. All right, the gray pad really evened it out. It looks good now. I know I cut through in a couple of places, but not too many. So now I'll wash it off with the wax wash again. By the way, it took me about maybe 45 minutes to sand this and get it all ready. I still have to do the leaves, but they're not nearly as bad as this top. This top, the leaves look great. I mean, they're not perfect, but they're a lot better. Now, this is what I'm going to do differently. I'm not going to brush on a coat like I did before. I'm going to pad on a coat. This is looking okay. It's not great, but it's not fish-eyeing and everything. Also, I'm trying to leave a fair amount on. I think I'll have to do this at least a couple more times. But at least I'm getting some finish down on here. I think it's going to work. The leaves are sanding up easier than the center section, which is nice. They're not nearly as bad, and in the areas where the finish is smooth, it actually sands up with a minimal amount of clogging sandpaper. All right, now I'll give the leaves the same treatment with the wax wash remover as I did on the center section, and then I'll pad some finish on them. Okay, so now I'm going to pad a coat on these two leaves, and then I'll do another coat on that center section. So I put the tung oil varnish in a little squeeze bottle to make this padding process easier. From my vantage point, looking down, it looks really good. I'm trying to put on a fair amount of finish. I'm trying to put on as much finish as I can. What happens is it looks great as I'm looking down on it like this, which is fine. As it dries, it's drying a little streaky. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to pat it again. I'm just trying to build up enough finish where then I can like steel wool it and wax it. As I get more and more coats built up, and when I think I'm near the end of the process, I'll try to put it on a little more sparingly just to help avoid any streakiness. All right, this is the second coat for the center section. All right, wait till tomorrow and try again. Okay, this coat has dried for 24 hours. It looks all right. I mean, when it was wet, it looked great. When it dried, it went back a little bit. But at least it has no more of that weird stuff with the contamination. So I don't need to sand it. I'm just going to pat on another coat. I've got to build up some finish. This time I'm trying to lay down a lot more of the finish. Now that I know that this padding technique seems to help keep that problem from coming back, now I need to get enough finish on here that I can rub it out. All right, I'll keep the heat up. We're in a little cool spell here, and see how it looks tomorrow. The tops keep looking better. These have dried for about 4 hours, and they seem really dry. I'm going to put another coat on, and this time I'm going to use the satin because I'm hoping that this is the final coat. This coat is interesting. I'm keeping this pad really, really tight like this. And this coat seems to be going down almost streak free. It looks really good. It has a nice, definitely has a lower sheen. All right, I'll let this dry overnight this time and see what it looks like tomorrow. All right, these tops have dried overnight. They look all right, especially this one. Still has a little bit of texture to it from the problem I was having. But I'm going to go over it with wax and steel wool. I think it's going to look fine. I'm just applying, trying to keep a flat hand, applying a light, even pressure. I don't want the steel wool to necessarily cut into this finish. I want it to remove any nits, and it's doing that fine. And I'm hoping it'll just kind of even it out a bit. But I'm real happy with the way this is waxed up. The streakiness is gone. Coat looks beautiful. Now I'll do the leaves. Okay, now I can assemble it. So there we go, this nice little mahogany gate leg table. If you remember, this table had a lot of problems, some environmental, in other words, remember what a mess the top was, and some are inherent to the piece. And I'm speaking of the mismatched boards. In order to solve the problem of the mismatched boards, I would have had to stain it very dark mahogany, which is probably what it was originally. And that would have given it a factory-like finish and eliminated all the character that it's gained over the years. We stuck to the plan, just cleaned it down, gave it an oil and wax finish. It is what it is, and I think it looks pretty good. I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine. This is a nice little 20th century fall front desk. I'm not going to restore this piece, but the owners have asked me to replace this missing foot. So what I want to do here is I want to cut into this leg to glue a new piece of wood onto here. I need it to be a really good glue joint, so I'm going to cut this with a router. So what I intend to do is sort of turn this desk at a 45-degree angle over here on the floor and clamp it to the bench with the leg over the bench. And then I'll use some blocks of wood to build up a little platforms on either side so that I can put a template. This is just a template, one of many that I have, different sizes. So I can put a template over it onto which the router can ride to make the cut. I've got a good surface now on which to glue a new piece of wood. I've done some rough measurements on the other leg, and I really only need a piece about less than 3 inches long. I've got a nice big cherry cut off here. I'm going to cut a piece out of this. I'd say it's going to be, about 2 inches wide and 3 inches long. All right, I've got this basic block of wood. I think I'm going to take the desk, unclamp it from this bench, move it to a better location, and I think I'm going to dry clamp this into place and shape it as much as I can before I glue it. So this is a tough part. I think that the first thing I need some sort of point of reference. I think the first thing I've got to do is establish where the bottom of this piece is and cut it. So I think I'll stand this up on the bench and determine where the bottom of this foot is. So I hung some clamps off the back of this thing, put some weight on that end, and then I can take a straight edge so now, I think I'm going to turn this desk upside down because I also need to establish, the center point of this pad on my new piece. So now I'm going to take measurements from these legs and draw arcs in the new piece, and where those arcs intersect should be my pad here. I thought I was being so smart, but my 3 lines don't intersect, so I'm going to run through this exercise again. Actually, I think I'll make myself a cup of tea and ponder this a little while. So, off camera, I made a new block of wood. It really didn't take long since I had all those pieces out, because I was afraid that the piece I cut might have been a little too short out this end. I checked the legs. I re-glued one of these legs that seemed a little loose. Made my measurements again. They still don't meet up. So what I've done is, using my marks as reference, and also just eyeballing a 45 line across this block, of, a 45 with this leg. I've just decided the best spot. It could be that maybe the legs are slightly different from each other. They certainly appear to be pretty much the same. I think maybe one of them I see here goes in a little bit further. So I've just made my best shot here, and I'm going to go with that as my center point for this pad. I'm sure visually it works well. That's all that really matters. We use the measurements as a point of reference, but what's really going to matter is when I'm done, if it looks like it's supposed to. Feel like maybe I'm ready to glue this down. I mean, there's a lot of wood to take off here, but when I'm on the bandsaw, I really feel like I'm kind of flying blind. I don't want to take off too much wood. That would be the worst thing. So I think I'll glue this on and then start carving and filing this tomorrow. So if you've seen my video, Tommy's Tips, what glue do I use? You know what I'm going to use, because I'm going to use regular yellow carpenter's glue, tight bond. In any situation like this where you've got nice new wood, good clean joint, the strongest glue that you can use is regular carpenter's glue. So I'm just whittling away at the ankle here a little bit, thinking about exactly how I'm going to get this shape. And I think the first thing I want to do maybe is get this foot, the roundness of this foot from here out, and also make sure that this is the right length and I'm at the right. So I put a piece of MDF on the table saw, and I'm going to stand this up on that and see if it sits correctly. And so if it needs correction, I'll correct that first, and then I'll just go for this round right here. Yeah, sure enough, my leg's a little long, so I'm glad I checked that at this point. I got to trim that. Now I'll just hang this off the edge here and see if it matches my pencil line. Actually, pretty close to it. Maybe my pencil line is a little bit short, but that's okay. I'll take off that much and we'll see where we're at. Boy, I nailed it first time. All right, good. Now I can get back to this foot. All right, I feel pretty good. I've got a couple of reference points now. You know, before I sawed this off, I did punch my center mark here, so I still have my center mark here. So I've got, you know, this ankle as a reference point. I know that this now is the bottom of the foot. I've got a center mark. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to reposition this desk probably right here, so I have this leg at a 45-degree angle. I'm going to draw the outer circle here, my outer diameter of the foot, and form this circle as well as I can, exactly where it needs to be. Alright, now I think I've got a pretty good cylinder here. It's starting to look like the foot. So I've got to identify now, I've got to strike two lines. There's a little pad that goes along the bottom, but I also want to strike the line that will represent the high point of this foot. So this little pad looks to be just about 3/16, maybe 5/32, say. And the high point of the foot is about the 1/2 inch mark. I've got my lines marked, so now I can take away all this wood above this line, and I'll just kind of do this by eye for a while, looking at the other feet as I go along. So I need to take off, a lot more wood in here. I think I'm getting really close now. In order to use my profile gauge anymore, I've got to start rounding over the top of this foot. I'm doing this round over, and I think it's going fine, but I really need to start the other round over. I need to do the whole thing at the same time in order to see it. So it's time for me now to cut and shape this little pad that's on the bottom of the foot. Alright, now I can round over this outside edge. Now, maybe I ought to try a carving tool. Looks like maybe I'm a little big still in this area here, because this doesn't want to go down. Not bad though. I think I'm ready to start with sandpaper. I'm going to start with 60 grit. Note how I still have my pencil line there. I got to keep that point, and it's got to stay even. All that outside equator, so to speak, has to stay really level. looks like a foot now. So all I got to do is sand it with 100 and then 150. All right, I'm calling this done. If you remember at the beginning of my video, I mentioned that someone else is refinishing this desk. If you're curious about how to blend new wood to old wood, check out my video, Glazing and Toning. But my job was just to carve the foot. I think it looks pretty good. I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine. This is a very nice table. It's from the postmodern studio furniture movement of the 1980s, built by a very well-known artist, Wendy Maruyama. She's an artist, furniture maker, and educator out of California. And it's a very interesting table. It's got a lot of different elements. It does open up as a cabinet. It's a functional piece. You know, as you can see, different elements, different shapes, different treatments to the wood. Gold leaf, red leaf, fluorescent paint, but it's been damaged. Right down here you see it's been damaged by an animal, and you can guess what kind of animal damaged it. I'll give you a hint, it's not a dog or a cat. So that's what needs to be repaired. So what I want to do here is I want to get this up like this. I want to get the broken area into a horizontal position. And so I made a stand here, off camera, padded, see if that will work for me. This seems really secure. Now, I want to see if I can jig this up so that I can use a router to give me a good surface. So I have a piece of plywood here with a hole cut out in the center, and I've cut some 2x4s, and the plan is to secure these to the bench over the repair area here, and this will provide a platform for the router to run on. This leg has movement, so I've got to clamp this a little more securely. I realize now I'm going to do this in 2 stages. I've been cutting the lower part of the leg here, and it's, you know, it's nice and level, even though we need to go a little deeper there. But the upper part of the break, I can go a lot shallower. So I'm going to do this in 2 or maybe even 3 stages. I finished up the first cut, and now I got to switch to a shorter router bit. I'm going to step this up even a 3rd time. It'll really minimize the amount of material I'm taking away. So I've been wondering this whole time what kind of wood this was. So I contacted Wendy Mariyama, and she said it was gelatong, which is something I had not heard of. It's a wood from Southeast Asia, very fine-grained wood like basswood, used a lot for carving. And she was kind enough to send me 3 pieces. So what I'm going to do is glue 1 layer at a time. I'll glue the first piece and then reroute it to make sure I'm good and level with the second level, and then the next piece, and so on, the next piece. Okay, this is dried for about 8 hours, and now I'm going to route this new piece down level with the next step. So I want to get this router bit set just slightly lower than my second step there. Okay, now I can glue down the next piece. Okay, now we do it again. Okay, I can remove my whole router setup now. I won't be using it anymore. Okay, now I got to shape this leg. Well, I'm going to start with, cutting this flush with the foot here, and then locating the foot itself. Now this leg was originally bandsawn. I can't do that. But I've got a surface here, a facet of this leg I can follow down, and the same on this side. There's a facet here, and I'm just going to have to try to saw at that same angle down to where, this area in here. It's so hard to say. Well, let's try it. Now I've got to make sure I don't cut into my foot here. Foot's probably like this. So I just want to keep away from there. There's a lot of guesswork here. I'm going to err towards leaving too much wood there. So I'm looking at this facet. I'm just going to try to
Keep the saw at the same angle. Okay, this is good. I was a little too cautious, which is good. Now I can see more clearly how I've got to follow this facet down to about this point here. Okay, so far so good. But don't worry, I still got plenty of chances to screw up. Okay, I've cut this side now, and I think you can see that this facet right here goes all the way down to the bottom of the foot. So if I can follow this one here straight down to there, that'll be good. Now I can draw a line, which will help. Now it's still heavy here, which is good. Maybe I can cut up and maintain this angle right here. Okay, so now I'll follow the next facet down. I'm a little bit unsure what's going to happen here, but I'll follow this down. We'll see what happens. So far so good, I think. So now I think I'll follow this facet down. Starting to look like the leg now. All right, I think I'm going to try to define this foot a little bit more at this point. Maybe I'll go with this facet now. And I've still got this little facet here.
think I'm going to switch to a hand plane now, see if I can bring these in. I can see I've got a high point here. Now I've still got some damage here. I'm going to fill those in with water-based putty so I can wipe it off and not sand. So this texture was made with in other words, this leg was shaped with a grinder with heavy-duty sandpaper on it. Now I'm not going to attempt to use a grinder on this. I'll just use a regular disc sander and see if I can just recreate that a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to sand with 220. You know, even though it has tooling marks, it's still pretty smooth. I think the only way I can really see what I've got here is to go ahead and put some paint on it. You know, start trying to mix these colors anyway, and I think then I'll really be able to see what my marks are like. That looks good. Well, it's hard to believe that paint right out of the bottle would look so good. I think I just need to keep applying, let this dry, and then apply more of it. Okay, I've let this dry for an hour. I'm going to give it another coat here. Try to touch up some of these little spots. I'm at the point now where I don't think I can get it any better. This may be it. I think the next step would be to stand this up and have a look at it. Yeah, it's not bad. I think I need to improve this area, at least attempt to improve this area here. I've got a little cutout there that I missed. That's what's good about putting it, back into position. I'm looking at it the correct way now. I think I could fool with this endlessly and never really make it substantially better than it is now. Okay, I've got a few touch-ups to do here and there, just wear marks on some of these corners. Now let that dry and then buff it a little bit. So when I came in this morning and looked at my repair area there, it looked great. And then of course, when I start looking at it closely, I can see the areas where I was having troubles blending it in. The reality is, if you keep looking at this close, you're never going to be satisfied with it. At a certain point, it's important to set it on the floor, stand back, and see what it looks like. So there you have it, a really nice, I guess a hall table. Postmodern studio furniture. What a great example. It's from 1990 by Wendy Maruyama, and obviously the leg had been damaged, and sure enough, on the floor here, standing back looking at it, it looks fine. I'm going to have to resist the temptation to quit, to keep fooling with it while it's here in the shop. I'll be sweating bullets till my brother Greg sees this video. He's the only one that's really authorized to work on postmodern furniture, and I hope he agrees. I think it looks pretty good. I'm Tom Johnson, Thomas Johnson Antique Furniture Restoration in Gorham, Maine. This is a nice antique card table. It's in process, as you can see. I've been doing a lot of repair work to this apron. But this video will only concern itself with one aspect of this repair work. This table, because it has a flip top, has a swing leg to come out and support the top. And it's a wooden hinge, and that hinge, half that hinge is broken. Let me show you. So this leg, if the hinge were all there, it swings out to support the top. But as you can see, half the hinge is broken, and so I need to repair it. It's becoming obvious that this piece is not going to come off of here very easy, but as I'm doing this and struggling with this though and studying this, I realized that I'm going to cut this piece of wood and with a half lap joint add new wood, and I can do that without removing it from the base. This piece appears to be made out of oak kind of looks like probably white oak to me. And I've got a nice piece here. I'm going to cut and mill up a piece of wood the same size as this piece. Okay, so now this will be my first attempt at cutting this knuckle joint here. I'm looking at it. I realized as I was looking at this, there's a bevel cut here that actually serves as the stop where the other leg meets it right there. And so I think the first thing I'm going to do, I believe it's identical to this one. It almost has to be. I'm going to measure back. And I'm going to make that little 45. Yeah, I think that cut looks just about right. I realized as soon as I cut this on the router, it looked a little odd. I was getting ready to plane it down to complete my round over here. And then I realized I made this board the same thickness as this board, which is 1 7/16. But this board is only 1 1/8 inches thick. And I realized that it sits like this. There's a space there. And so my knuckle here that I'm forming really needs to conform to the 1 1/8 inch diameter, not the diameter of the larger board. So I've got to make a saw curve here and then remove some wood here and then do the round over again. I want to cut out this wood here so that then I can complete that circle right there. Yeah, so now my round over here, what will become my hinge, now it lines up a lot better with what I've got there. Okay, so I'm going to clean this up a little bit. I've got some planing to do to clean it up. Now I want to mark out my knuckles here, the parts I want to cut away. Now I put a piece of scrap under here to bring this up level with the new piece. I want to make sure that these are aligned. This is the part I will remove. Little defect there. I think I'm going to have to glue that down before I proceed. Alright, I'll go make a cup of tea while I wait for this 5-minute epoxy to set up. You know, I'm concerned that I'm not going to get a great transfer of my marks here. I think I'm going to line this side up with the other side of the piece that it goes to. So this is the way
I made these marks, so Alright, now before I go any further, I just want to have a look, and first I got to drive this pin out. I think this thing could work. I think what I want to do now is clamp these aligned exactly the way they are supposed to be, and then I'm going to drill for that pin. Install the pin, and then finish shaping my knuckles down to match the originals. All right, it actually works. Not great, but I can see that I need to round over my knuckles to match the old ones. They're bigger. I'm going to do that while it's in place here. Then I think it's going to work fine. Even though I've got my knuckles, shaped now pretty good, I could take a little more off there, still having problems right here, and I began to realize that the old knuckles are binding into my new piece here. I think I have to cove out this area on my new piece. I looked at the table, and I think that's what I'm seeing there, because I'm getting a little bit of binding right at that point. Maybe I'll make it a little bigger, but I only need to take out just that little bit. Okay, now I've got this inside gouged out, and now with this out, I can see that these are a little oval shaped, and I can round this over a little bit more. All right, now it works really well. Works really well now. All right, so now I've got my hinge. The next step is to cut this piece of wood and cut the corresponding piece on the table and glue it in where it belongs. Yeah. I'll cut the old one first, cut my new piece to fit in. It's somewhat arbitrary, but it's going to give me a lot of
glue surface. I'm going to tape off what I've marked here as a visual. This is the area of wood that I'm going to take away. I've clamped just a little routing jig onto the wood I need, where I need to cut it away. I'm going to make a lot of multiple light cuts, moving the jig down as I go along. Alright, that's all the routing I can do for now. I've routed pretty good here. There's a little bit of wood I need to take out by hand. Okay, I think I've got a pretty good cutaway here. And so now, here's my new piece. I've got to cut it to fit in there. So I reconnected my new piece to the swing leg, and I'm going to hold this here right where it belongs and see if I can't clamp this right into position. I think that's just about right. I can mark that out. I think the next step will be to reconnect this to the swing leg and see what it looks like. Boy, this looks good. It looks like I might need to take a little bit off the end of that. Take this in. Yeah, it has to match this here. I need to go that way a little bit, which is great because I got a little space there. All right, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Well, it seems to work well. I want to set it on the floor and see how it works. It actually works. So now I'm going to fill in my lousy joints here. Sand this. I think I'll sand this entire surface. Okay, I've sanded everything down nice and level. I think the first thing I'll do is stain the new wood with some thinned out dye stain. See if I can get it to the basic color of the old wood here. It's closer to the old wood now. I'll let that dry and then I'll hit the whole thing with the oil stain. And in theory, all this wood in here doesn't show, but I'm gonna just put some stain on it anyway, just in case. I don't want the raw wood to show around the knuckles. Okay, I've let that dye stain dry for a couple hours. Now I'm going to try some oil stain. I'll go over the whole thing. I have some raw umber oil stain, and I'm using that because it doesn't have any red in it. My new piece of wood looks great. It's too bad it just doesn't look like the old wood that well. There's still a lot of contrast. I think what I'm going to try to do is apply more of that oil stain, but pat it and brush it very carefully and try to leave some on the new wood. Okay, I left quite a bit of stain on this new piece, trying to get it the same darkness. It doesn't need to have any finish on it, but I'm actually going to seal it just with one coat of a Van Dyke Brown aerosol, just to fix that stain so it doesn't rub off. Okay, I've let that aerosol lacquer dry. It's not really showing any build, blends in pretty good. So now I will assemble it. Now I've had this pin in and out of here so many times, I'm going to staple across the bottom of it to make sure it doesn't fall out. Okay, so now I'm going to assemble the rest of the table. I'm going to install the top, take the newspaper off the legs, and wax them up, and it'll be done. All right, here we go. We're all assembled. I put a piece of felt here to catch the top. I actually did a lot of other work to this table. Of course, this video just shows the hinge repair. But it's ready to go. It looks pretty good. I hope you liked the video, and if you did, please subscribe and like, and be sure to hit the bell icon so that you'll be notified when I put out a new video.
Going live. You're live.
Hey y'all, I'm James Wright and welcome to the shop. For those of you joining us live, we are going to be having a good time today. If you are not joining us live and this is a recording, then we're going to be having some good time. So today we're going to be turning a board into a box, and I have this piece of mahogany and we are going to cut it up and make a box out of a single board. So I'm not sure how long this will take. It's kind of a project I want to leave open. I haven't really come to any particular designs to this. I want it to be designed by the audience. So as we go along, I'll be asking for, hey, should we do it this way or this way? And let you guys see what you want. For those of you who aren't watching live or if watching recorded, I have timestamps down below that will roughly get you to where we're doing each section of the build. So if you want to jump around and see that, then hop down there. Also, the thumbnail should be changed to an actual picture of the box, but we'll see how that goes in the future. Yes, also we'll be doing a few giveaways. A little later we'll be giving away at least one, if not two shirts. And then at the end of the build, we will actually be giving away the box that we're making. So if you are looking forward to that, then stay to the end or come back closer to the end and we'll be giving it away. So yeah, this is a piece of Filipino mahogany. And I actually you can pick it up at Menards. Surprisingly, they carry it, and it's a pretty good wood. It's a little bit softer. It's relatively easy to work, but the grain on it switches, so it doesn't matter which way you're planing. You're always planing against the grain. So it is a little bit more difficult in some ways. But I figured this would make a very good box. Any questions before we really jump in?
No.
So if you are live and have any questions, throw them in the chat. I will be answering occasionally throughout the build. But if you really want something to be answered, or if you want to really influence the way it's designed, then you can always do a super chat, because we do.
Or if you want Sarah to do it instead.
Yes. If you really want the board to be messed up, then you can call Sarah over. And what? No response? Oh, there it goes. I love you, babe.
Okay, so the box we're making is a very small dog house now.
So the my intention is making a box that is square. So I'm going to make a piece out of the end of this that is the same length as it is wide. And we are going to resaw it down, so this 3/4 inch board will then be cut down into something slightly over 1/4 inch for all the sides, which is about right for that size. And then we're going to make the sides out of it a little later. So I'm thinking I'm going to do something about 5.5 by about 5.5 by about 2 inches or so tall. As to how it's all joined up, do we want to do dovetails? Do we want to do rabbets? Do we want to do miters? How do we want the lid to go in? Do we want it to be hinged? Do we want it to be sliding? Do we want it to just be a set hinge? set lid? Do we want to make the base inset? Do we want to make it grooved? These are a lot of things I want you guys to decide what you want to see, and we'll be working with that. And yeah, and I am planning on putting some carving into this as well. So yes. So first thing we need to do is actually lay out on the board where we're going to be putting all of our marks. So I'm going to decide that the box will be 5.5 by 5.5. But I want you guys to tell me, how tall do you want it to be? Do you want it to be something really short, like a pencil box, or do you want it to be as tall as I can make it? I could make it all an actual cube, 5.5 by 5.5 by 5.5, or I could make the sides half height of the box, which I think is a little more aesthetic. But let me know what you want to do. So we're going to switch over to this camera, and ooh, it's focused. There it is better. And I want to lay out the board to be the proper length as it is wide. So this board is 1/2, so I'm going to put in a mark here at that point. And now we can square that off to this side over here. And now I know that this is my reference edge here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and mark that. Let me find my pencil.
So the only thing, okay, 2 things that have been thrown out.
What's that?
Is mitered houndstooth dovetails and a fancy. Did you ever finish the marking knife giveaway?
Yes, yeah, that was
a.
I don't actually make videos about here's the winners of the marking knife, because no one really wants to see a video where 2 people win and 1,000 people don't. So
There's your answer.
Yeah. So I'm going to start by marking this one here, and that's how far I need to resaw this down. So I've got a line here. This will then become the top and bottom because I'm going to resaw it. And then this will become the sides, or I may end up doing another panel for sides. So how tall do we want this box to be? Do we want it to be half the height, half the size of it, or do we want to make it a full cube? Let me know that down below. Next thing we want to do is actually start resawing this. Has anyone been talking about that?
No.
And so for that, I need to make a mark into the edge of the board, and I'm going to stick this pin into about what I think is center-ish. Slide the fence up and
I'm
mark
surprised no one's asked for the dimensions of a pencil box case yet, to be honest.
Mark from one side and mark from the other. And that's going to give us 2 parallel lines. Let's zoom in and show you this a little better. Focus. There we go. And so this will give us 2 lines. So if our board has a slight variance of thickness, this will let us know where the center of it is. So let's start back here. Mark that way. And this line, this side. So that is slightly thinner than the saw kerf we'll be using. So I'm just going to keep the saw down the center of it. Do this on this side.
Ooh, we got one super chat.
What's that?
So Randy Bowes wants dovetail with slid in lid and half height.
Slid in lid and what?
Half height.
Half height, okay.
Then I've had a couple cubes with dovetails.
Now I had a lot of people talking ahead of time that they wanted to see dovetails, and I had a lot of people saying that they want to do miters because people don't see mitered boxes quite as much.
A coffin shaped box. That's for James. He should be a dead man by now.
So there, we're going to resaw this right down the middle, and I'm going to cut it down to this point because that will then give us 4 sides, half height. Let me actually make sure I am the right height.
Oh, we had a super chat and I didn't do a mom joke. I'm so sorry, Randy.
Huh. Oh, I marked that wrong.
He's in his own little world now, guys. We're not.
Sorry. Let's mark
He has
this.
one shoebox down right now.
Actually, I'm going to mark this a bit bigger, give us some leeway. I'm going to go ahead and mark it at 6 because I'd rather have extra
Okay.
than not have enough. What's that?
So 6 was scared of 7 because 7 ate 9. But why did 7 eat 9?
Why?
Because you're supposed to eat 3 squared meals a day.
That's That sounds like what Arthur would say.
I know.
So there, now we need to resaw this board, and I'm going to put it into my vise at a slight angle away from me. And we're going to grab out Bertha.
All right, well, before you grab Bertha,
What's that?
I'm going to presume it's supposed to actually pronounce Wout Moerman, something like that. Will resaw and give a continuous grain all around?
No. No. If I wanted to have continuous grain going around all the sides, then I would have to make them sequentially out of the board, so I'd have to make it longer. And so if I want them to be thinner, like the resaw at work, I would have to make it 4 sections long and then make sure that those are all sequential. For grain like this, especially if we're planning on doing dovetails, sequential grain really doesn't matter because you won't see it as it wraps around dovetails. Now, if you're doing mitered, then you could do that, but that would be a lot more work.
All right, so IDK super chatted and said back taller than the front.
Back taller than the front. Oh, so you want an angled top. I don't think we have time to do that one today, but
should I create a list of all these
I
ideas?
could actually make it hinged and have that, but then the top would have to be larger than the bottom. Let me think that one through.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
I have another mom joke.
Okay.
What starts with O and ends with nyins and sometimes makes you cry?
What?
Opinions.
Okay, so what I'm doing with this is I'm really cranking it down nice and tight. And then I'm going to eyeball down the blade. And I want to make sure that this blade isn't twisted. So I'm actually just going to eyeball down it and make sure that it's nice and straight. Some people will put the saw on its side and then put on winding sticks on it to see if there's any twist in the blade. I'm not that picky, but if I was doing something like veneer cutting, I probably would. I'm going to set it right on that line, pick up the saw, and I'm going to give it one swift push. And it went right off. Not bad, just not quite where I want it to be. There we go. I'm trying to cut down the side I can see, and then I'm going to cut down the side I can't see, making sure I'm still on track. I'll set up the camera so you can see this a little
Am I
closer.
supposed to be saving these questions?
What's that?
Am I supposed to be saving these
No,
questions?
not today.
Okay, good.
There are going to be too many questions to actually fit in. I can only fit so many in.
So Dennis, to answer your question about electric, we got it Wednesday night around 7 p.m.?
Yes, we were only out for 51 hours.
So, yay.
Making sure I'm online. Okay, so now I've cut from this corner back to somewhere around here. Pull this out. I'm going to bash the ceiling in. And now I'm going to turn it around. And that way I'm always looking at the line on my side of the board, and I'm not worrying about the line on the other side. So, we can go into it again. Set in the kerf. Love the first few cuts. You really get fast down in there. I'm just going to let the saw do the work. I'm not pushing the saw, I'm just moving it back and forth. Once we're down a little ways, turn around, and this board just cuts like butter.
So, Christopher Lawrence wants to know, is this saw more efficient than a normal hand saw?
Yes, because you can use your whole body on it, and so it allows you to get more into it. Whereas if you're doing it with a normal hand saw, I mean, you can, and I have shown quite a few videos where you can grab a normal handsaw.
So, what about someone with my ability?
What?
What about someone with my ability or lack of?
That would be easier because you can use both hands and really get a lot of whole body motion into it. So you're actually spending less effort. Right now I'm moving the saw with my arm, whereas with that I can use my whole body. So with this, also this is only 26 inches, whereas this is 36 inches. And I'm going to hit my camera. Move that one back. I'll switch back over to that one moment. And so what I want to do here is I want to actually not hit the cable. Pull you over. The fun of having cables in the house. I want to actually run it with my whole body. So you can see I can get my whole body in here. And I'm not putting any force on it. You can see I let go of the handle. Where's my cup? There it is. Down there. Went probably a little bit farther than I should have, but this is cutting really quickly. And we go on this side.
So,
What?
I'm sorry if I'm skipping around on some questions. I'm trying to do the ones that are with the project right this second.
Adjust this over a little bit. What you got?
So I think we're having a lot of questions with just a frame saw. I don't think some people have seen frame saws.
Okay.
So they want to know, in your opinion, how hard is it to figure out the mechanics?
The mechanics. I don't know
think
what you're saying.
how you...
It's really self-explanatory in that it's just a saw.
Okay, hang on. I think I know what they want to know.
Okay, come here. Here. I'll go under that cable.
Limbo. I don't need to limbo. So, newbie.
Okay, this is going to be a lot harder for you because it's way up there. So actually, let me grab the saw and move it down a bit for you. There. So you want to keep the saw parallel to the top.
Saw
Okay.
to the saw.
What's that?
We're saw squared.
Step forward with 1 foot.
I don't get anything with that joke.
Sorry. Okay. So you're all the way back, so you actually want
Yes.
to step forward a little bit farther. You want your body underneath it when you're back, and
Okay.
then push it forward and extend your arms. Now, here's the thing.
But
now.
I want to scoop back.
Right now, what happens is the saw is tipping down,
Yeah.
and so that's putting your force down into the wood.
Okay.
So you actually want to let the saw do the work rather than forcing it down to the wood. You want to actually...
So you need less pressure than you think you
Yes,
need.
yeah. The more pressure you put into it, the more your cut is going to go all over the place.
And I'm sure anyone taller than 4'10" would have a slightly easier time of this.
Now you're using your arms a lot. If you can, then that's where my benefit is. I can put my body weight into it, and so I can move it all with the force of
don't
my
have my
legs.
stool.
Whereas she's way down here, so it'd be like me cutting. Wow, that'd be fun.
But I mean, I feel like I'm not using a lot of force considering.
Yeah.
Not like...
Considering you're cutting through about 8 inches of wood.
I hope this is helping you guys.
I think you're at depth.
A
little more.
one more.
One big one.
One big... Got it? I don't want to drop it.
I let you through before I start running into you.
Oh, true love right there.
And so now we've cut through, and basically we've cut at an angle like that. Now I'm going to set the board up vertically so I can cut straight down. This is going to take more force because I'm cutting into the grain as opposed to cutting across the grain. but we'll get it done. There.
So for
there's the
time
reason.
space continuum, James makes it look a lot easier and a lot faster.
Keep throwing. And then when you're done, always take the pressure off of the saw. That way you're not always under
But
pressure.
in my opinion, for resawing, that is way easier because I have tried resawing with a handsaw and it's, yeah.
It takes, because you're spreading the workload out over your whole body, it takes less effort, and you can do that a lot longer than you can do this until you've built up the stamina in that one arm. And it's not about the force and the strength, it's about the stamina. You don't need force to push the saw, you need the stamina to just keep it going.
Well, a little force helps too.
Well, yes. You need the minimum amount to keep it going. So,
Yeah, well, it says the 6'1" man compared to the 4'10" woman.
I'm going to change this up a little bit
Uh-oh,
because
because Sarah doesn't set a
that was
straight
there.
line.
No, well, what happened here? This will be a good learning experience. Right off the bat, on that first push.
The one I pushed too hard?
No, on mine.
Oh, okay. It's
I
still kind of
cut-
fuzzy.
Here, let me do this. No, I need my hand here
I was going to say it's...
to focus on something. There we go. So on this first cut, you can see this niche down below. And on that push, I pushed a little bit too wild. I lifted up and it bounced over. So I can't use this piece for the top. But that's not a problem because if I'm going to make it half width, I can use the two pieces over here and two pieces over here as long as I move it back a little bit. So this score mark that I made on there earlier, I'm just going to move that mark over a little bit farther. It's not a problem because I'm going to be planing it down and smoothing it a little later. But yeah.
So Ronald De La Vega wants to know, I'm sorry. Does the set of the sawtooth affect the speed of the saw cut? Took me 9 minutes to rip a 15-inch hardwood.
Yes, a little bit. The bigger the set, the more wood you're removing, therefore the more work it requires. However, it is not that much because you're talking of a few hundredths of an inch difference. So it's not going to be a significant difference, but after you've been doing it for a while, it'll be something that you notice slightly. If it's taking you that long, either your cut is really binding up and you're having to put a lot of work into it, or your body mechanic is off, or your saw just isn't sharp. And usually it's the saw just isn't sharp. So
Dennis Haynes wants to know, did you purposely buy a board that needs resawing, or could we just buy a thinner board?
yeah, you can buy a thinner board.
Is it less expensive to resaw it, or?
Yeah, getting the larger the piece you get, usually the better the board feet price.
But is it worth the effort, time-wise?
Well, I mean, you saw that. That was like 5 minutes worth of work. It probably took me 15 minutes because I'm talking and showing Sarah and things like that. But I mean, really, it's 5 minutes worth of work. That's not a significant amount.
All right.
So I'm marking this out so that these boards are, let me make sure it's 5.5. Yeah, 5.5 by 5.5. And then we're going to cut these off.
So Matthew Bunton, I probably said that wrong, wants to know, do you ever wish you built a 48-inch saw instead of a 36-inch?
Occasionally. The problem with a 48-inch saw is you don't have that much body movement if you're doing stuff under a foot. Because you have to move your entire body and arms 48 inches to get that. And so with a 48-inch saw, most things that I cut are less than a foot wide. And with a 48-inch saw, I'm not using the whole saw. It's just more weight, it's more mass, and that makes it a little more difficult. Now, if I'm cutting something greater than 12 inches, then having that longer saw isn't as much of a problem. It is a good thing because I'll have the same amount of movement because the saw can't move quite as far. There's a board in the middle of it. And so if I were doing a lot of larger stuff, then yes, I would like to get the 48-inch saw. But for how little I do larger things, this is far more enjoyable for most of the work I do because it's smaller, it's lighter, it's easier to work. So.
I'm just imagining a 48-inch saw compared to me. That's a 10-inch difference.
So I'm going to cut all the way around this board.
So now we have a vote for a half-height box with an inset lid. I think we've had one similar to that, didn't we? Inlay? I don't know. James is still going to do what he wants to do. But anyway.
No, I think we had a super chat for a dovetailed lid.
With slide
dovetailed sides with a slide-in lid.
Yes.
And so I think that's what I'm leaning towards so far. Because, super chat, that's...
Well, and then the other super chat was back taller than the front. But maybe that could be another video idea.
That would make a good little video to do an angled. And so I'm going to cut all the way around this, making sure to follow my reference side.
So I'm going to totally butcher the name, so I'm just going to ask the question. I'm sorry. What is the cost of the 32-inch frame saw?
I honestly can't remember because I bought that 4 years ago. I got mine from Blackburn Toolworks, so you can look it up online.
Okay, here we go. Wow.
Blackburn Toolworks, kind of an odd website. It's not easy to get around. But he sells the kits. He sells them in a 24-inch, a 36, and a 48, if I remember correctly. Actually, we're going to do this with a bench hook because I had a lot of people like, oh, you never use a bench hook. I'm like, where did my bench hook go? I never use a bench hook because my bench hook disappeared.
So, according to his website, if you want a 32-inch blade unsharpened, it's $114 US. Sharpened, it's $155. So there you go, folks. And then prices go up from there.
Okay. So, now I'm going to grab my carcass saw, about 13-inch rip cut teeth. And let's switch over to this one. Except for, whoa, we're out of focus. There we go. So let's cut this down. And I'm going to cut right on the line. And then I'm going to cut down the side that I can see. And I'm going to connect the dots from this corner to this corner so that I'm only cutting on the side that I can see. Now we can flip the board over and repeat the process. And this way I'm only cutting on the side that I can see. I get a nice clean line. I can stay tight on it. Cutting down this side. Now we connect the corners.
So Brian Fulmer wants to know, did you say that has ripped teeth, your saw?
Yeah, the frame saw, it has ripped teeth, yes. Because you're cutting with the grain, you want to rip. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing on this one. I'll make sure I stay on the opposite side of the line. Cutting on the right side of the line is a pain. How many viewers are currently live?
100.
What's that?
100.
Ooh, I think we should do a giveaway. We need to do a giveaway. So I'm going to be giving away one of these shirts. So if you haven't seen these, these are the Wood by Right Venn diagram because you have dad, jokes, and woodworking. Mix them all together and you have Wood by Right. And then it has, this side, happy little wood curls on the sleeve. Those are available on my website, but let's give one away. What should we give as a trivia for that?
Oh, we're doing trivia? What would be our trivia question? Does it need to be woodworking related?
Nope. I got a good one.
Okay.
What country did Sarah spend a whole year of her life in, other than the U.S.? First person that gets the right country wins a shirt. There we go. 2 pieces. About the right size. So let me actually show you what the saw kerf on the inside of this looks like. Focus. So my resawing, that is the side with the saw kerf. This is the fresh side. So that is the finish I get off of that frame saw.
You know what's funny?
What is
For
funny?
your trivia question, I actually mentioned it in the chat earlier today.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Because I was talking about pronouncing somebody's name, and I said because I was in South Africa for a year and learned Afrikaans.
So who got
I figured
it?
that was so. The first one that came across in Pennsylvania, we did live there,
Yes.
was Matthew. I'm gonna butcher it again. Buntyn. Buntyn.
Cool.
That's the first that came across our screen. So.
Well, Matthew, if you can get me your address and your shirt size, I will get one out to you. Just send me an email with that. And congratulations. We'll probably do another one a little later. Probably give away. You know,
But yes,
3 or 4
South
shirts.
Africa, East
Now,
London.
I have about halfway through my inventory of shirts. So if you do want them, they are available. But this is when I sell out of them, I'm out of them. So there is our top and bottom, at least for right now.
Oh, it is Buntyn. Awesome.
Now we want to make our sides. So I have to figure out how long I want these sides to be. Now we have to think about the actual function of the box. So if we're going to make these dovetailed, switch back over to this one. If we're going to make these dovetailed, and we want to make the top a sliding lid, then that means I need to cough. That means that our box, our sides, are going to have to be longer than our top and bottom because we want to house these in. So the bottom plate will get housed into a groove in the sides, and the top plate will then have a groove that it slides in and out of. So in order to do that, let me just think through this. Our sides need to be the thickness of our board. So this thickness, twice this thickness longer. Well, it would have to be 2/3 of twice this thickness longer. So if, let's just do this. 2 thicknesses of this are 0.98, 0.69. Wow, that was bad. So let's say 0.7. So 2/3 of 0.7 is, oh come on, so that'd be 4.3 or 0.43. No. 2, yeah, 6. 0.46. So I need to make this. This needs to be 0.46 longer than these. So let's just round it up and make it a 1/2 inch longer than these. That makes this easier because then these are now 6 inches long because they're 5.5. I hope that made sense. It probably did not. So let's make a mark here. 6 inches. And we're going to mark all the way around this at 6 inches. On that side.
Oh.
And at this point, I don't want to keep the square like this. I want to rotate it back around because I originally referenced this edge. I want to keep referencing that edge. I'm going to get the knife in there. And then we can roll it up one more time. Make a mark here. And I love it when these lines match up perfectly like that. Unfortunately, my resaw didn't go down all the way, so I need to make it just a little bit longer. So rather than shortening up my vise, I'm going to put it in here. And I'm going to grab my handsaw and just take it down a little bit further. Ooh. My handsaw is ever so slightly thicker than my frame saw. Get down the depth, just a little more. Make sure we're good. There, we're good. So now we can cut this off at that measurement. Any questions, Rachel?
I'm sure we do. I'm sure I've skipped some, so I'm going to go back up and see. I don't know if design and make is still on. This question had been asked a couple times.
What's that?
They would like any advice for growing a smaller channel. Love your channel a lot.
Growing YouTube channels is an art. It is very, very hard to do. Usually, collaborations are the lifeblood of getting a channel up and going. And if you can find a channel that is willing to collaborate with you, usually the way you do that is you offer to do work for the other channel. So if a small channel comes to me with an interesting idea for a build or something like that, and they do a decent chunk of the work and send it to me to do the finishing or the other step on it, it makes it very easy for me to say, yeah, that saves me time. It gives me content to put out. And it makes it good for you because then you get me saying, yeah, if you want to see how this was put together in the beginning, go over and check out this channel. Another thing that a lot of people do is they'll actually create an entire video for another channel. So if someone built a video that fit my style, that was well produced, and fit the way I like to teach things, and created an entire video that was that way, then I might end up putting that video on my channel. That saves me time. That way I don't have to produce a whole video. So if for some reason I'm on vacation or something, I can have a guest who comes in and does the video for me. And I like that. And then it helps out the other person because then they get the content of people sending to it. So those are the two best ways I can tell people to grow a channel.
But it's a lot of work, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying.
Yes, it is a lot of work.
It is a job. James treats it like a job.
But whatever you do, don't put links to your videos everywhere. That doesn't work, and it just annoys people. I don't even put links to all of my videos on my own Facebook page. I only actually advertise about half my videos because number one, it's not beneficial, and number two, it just annoys people. If there's something fun that I'm showing off or something that the audience would think is interesting, then maybe, but other than that, I don't mess with it too much. Okay, so we've got our top and bottom, and we've got our sides. If we're going to be doing a sliding lid, now we need to think about there. So actually, you just think through order of operations. Order of operations is incredibly important in any project you do, and being able to think through those step by step and how do you do it is incredibly important. So one of the things I'm going to need to do to this is I need to plane off the side that's rough. And it would be easier to clamp it down and plane them all now to get them all to the same thickness. But I could also cut these in half because I need to make this into two sides and make this into two sides. And it would be easier to cut them before planing them down, but it would be more easier to plane them all first. So as much as I want to cut these in half now, I'm actually going to go ahead and plane all four of these down to the same thickness. So we're going to put that in here in my vise. I'm going to grab some dogs. Actually, I'm going to grab some bench pups. Bench pups are the smaller dogs, and I use these probably more than I use regular dogs, just because they're they're small and efficient, and for little things like this, they work out well. So I can push those down in here so that they're not sticking out much, except if I push it down too far.
So would those be the Sarah size version?
Yes, Sarah dogs. What?
So Vishwa wants to know, what kind of joints are you going to work on?
What's that?
What kind of joints are you going to do for this project?
As of right now, the super chat said do dovetails, so we'll be doing dovetails. Although I might do a mitered dovetail. I have to think about that. Mitered dovetail is going to take a little longer. I think I'll see where I'm at on time. 9:40. We'll see.
So Woodwork Learner wants to know, how flat would you get the inside of the box?
How flat?
Just reading the question.
As flat as it needs to be. And you can see here, I'm actually going to be using a number 4 because there's no reason to use anything longer than this to flatten it out. And I'll start on one side. I'm going to go across to the other. And this one is a pain because I'm going with the grain here, I'm going against the grain here, and I'm going with the grain here. So I'm going to try and turn it around and see if that changes anything.
So we have consensus so far about mitered dovetails.
What?
They want mitered dovetails.
They want mitered dovetails.
They want mitered dovetails. And if they super chat, maybe Sarah has to do it.
Mitered dovetails, not slaughtered dovetails.
Did you hear that, folks?
If I really want to check it,
as executive producer of this channel,
3-2, 3-2, 3-1, 3-2. I'll take it. So I want to take all the rest of these down to 3-2. 0.32. Actually, I think my number 5 is sharp. This will take off a lot more material far faster.
So how much are you trying to take off?
I don't know yet. I'm going to take it all down to 0.32 inches.
Oh, so you're doing it too.
Yeah, this one was the one I had to take off the most material, so I'm going to take it down to that one. So this is currently at 0.34, 0.32, 0.34, 0.35. Wow. So I need to take off a lot of material in this corner and none at all in this corner and a little bit here to here. So I'm just going to think about that. If I need to take a lot off from this corner here, I'm just going to focus on that corner.
Well, if you could plane correctly, then maybe you wouldn't.
Oop, I got a chip in there. I'll turn this around.
Let's see.
Let's see how close that gets us.
So Jason Minor wants to know,
3-3.
after resawing and planing both rough sides, how big of a kerf was removed from the original board size?
My saw kerf is just about a 1/16 of an inch. Actually, no, it's a little less than a 1/16 of an inch. Oop. Keep landing on curls. Okay, now we're going to come in and smooth this.
Uh-oh.
There we go. So let's see how close we are on that. 3-2. You're still a little thick. Oh no, 3-2. Never mind, I was just on a curl. 3-2. A little thin, but perfect. Within tolerances. So these are the sides. So you can see how they're slightly longer than they are wide. And then these are the top and bottom. Now I'm going to wait on these because I want these to be thicknessed to whatever the plane, the iron that I'm going to be using to groove the groove, to cut the groove. There's the word. Oh, I was on the wrong camera, that's why. So, yeah. These two are for the sides, so you can see how they are longer than they are wide. But I'm going to wait on doing the top and bottom and make them to the exact thickness of the groove that we have later. So we're going to set these aside. We'll work on them later. And now let's work on these. So I need to cut these. Just stab myself. We've got an argument going on upstairs.
I hear that.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. So I want to actually find out where halfway on these. They're 5.5. So let's put it at...
I'm going to go address that real quick.
2 3/4. So theoretically, 2 3/4. I wish we were in the metric system. This stuff is trash. So let's put this pin into there, slide this up, lock it down. And now we're going to turn around and make sure that we're slightly off, but we're within. So it's not dead on the center. I'll actually zoom in and show you that a little closer. So I'm hoping you guys can see this. We have 2 marks on here. So if I mark from this side, we get 1 line. And then if I turn it around and I mark from this side, we'll get a second line just a little ways away from it. And so those 2 lines are ever so slightly apart, but that's okay because that's actually about the thickness of my saw curve. So we're just going to put those 2 lines on there. Because this is so thin, there's no reason to go all the way around it. Do the same thing on this one. Woo! My gauge moved. I didn't tighten it down enough. So we're going to put it back into this line.
Did you break the rules of engagement?
Oh, that's a good one. Tighten it down a little more. Now, make that line, turn it around.
Wrong camera, they're
line.
saying. Are you trying to be on the close camera?
Ah, shoot. Yes. There. You can see how those 2 lines are ever so slightly apart. And that will make it so that I have basically marked the saw curve, which is kind of nice. But if the 2 lines match up perfectly, like when I readjusted it, these 2 lines basically matched up perfectly and I have a single line. Now I just have to remind myself, split the difference in this one and the other one go in between them. So now we're going to be cutting with the grain. And because it's such a small cut, I could use my carcass saw, but I'm going to do it the correct way. I'm going to grab my tenon saw, which has rip cut teeth. And I'm going to put it on here and have it overhang the side of the bench. Actually, do I have... I wish I knew where my bench hook went, because that would be a good one to show in here.
What do you mean where your bench hook went? Where did you put it?
I don't know where my bench hook went. I don't use it enough, so it doesn't really matter.
It's not on the other side? I didn't know.
Excuse me. So now we got that on there. I'm going to start cutting on the far edge. I'm going to slowly lower the heel down and follow that line across the board. Now I have an established cut all the way across. Just go to town, cut straight down. And theoretically, these 2 pieces should be precisely the same height. And that is well within tolerances. That is
Oh, it is.
a
Super
shaving or
fuzzy.
so away. Sorry.
It's grainy. I don't know what's going on with that camera.
There. So let's do the same thing with this one. Got any questions?
Let's see. IDK wanted to know, do you ever use stabilized wood?
Yeah, I use it quite a bit. I actually have a couple videos on how to stabilize wood if you want to see that. If the wood is punky, I definitely stabilize it as long as it fits in my vacuum chamber. If I'm doing it something that's like clamped against metal, such as a knife scale, then stabilization is fantastic for that. But for something like this, where it's just going to be against wood, the wood itself is okay. It really doesn't need to be stabilized. Establish cut. There we go. Now the real question is, these two match each other. Do these match these? Except for I've got that sticking up. So that is acceptable. I've got one of them that's sticking up. The tallest one at this end is 32nd higher than the other ones. But at this end, they are all right there. So there's good. So there's the sides of our box. That'll be the height of the box. Next thing we need to do is cut the grooves. Actually, let's talk about order of operations again. Order of operations constantly comes up. I could cut the grooves on these and then cut the dovetails. Or I could cut the dovetails and then cut the grooves. Because I'm going to have through grooves on them, I actually want to do the grooves first, because then I can use those to help lay out the dovetails. So we're going to do grooves first. We're going to get groovy with it. But before we do that, I actually want to label all of these and find out which side goes up, which side goes down. Because none of these will have continuous grain, but I do want to kind of match them up a little bit. And these actually match up pretty well. Let's do it like that. So I'm going to mark on the inside of the box, and I'm going to put an arrow down. So on the inside of the box, I'm going to go arrow down, arrow down, arrow down, arrow down. And then I'm going to mark on these what they are. So it doesn't really matter. We're going to do front. We're going to do, so if that's front, then this is right, this is back, and this is left. So FRBL. And that is our box. It should be something like that. Hey, we're all done. Thank you for coming today. We've had, oh, you want me to finish this thing? Sorry, that was a bad one. Okay, we need to cut grooves in this. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut a groove in the top inside and the bottom inside all the way around this. So each of these will get 2 grooves. And so I'm going to find an iron that is slightly thinner than this. And I'm going to use my Stanley 45 and or 55. Any questions while I'm setting this up?
No.
And let's find an iron that works. And I've got a few of them to choose from. Let's see, how are you?
Oh, Amir Muhammad asked, is that considered a hardwood or a softwood?
It is a hardwood. Any deciduous tree is a hardwood. Though it is a very soft hardwood. Yeah, that looks to be the one. This one is
So you're going to
a
use
little less than a
that
16th of an inch.
instead of a grooving plane?
What's that?
You're going to use that instead
Yes,
of a
and the nice thing about that is I can pick exactly the blade I want to use that matches the work I want to do. Whereas I have grooving planes that are set up. Like last time we did live, we made a standard quarter by quarter by quarter grooving plane. And I could use this to do that, but then I'd have to plane these down to 1/4 inch. And I want to keep them a little bit thicker. Well, I could. No, let's show off the 45. I like the 45. Nice thing about the 45 and or 55 is you have this whole selection of irons, and so I can find an iron that's covered in dust. I can find an iron that is close to what I want to cut. So let's actually go through setting up a 55. And I'm going to use my 55 because it's a little less temperamental than my 45. My 45 it's feminine.
What?
What? I didn't say anything.
Keep digging. I said the next live's going to be a shovel handle.
So let's open this up. I'm going to take it all apart, take the fence off, and then, here, zoom in a little closer so you guys can see. Now I'm going to take off these. I don't normally use a wrench, but when it's been sitting for a while, they get kind of tight. I'm going to take off the second skate. And now we can take off.
So wait, back up.
iron.
Why did you call this plain feminine?
The 55 works really well. The 45 is very temperamental. That's the feminine one.
You just are trying to save yourself now.
That's what I said. It's temperamental. And we're going to run the iron forward until it's sticking out. Oh, I've got to pull my spur back. It's sticking out a bit too far. Where did my screwdriver go? There it is. I need a small screwdriver to stick in here, and I'm going to loosen up the spur on this.
So what is the spur?
Just a second, I'll show you. So we've got, let's get right in here on it. The spur is this tiny little blade that sticks out, and it was sticking out farther because I was doing some cross grain work. So this time I'm going to push it back in because I don't want it sticking out. And then we can tighten this down. Just like that. And now I'm going to push the iron forward until it just barely sticks out the side, which I'm going to eyeball. Like that. Now that it is down, make sure we're still there, knocked it out. Back up, back up, back up. Sorry. Give me just a moment here.
That's a beautiful view of the bench.
I know it is. Gorgeous bench. There. Now it's down all the way. Now we can tighten this down in, and this will suck the iron tight up against the side here. So I can crank that down. Now our iron is set to depth. Now we can put in our second skate, which is currently stuck to a magnet. Back up a little bit for this. So we can slide in the second skate, put it on there. And I don't want it to be perfectly flush to the outside. I want it to be in just a little bit. I want to make sure that it as well is at the same height. It is. So now I can tighten down this nut onto the rail and this one onto the rail. Give them a bit of a tweak. And now we can put on our fence. And for this one, why are we jammed? There we go. I want to set the fence away from the iron, however far I want that groove in. And I could get very, very picky and put it at a specific depth, but it really doesn't matter at all. So I'm going to put it in somewhere around there. And I'm going to tighten it down. And with this 55, I am really, really certain that that fence is perfectly parallel with the skate, or at least close enough that it won't cause any problem. And so this should be ready to go. But I'm not going to test it on my work. I'm going to test it on some other scrap because I've had a bad experience. Gotta back this up now.
So, Versonaut wants to know, should the front panel be cut lower to allow room for the top to slide?
We are going to do that later. So we're actually going to cut the groove all the way around, and then that groove will become the mark that we can cut off that front lip. Then we'll take that front lip off and glue it on to the top, so it'll fit in there. So now we've got that in. Now we can give this a try. Cutting a bit heavy, but that's not a problem because this actually will cut really well. So now we want to set it to, actually I'm going to back it up a little bit. It's a little bit too heavy. You can hear that loud noise when it's ripping through there. That means that it's just digging in. So I'm just going to back it off a little bit. Ah, see, that sounds better. Now it's still a little light though. Now let's push it forward just a little bit. Right there. There we go, that's better. Good clean cuts. Now I need to set a depth. So I'm going to take this down, and I want to put that depth in about a half the thickness of this board. Why a half? Because that's just generally the rule of thumb. I made there enough space for a third of it, so we will have a sixth of leeway for expansion and contraction of the boards. And so that looks like about half. Let's find out. This is what? 2. So this should be something else. Nope, need to go a little deeper. Now take it down to 1.5. Having a good set of calipers is a great thing to have in the shop. 1.5, that's where we want. So now that we have this set to depth, I can put this in here. I can loosen up, it's gotten tight. Drop tools on the floor. Loosen up my skate, excuse me, my depth adjuster. And I can run that down and push it just a little bit tight. Lock this in place. And now I shouldn't get any cut here. No, I still got a cut. So means I want to actually run this down a little bit more. Just like that. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So now this is completely set up and ready to go. Now we can cut our grooves. What questions we got?
Let's see, off topic, but any advice on making a bow tie for the first time?
You know, that's actually a video I have a couple of videos on making bow ties, cutting them by hand. But I have a process coming up that I want to show off. We'll be doing that here soon. I don't yet have that. It's really just take it slow. Don't take off more material than you need to. And have fun. No, it's really about staying away from your line as long as humanly possible. Make it as make that line just incredibly valuable to you. Don't get anywhere near it. Switch over to this one. Don't get anywhere near the line, and it will treat you much better. So what I'm doing here is I'm making one edge that's perfectly flat. I'm going to set these on the bench top, and that is going to make all of them at the same spot. I'm going to pinch them all together because I want to make these all the exact same height. Pinch them all together, bring them over here into the vise, and lock them down. Now I know that the bottom edge of all of these is perfectly flush, but a couple of these are just sticking up a little bit higher in some spots. So I'm going to come over here, and we're going to plane them down. Like this middle one is high right here, and this outside one's high right there. And there we go. One more. There we go. Nice clean cut. And now I know that this is perfectly flush and this is perfectly flush, but the one thing I don't know is there any slant to this? So I can take one of them out, I can rotate it around, set them on the bench, and I can see, does that match up? And that's perfect. So actually take one more out, rotate it around, put it on the other side, knock them all over. That is perfect. I love that. Now I know that these are all exactly the same thickness all the way across. Now we can start putting the grooves in here. So I can clamp them out here on the edge and run my groove in. Here we go. Get my vise out of the way. And now we can go to town. What questions we got?
Let's see. His Mercy 44S. I know you can split a log, but does it make sense to resaw a log? It's short. I have twisty, hard dogwood.
To resaw, yeah, I mean that's what sawing is just milling the board and cutting it down. That's you actually get far more material out of the board if you saw it rather than rive it. So in most cases, it's actually better to saw it than to rive it, but riving it will give you more stable lumber. So it's one of those things that depends. So here we got this. Let me switch back over to these. So we have one groove in there. Now we have to cut 7 more. So let's get to that.
I want to do one.
What's that?
I want to do one.
You want to do one?
I want to do one.
Come on over. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so let's make sure this is ready. I'll get that chip out of there. There you go.
All right.
So, right hand here, left hand on this.
Okay, that's heavier than it looks.
Yeah, it is. There's a reason it's called the king of hand planes. I'm going to use this slide in my.
But you said it's feminine, so shouldn't it be?
No, the
queen?
45 is feminine. The 45 is
this
the temperamental. This is the one that's not temperamental.
You just said this was feminine because it wasn't temperamental.
No, this one's temperamental, so it's feminine, but it's also lighter. I love you. What are you looking at me like that for? So,
All right.
set the front of the sled on the wood.
Okay.
Push the fence up against the work.
Yep, got it.
Here, for you, actually, why don't you grab it like this?
What am I grabbing?
So you can grab
So
the
I can
skate down
actually
here.
push it across.
Yes.
Okay. Ready?
Yep. Oop, now what happened here? What happened here is you got to the end and you're pushing this way, and it was going
I
out
was
like
pushing
this.
which way?
You're pushing that way,
Gotcha.
so it was starting to tip out this way. So you're
I
holding.
need to put more force.
Well, no, you're putting
Oh.
pressure here, but as you got out to the end past here, now the pressure is pushing on this.
Gotcha.
So here.
See, this is to show everybody how someone who hasn't been doing woodworking for how many years, these are all the mistakes that are easy to make.
There you go.
Okay, so wait, hang on, like that?
Yep. Just like that.
Just
about 10, 15 times. And as you get it down, it will hold itself in pretty well.
Now is it normal? Because I feel like this is not.
You're not putting any
Okay.
pressure here. What you're actually doing is at the beginning here, you're lifting up,
Okay.
and so the iron isn't actually connecting in with the wood. And so you want to actually, I'll hold here and have a little bit of down pressure here on the toe. And so as I cut in, I'll get that. Move the
My
camera.
hands are not big enough to do all those things.
I really need to get you a number one. That's what I do when I spend $1,000 and I'll be like, yeah, it's for my wife.
Still waiting for that vacation to Hawaii first. Then we can discuss. See, and I'm sure part of it is height. Because oh, there we go. Maybe. No, that feels weird. Okay, hang on now.
It would be easier if you were a little taller. Or if the bench were a
Or
little
was the
shorter.
bench was my height? Yes. And I gotta go till this is as
Yeah,
deep
you're,
as
you're
this.
at depth at this point,
Okay.
but you're not even a quarter of the way here.
So, oh, I can't. Could I turn it around?
No, because the fence is on this side.
Darn it. I'll get it. I'll get it. It might become a 4-hour show. I'm only doing one of these. So I'm got to be getting close. I'm not doing many curls. They're all going to be like, how can I pay to have James come to my shop and give me one-on-one tutorial?
There you go. There you go. Nope, nope,
Nope.
nope.
Oh.
The fence is in there, not the blade.
I'll get it. I was trying to go fast and it didn't work. Uh-oh. It sounds like someone needs attention. I will let you finish.
Someone's crying. Let's finish this up. There we go. She was only about 2 strokes off. So there's one down. Now, let me show it to you in real time how long it takes me to do one full board. And some of these, when they're going with the grain, I could set it a little bit deeper and take a heavier cut. But some of them, when it's not going with the grain, it's just not wise. There's one side. Let's flip back around. Put it on this side. And do this side. Oop. A little bit harder. We're moving over. There. There's another one, so we're halfway done. Who hit who?
Oh, Arthur was the one crying. They were trying to Marco Polo with the lights off.
Marco Polo with the lights off?
Uh-huh.
All in one room?
Yep.
What questions do we got? While I'm
Sarah in
sitting
the
here?
basement.
Almost there. 3 more to go. If you think this is boring, wait until we get to the dovetails. Ooh, falling. Yeah, it was nice. I like it when they go with the grain. One more.
Did you? Oh, that's just so sad.
What?
How many you have done in the 2 minutes I was gone?
Whoa, that one's going against the grain. Here, let me show you that. I'm getting a whole pile of a tear out on this one. Focus on the right thing. Let's look at that. So you can hear the sound difference. Just kind of crunchy, crispy. But it's in the groove. It's okay.
So Randy Bowes wants to know how tall your bench is since you're about the same height.
I have my bench on the high height for most people my height. It's 38 inches. So most people my height like a bench around 36 inches. But I find the higher height to be more comfortable. I usually tell people when they're trying to figure out how high to make their bench, grab a board and a plane and go around the house and see what feels comfortable to you. Put it on the dining room table, put it on the countertop, put it on the washer, the dryer. Step on different things to raise yourself up and down. And find something that feels good to you and then go with it. That's really the only thing that's important. I like when I'm working for my pushing hand my elbow to be slightly higher than perfectly horizontal. If it's down here, it's just a little too high. I like it to be up here. Some people like it to be lower so that they can put more down pressure on the bench, but this is about where I like it to be. There we go. We are now a very groovy bunch. So we've got our grooves. Now we could do two different things. Number one, we could plane these down until they fit in, which, yeah, let's go ahead and do that now since we got this all set up. And then we'll do the dovetails on it. So let's slide this in here. I'm going to grab my 4.5 because it's set up to take off a lot more material. I'm just going to go across these, starting at one side, working all the way to the other. I could bring in the scrub plane, but I don't have that much to take off. And we're almost there. And we're good on that corner. Almost there. Bit thick on that corner. So good on this corner, thick on this corner. So I'm going to spend more time on this corner here. Just going to start here and just going to do this little area. And I'll go in a little ways and then pull up. Let's check it again. And we're in the groove. Hey, I like that slide. Need a little bit more right here in the middle. Need a little bit more on this corner. And that side's really good. So I need more on this corner to like here. So let's do something like that. Ooh, ran into the dog. So I have aluminum dogs. Yes, you can plane aluminum. And now I'm going to come in with my smoothing plane. Just do one pass all the way across. Just like that. Good. Just a hair tight. Good. And I want it to slide because it's going to be a sliding top. So I'm just a bit thick along this edge. We can do that. And now we got a good slide on there too. So there's our top and or bottom. I don't know which it is. Let's do the same thing again on this one. Any questions? Thoughts, snide remarks? Ooh, super chat. Hi from Cape Town. Nice. Good to have you. One of these days we'll get out to South Africa.
Hello!
I would love to show off some South African woodworking. Oh, we got a good bit more to do, especially in that corner.
Or should I say, how's it?
How's it?
All right, mom joke, mom joke.
Yeah, we'll be going to South Africa someday. Now, just not now.
I have corrupted my family. Okay, what's the difference between a sharply dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bicycle?
Sharply dressed unicycle.
No, a sharply dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bicycle.
What?
Attire.
Getting close.
All right.
Okay, now let's come in with a smoother. And I'm just focusing in spots that need to be focused, because in this case, it's pretty well flat, so just about anywhere across it. And I want it to fit in there and slide easily. That side's a bit tight.
Okay.
That's a bit tight.
I have a couple questions.
Okay, what you got?
So the duck asked, and I missed.
What's that?
Okay, so Duck asked, wooden planes normally require a different height than iron planes. Would using a number 3 or a number 2 hand plane work better than the 4 for this job today?
Not really. They're pretty equal. For something like this, they'd all do about the same. I do the 4 because my smoothing plane, my Veritas custom plane, is set up really nicely right now. And so it gives me a pretty good edge. There. Now we've got ourselves a top and bottom. And they are, let me switch back over to this one. Oh, look at my belly. Isn't that a nice belly?
Just don't start dancing.
So now we've got these in here, and you can see how they're slightly shorter. So when I put this on, and then I put this on, should be, yeah, we just have a little bit extra over here. So number 1, I could cut these a little shorter, or number 2, those give me my slop for the expansion and contraction of the drawer, which is what I'm going to be doing, other than the fact I need to make sure that these are all nice and square. And they're pretty close, but I want them to be dead on. So for that, we're actually going to be coming in with a square, and I'm going to check them. Like this one is off just a little bit. And so I'm actually going to grab my shooting board, and we're going to clean them up on that. What question do you have while I set that up?
So Woodwork Learner wants to know, how would you plane?
How to what?
I don't know if they're asking how to plane sitting down or plane that down. Because some people, they don't have the ability to stand for long periods of time, I think is the route we're going down.
How do you plane sitting down?
Yeah.
You just have a lower bench, and you have to sit on something solid. I do know quite a few people who do hand tool woodworking from a wheelchair. It's not easy, but it can be done. You just have to make sure that the wheelchair is solid, and your tools have to be sharper, because a sharp tool will suck itself down into the wood, and you don't have to then have that down pressure. But even then, if you're sitting beside the bench, you still want to have a good angle on it. Because you're sitting, you're probably going to want to have it a little bit lower on average than having it up somewhere around here. But again, that's a completely personal preference. I would say grab a few things and set it to height and play around with it.
So you know how you've talked about people who make like those benches in apartments and stuff? Would you say like a bench like that size?
A few people talk about what?
I don't know. While ago, people who have like apartments who don't have shops.
Oh yeah.
There's like a different kind of a bench style I felt like that you recommend.
Well, yeah, it tends to be more like a bench on bench.
Okay.
And so you have a small bench that you can put on a countertop or a table. So perfect. I want to make sure that these are all nice and square. And the shooting board makes that very easy. Perfect. See, now what I'm looking for is, I want these to be in focus. I want them to be nice and square across there. So that one's good. Let me try one of these and see what we got. So this one, you can see that one has a good bit of gap. I don't know if you can see it right here in the corner. So you need to take off more material on this side. So we set here on the shooting board. And I'm thinking about doing a video here soon making another shooting board. I have a video making this one, and I have a video on cleaning this one up as well. Just leave it corn shaving.
So Poor Man wants to know, would the bench you built for the kids be perfect for a small apartment?
If you have space for the bench, yes. Most of the time with a small apartment, you have a small bench that then goes on top of a desk. And so rather than having legs, it's basically the bench top with some rubber feet that sit on top.
So for reference, in my opinion, I'm not a very good visualizer. The kids' bench reminds me of like those tables you can put behind couches, as about that size, if that helps people. Are you going to be using the shooting board a lot?
Nope. I got a couple more passes, and actually that's the last one.
Oh.
Why? Well, You want one?
Yes.
Come do it. Okay, so you can see how that isn't perfectly square. It's touching here, but there's a little bit of gap on this side.
Yeah. Okay.
So we want to take off material on this side.
Okay.
So I set it down here. Let
Okay.
me turn this camera around so I can show people what you got. This, your left hand goes on the workpiece.
Like so?
Yep. So what you're going to do is you want to push this, or pull your hand out for a moment. This piece, your hand is pushing it into the stop.
Okay.
And it's also pushing it into the plane.
Okay.
So for me, it's like grabbing it like this most of the time. But for you, it's probably going to be more of just pushing it.
Okay.
So then this comes in here.
Yes.
This hand right hand goes on here. So here, let me show you. It's like this. Actually, just grab the plane. Yep. And then this hand comes on here, and you want to push it up against this.
Okay.
But you also want this one to have a little bit of slop here.
Okay.
So you want to make sure the plane is pushed against there as well.
Okay.
So this hand on here. Back up no, actually the iron right here is in line with it. So
Wait,
then just
what?
push it through.
I'm good.
Yep,
Is what
you're
you're
good.
saying. Oh, okay.
Yep. There you go. That's it. That's all it needs.
Oh.
That's all it needs. See? Nice and tight. Yeah, a good shooting board, if it's set up well, is very, very easy to use. You really don't need a lot of pressure. Unless you're doing really hard, dense woods, it goes pretty well. But it's all down to how sharp it is, and particularly at low angles make this very, very easy because you're doing end grain. So
Did Randy
now,
really just say run like a girl? Randy. I have flip-flops on. I shouldn't be wearing them in the shop. Shh.
make sure, yep, these are all good. So we have sides, we have top and bottom. Now we can do the dovetailing. Ha ha ha. Why dovetails are
So
French? I do
y'all
not
need
know.
a super chat so James can't say I can't do this part.
Now, when working with small pieces like this, dovetails, yeah, they're easier in some ways in that you're removing less material, but they're harder in other ways because the smaller your work gets, the more gaps show up because you're looking at them closer and littler gaps now look bigger. So it's very, very hard to make small dovetails work, but you make big dovetails work and you can live with some gap in there and really not notice it. But yeah, that's that. First thing I need
But
to do is
don't
mark
you
in.
always say it's not about perfection?
I need to mark in
He's
the
ignoring me.
thickness of these. Yes, I am ignoring you. What is new? Just stating reality.
You are asking for it, Buster.
I'm always asking for it. So we got this set up. Excuse me. Now, let's mark around these boards. So
So
I'm
woodwork
going to
learner.
mark in
Oh, you're talking.
the depth that I need to cut for the dovetails. Someone's singing.
We get part aria during this too.
What were you going to say, babe?
Woodwork learner wants to know: can you batch cut dovetails on thin boards?
Yes, and I'm going to do that here. But you still want to cut them in.
Uh-oh.
We are going to gang cut. Let's see, this
Yeah.
is left and right. Let me do that on there.
Bunny. In a little while. Go play.
Caught on that.
Oh, you're cold. Go watch a movie. So my cousin's actually a pretty good lawyer. I own everything already anyways.
Yep. Unfortunately, most of the things are in her name because they don't like it when people work from home, work their own business. That one. 2 more ends one more end. There, we've got our depth cut. And I'm going to cut my tails on the sideboards, so left and right. And I want to make sure that the arrows are pointing the same way. I'm going to put them together. I'm going to lock them down, and now I'm going to put them into the vise. And we are going to gang cut the tails together. And I want to make sure these are indeed parallel. On like that. Oop, I need to tap you down just a little bit. So this one's high. Now they're flush. Make sure that they're square this way. So they're square that way, and we are good. So now I have these on here, and I'm going to grab my Bearcat dovetail saw. Ooh. And now I want to put two tails on these, and I have the question of where to put this groove, because the groove is going to be showing on the tail or on the face, and we may end up coming and filling them later. We'll see about that. But I'm trying to think through this. If I have the groove on the end, it'll show on the face, so I want the tail to be in there so it's showing in the tail. Yes. So I'm actually going to use the outside of this to be the edge of the tail, and that way the groove shows on the sides rather than the front of the box. And I'm just going to freehand it down to there. And then I'm going to come over here a little bit past halfway, and I'm going to freehand it down to there. Then I'm going to come over here and do the same thing on this side.
Okay, wait, I missed something. Why are you putting a line in the middle?
What's that?
I missed something. Why are you putting a line in the middle?
These are the tails.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Making sure how it looks. Move over just a little more. Right there.
So
Just
Logan,
eyeballing the whole thing.
I'm trying now.
There. So, actually move this down a bit so you guys can see this better.
I have a question when you have a moment to breathe.
What's that?
Logan logging on wants to know, do you have any tips for keeping your workbench clean?
No, I wish I knew. I have a bench that's long enough that I can have a bunch of things on one end and they don't cause me problem. But I am not a fan of tool wells. They just tend to collect and clog. So, personal preferences though. Okay, now we're going to flip it over. Do the same thing on this side.
So, did
So
you,
what?
because I, have to pay attention to the comments too. So if you said it already, I'm sorry to the folks watching. Did you mark those lines already, or are you just
Nope,
eyeballing?
just eyeballing them. This is usually how I cut dovetails. When I did the live the other day showing fast cutting, I wanted to do all of the normal dovetail work. But this is my normal dovetail work. And I just eyeball it all. Yep, that's where I want it. I'm just making that first cut to see how does it look. Does it look balanced? If it looks balanced, it's good. So like the Jimmy DiResta, if it looks straight, it is straight. There we go. So there are the tails. Now we're going to cut down and cut off this excess.
Okay, so because you just have to explain everything to me 20 times. Remind me how the miter dovetail works, like why you have to cut.
Oh, miter dovetail. A moment too late.
Uh-oh, they were distracted, sorry.
Let me see. Oh, we'll do mitered on the top and square on the bottom then.
Ah, you said I would slaughter it. But
Yes.
how the mighty fall.
So, give me a moment. before we go any farther, I'm going to grab a little file and I'm
Okay.
going to clean these up.
So what exactly is your mistake besides you going, uh-oh?
Well, the next thing I need to do is actually miter them,
Okay, meaning,
because this isn't mitered. A miter is a cut at 45 degrees. So these need to
gotcha.
go onto here, and I need to cut corner to corner down to that. So what I can do is, now that I cut this tail end, I need to cut down 45 degrees on here rather than cutting it flush across. So on this side I cut it flush across, on this side I need to cut it at 45 degrees.
the bottom one is like a regular dovetail versus a miter.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So you get both sides. Hey, I'm just I just messed things up. It's okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab my unsquare, or my miter square, and I'm going to put this on here, and I'm actually going to draw a line on here. And then I'm going to do the same thing on this end.
Okay, it's really funny when you hold your fingers in like that when you're using your marking knife, because it almost looks like you cut fingers off.
And if anything, I'm going to stay away from this line. But now that we have that line, I'm just going to stay a little ways away from it. I'm just using a little bit of the saw because I'm terrified of taking off too much. You take off too much and you can't put it back. And then I'm going to file it back closer to that line. But I'm not going to take it all the way back. Staying away from it a little bit. Okay, that's one. I need to do that 8 times. So we're going to do the same thing on this end. Try not to get the camera in my way. Now, bring this in and file it back. So, that's the difference. This is a regular dovetail, and then a mitered dovetail looks like this, except for I'm going to have this slash here, which I shouldn't have had. And so we'll have to fill that or something of that nature, but oh well. Such is life. We keep on going. Let's miter these ones. What questions we got?
I have a question.
What's that?
When are we doing another giveaway?
Ooh, good question. You come up with one, and we will do another shirt giveaway. I can smell the smoke from here.
Shut up.
Shutting up.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Who remembers when James's birthday is?
Ooh, that's a good one.
So
I do.
First person to enter, or what, are we giving away another shirt?
Yep, another shirt.
Another shirt. So first person to enter James's month and date. You don't have to have the year that James was born on. You got 365 chances of getting it right. 1 in 365 chances.
Well, almost 364, actually.
Yeah.
Well, percentage of getting it right would be
It's
365
not
and a
leap
quarter.
day. I can give you that hint.
There.
There.
Got our miters. So these are our sides of the box. Now we need to cut. Now we need to take out the excess in these. That's right. So for that, I'm going to grab a bunch of things on the floor. Didn't need that anyways. Do I have a little spray? No, I'll just be careful with it. So I'm going to put these on here. I'm going to gang them up so that I can cut them out a little bit faster. So, anyone getting close yet?
Nope.
Really? I thought that would have been an easy one.
Don't give him any hints. I might give him a hint later if no one can get close. Oh, Randy Bowes! Oh, I just hit the thing.
What?
Randy Bowes got it.
Woot woot.
He's a Valentine's baby. That was going to be my hint that it was on a holiday, but.
So we're going to stay away from the line. It's like a mantra on this channel. Stay away from the line.
Okay, do I get to cut one though?
What's that?
Do I get to cut one?
Yeah, I guess we can do that, but not right now. Let me flip around and you can,
Okay.
you can do it. So Randy, send me your shirt size and your address, and I will get that out to you. Now, let me pair these off, and you can come and pair out the other side.
Okay.
So we're going to chop in and then pair out until we're down about halfway. I probably don't even need the mallet on this because I'm taking off so little. Now that we're down halfway, I'm going to put this knife chisel right into that line, and we're going to go down. And the nice thing about gang cutting is that because they're stacked up here, I can do the same process over and over again. Because I'm only doing one set, it's not going to save me that much time. But if I'm doing a chest of drawers, it can save a lot of time. And I know some people that will put these right up against each other so that you can use the previous step as a chisel guide. But I don't like doing that. I like to have a little bit of flexibility in it. There. I cut down that side. I'm going to flip them over. And now, put a hold fast down. Sneeze.
Just kidding. Nope.
Ah, man, that was a good one. Ah.
I'd tell you to look at the sun, but we're downstairs.
Same thing on this side. Stay away from the line. Chop in close to the line. And then pair out. Then chop in and pair out.
So Clark says thank you very much for helping him out the other day.
Oh, yeah. No, I like answering questions whenever I can. He sent me, I think it was an email.
AK Cat says, James, can you not make a pull-out step so Sarah can use your bench?
I have thought about making a full length step that goes along the front edge of the bench so that she could work on it. But
maybe Sarah just needs to build her own, since James always says the first step to building your shop is building your own.
She does
bench.
listen to me.
I do listen.
No, I've been thinking about making a Moravian bench so that I can take it on trips and such. I can make 2 sets of legs. One for me when I go and one for Sarah when she's here. Okay, so there is what it would normally look like. The only difference is if I were making this a miter dovetail, I wouldn't have made that cut all the way through. I would have cut at an angle so you don't see that gouge coming out. Someone's having fun upstairs.
JJ's not getting attention, so he must scream louder.
So now we did that. We're going to turn around and do the same thing on the other side. Small dovetails are easier in some ways and far more difficult in others. And it's one of those things where they're fun because they're different, but they're very tedious in that you feel like you're not getting as much done per time. So this is what is good enough. I can just push in and cut out. chop in again. And one more pair out. Ooh. Didn't put too much pressure on my hold fast because I don't want to dent the work. But without enough pressure, it doesn't move. It moves. There we go. So now that we're down about halfway, now we can go back into that knife line and go the rest of the way. So set it in right into that line. Keep it vertical. Tap it until the tone changes. We're listening to the sound of the chisel. So who died? Oops. Oh, she's not back yet. So who died?
Oh, it's actually Melody.
Really? The drama queen strikes again.
Well, she ran on the wood floor and tripped over a blanket, so.
Oh, that's Melody. She is Ella Klotz. Don't know where she gets it from.
Oh, we know where she gets it from.
Okay, same thing on this side, and then we'll be done with the tails, and we can move on to the pins. Ooh, too hard.
Hey, did you do it all without me?
Oh, you want to do one?
Yes, I want to do
Come on
it.
over here. I'll trim this one out, and then you can do the other side.
Pull my britches up. Make sure I don't get whacked on the head.
Okay,
All right.
like that. So what you want to do is you want to start away from the line. So
Yes.
this line, we want to back it out to like around here
Yes.
and tap it down a little ways.
Yes.
A little harder. Not too much, just a little harder. Oh, that's a little hard. Okay. Now pull it out, move it over.
Okay. About there.
As long as you're not in the knife line. Yep. Okay. Now pull out those chunks. And now you want to put it right into the knife line.
Like that.
No, move it over this way a little ways because you don't want to cut into the tail. You want the corner of the chisel to be right into the corner of that.
Too far over?
Nope, that's good.
And straight down?
Yep, straight down. But you're going to want to hold the chisel like that. That way it doesn't bounce around on you.
That would have been helpful earlier. So then do it on this side?
Yep.
Just like that?
Yep. Now you see how there's a little bit of junk in there?
Yeah.
We want to get rid of that with a file.
Oh, cool.
So I'll do one and show you. This one, I have just stick the tip in here, and you can just get rid of any of that excess in there. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Give it a try. Oop.
I don't want to be overzealous, but I feel like this is higher
Yep.
right here.
What you want here, turn around this way
Okay.
and kind of pivot it this way, lift it up so you're putting more force on the outside.
I love when
Yeah,
you're like,
do this.
add height.
Here, do it this
If I
way.
could add height, I wouldn't be this height
Oh,
for
yeah.
the rest of my life.
Not that far, just a little bit. Okay, now flatten it out a little more.
Like that?
A little more flat.
I thought I was flat.
No, you're up like this. You need to be like that. All right, that's good.
Okay. They want to see rookie mistakes.
Just make sure. Yep, that's good. Cool. So now we've got our two sides of the box. Now we want to make the front and back. So we need to make the tails that match, the pins that match. And this time I'm going to make sure that I don't have that cut from the miter dovetail. Okay, so front, I always start with the back because if I'm going to be learning what I'm doing and just remembering it, I always want to start with the back. Less problems. And this is back and right. So these two are going to go together. So let me grab my block plane. And unfortunately, you can't really gang cut pins. Guys, I'm going to say something on Google. So if you guys have Google at home and you have it on the speaker, you might want to turn it down. Okay, Google, broadcast. Kids, don't use Google to broadcast. Thank you. Oh, that didn't work. Let me just make sure back, right. Okay, Google, broadcast. Kids, do not use Google to broadcast. Thank you.
Do as I say, not as I do.
So I'm going to lift this up. This is the side with the pins. Flip this around. I'm going to lift this up. This is the side with the pins here. And I'm going to slide it over and make sure it's the same height as my block plane. Slide this over. And I'm going to put this on and mark out exactly where all of these are.
So IAK Cats asks, cannot all tails be mitered?
Cannot all tails be mitered? Well, that would be a full blind dovetail. And that is a lot more work. A lot more work. And I mean a lot more work. So I'm going to stick it in there, try and get underneath the tails. Get a nice clean line. And this one is the hardest one because it's back in there. And now I want to make sure I cut on the right side. So I'm going to grab a marker. I'm going to mark out the chunks that need to disappear. So I need this to disappear and this to disappear. And now we're going to cut down.
Can you?
Here.
Hang on. Can you do one looking down?
What's
view
that?
on your camera? Or no?
Oh, camera angle?
Yeah.
I can turn on this one.
I mean, I don't know if that makes it more helpful for them, but like, I can't see anything.
Oh, no, I don't have that on.
Do you not have that on?
Turn that on. It'll just take a moment. It should pop up in a moment. On. It's trying. It's still trying.
But that's really far away.
Yeah. I need to get a better camera for that. Making sure I stay on the right side of the line. And then cut straight down. Now for little tails like this, perfectly straight isn't quite as important as big tails. So I can eyeball it here. I'm actually going to look at the reflection in the saw to give myself an idea of what is vertical. So there's that one. Now I'm going to rotate it because I need to cut the miter on this side. So I can bring over my miter square, and I got to remember which way it goes. Mark the miter here. And I want to cut the miter off before I do anything else because you can't test the dovetail until you cut the miter. Clean that up with the file. That. And then we can come back and chop these off. Actually, it's gang cut them. So now we've got this side. Now we need the back and the left with the. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No. Right. Did I do that? Uh-oh. Just a second, I gotta make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Back and right. That's right, I just had it upside down. So that means that left needs to be this way. So I'm always making sure I have my arrows on here. I'm gonna turn this around Set that there, make sure it's in the right place, and then rinse and repeat. So what kind of questions we have while I go through this over and over again?
So Clark wants to know, what's the longest board you would use a dovetail joint on? I made a bookshelf about 4 feet tall, and marking the pins was a legit challenge.
You can make it whatever you want. Really, I've never done one that I would say is too long, but I've never done one more than like 26 inches or so. It all depends on how much work you want to do in dovetails. So yeah, I don't know if I would say that there is a length that is not right, because I don't know of a joint that I would do instead of a dovetail that would be easier. Because even if you did finger joints are actually going to be more difficult. At least in my opinion, finger joints are more difficult.
Okay, are you thinking you're on your close camera?
No, I'm not. I'm just talking.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Okay, before we go, we're going to mark and mark. And then we're going to cut this one down. Going to cut you down. And we're going to cut you down. After the dovetails here, it'll be fitting the bottom and cutting the rim for the top. Then I think I'm going to do a little quick carving. And I'm going to glue it up with super glue so that we can do it live and finish it. And then we'll do a giveaway. So not too far off, actually. Make sure.
Okay. Are you doing the giveaway live? Or
yes, yeah, we're going to do the giveaway at the end of this video. Once it's all done, we will be giving this away. And it is only available for people who are live. Because I want to say thank you for being here. Otherwise, it gets really boring in the shop. Trust me. I spent a lot of time in the shop without anyone or just the kids in the background noises. And it is not as much fun as it sounds. Thus, the kids in the background noises. I don't know if you guys can hear them, but
I prefer that over screaming.
we're getting close. There's that one. So this one's ready for chop out. So let's make sure we got this. Back. Here, let's flip it around. Back, right, left. Now we need to put on front, which goes on this way. So I need to do this. At this point, you want to make sure you are very, very, very careful about which one's back, right, front, upside down, right side up, because it's easy to mix them up. Very, very easy to mix them up. And I've done it more times than I can count. And then you look at things and be like, I made this set of pins twice now.
So Nick Gaspard wants to know, you just received a board of, is it ePay?
ePay?
But have not worked with it before. Is there anything I need to know before I do?
ePay is just a total pain. It is an incredibly difficult wood to work with. Great for exterior work, but not great for hand tool works. It's annoying. It doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just it's bad. Yeah, you're going to need to be crazy sharp, and you're going to be resharpening all the time, because ePay dulls your saws faster than anything else because it has such a high silicon content. It's not a happy wood. Cut on the right side of the line, not the left side of the line. Now you want to cut on the left side of the line, not the right side of the line. And when you're learning to cut dovetails, you want to do a bunch of them. But I usually tell people don't do practice dovetails. Practice dovetails are nice and all, but they don't have any skin in the game. It's kind of like you can't play real poker unless you spend money. It's just one of those things that you don't learn as much if you're not making it valuable. So usually I tell people make your first dovetail one that is in a piece of furniture. And you know, as long as you follow the steps and you're okay with it, you're going to make a functional dovetail. You'll make something that will work. But it may not be perfect. I mean, it won't be perfect. No one makes a perfect dovetail in their first one. Mine were just hideous. But doing it in an actual piece forces you to slow down, not gouge things like that. It forces you to slow down and think about what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I just realized that I'm going to have one of these corners that actually is a good mitered dovetail now because I cut all of those that way. Oh well, I'll explain what I'm doing here. Let me show you. Because when these come together, focus in. Where is the focus? There it is. When these come together, I'm going to have this saw kerf line here and this saw kerf line here, and I keep forgetting to not make that saw kerf. And so I'm going to do it on this last one and not make that saw kerf on this side. So I'll have one side of one corner that's still good, which is going to go front, right, that way. So let's do this one.
Okay, your camera went.
Yeah,
fuzzy.
just a moment. I'm going to set that. There we go. So let's set this on here. And the way it's supposed to be done when you transfer the lines is you transfer the first three like normal. 1, 2, 3. Then you transfer the third one like normal, except for you have to remember this one only gets cut diagonally. You don't cut straight down. And so normally I'm going to start with this one. Man, I can't believe I went that far out. Oh well. And I'm just going to cut this one like that. That way I don't have a saw kerf coming down the front face. And then the rest of these you cut like normal. So I might end up doing some sort of like weird spline thing on that to fill them. But usually I'm just going to keep the mistake because a reminder of mistakes is a great thing to have.
So I shouldn't make my joke right now that's going through my head.
What's that?
Reminder of mistakes.
What about? I didn't hear what you said.
No, teasing.
Oh, that's why you keep me around? Yeah.
No, I love you.
There. Now, one more miter. We can chop out the waste and see how close we came on all of these. And there's something interesting about this one is I'm going a little faster than I normally go just to make things happen for live. And part of that is making me skip a few steps and things of that nature. But part of it is kind of taking the pressure off, because if I mess up, oh well, I mess up. It's part of the project. I don't have time to go back and build a new one right now. And so that actually makes things a little easier for some reason. Okay, now we need... Oh, wait. Ha! I'm not as bad as I thought I was. I had to really stop and think that one through. So let me actually go back and explain things. So, right front, there we go. So on these ones, in order to make this actually sink down, I do need that saw curve to go all the way down. So this is right. You are supposed to cut down. This is wrong. You're not supposed to cut there. So like I did on that one, you're supposed to do on the tail side, but on the pin side, you're supposed to cut all the way down. My brain is going all over the places right now. So let's see, where is the one I need to work on? This one. So I do need to cut that all the way down. And let me just make sure I've got that right before I go any farther. So front, top, right, there. Yep. So let's put that back in there. Let's cut right on that edge. Right down there. There we go. Not as much of a fool as I thought I was. Well, maybe I am, but so now we can repeat the process of removing the waste. So just like we did before, except for in this time, we're going to do it from the tail sections. So what questions do we have while I work on this?
So Woodwork Learner wants to know, what do you think of the Rob Kosman method of cutting dovetails?
Fine, he works well. He is a bit more perfectionistic about it than I am, and so he has a lot of other jigs and setups, and like in the one where I did not too long ago, or the last live actually, where we were doing how fast you can do dovetails. I use dividers because that's kind of a standard thing. And I don't normally use normally use dividers, as you can see in this one. But there are 1,000 ways to make dovetails, and it's one of those things that eventually you'll come up with your own method that's ever so slightly different from every other method you've seen, but there are little things that you do differently. And until you do that, you just never quite get it. And so there really is no good or bad way to cut dovetails as long as they end up cutting dovetails. Anytime you say, ooh, that's the wrong way to cut dovetails, you're going to be running into problems. Because there is no wrong way as long as you're doing it safe. And you end up with dovetails. So, yeah, no, he does great work. What else we got?
Well, Gerald says, James, you still make me strive to be a better man, husband, father. Thank you.
Glad I could help.
That's because I've had long time to train him the right way.
I would not be where I am today without my wife, in more ways than one.
He'd be a hermit in Alaska otherwise.
Probably. I would probably have picked up hand tools for a different reason.
No, he's a good guy.
So I picked up hand tools so that I could do woodworking, but be a stay-at-home dad at the same time. Because doing it with power tools just wasn't going to be an option. Space, sound, having kids around.
Nap time.
But I wouldn't have had that option if Sarah wasn't the main breadwinner at the time. And so that has changed things. But yeah, if it wasn't for Sarah, I'd probably be somewhere in Alaska or mountains of Colorado, living off grid, having a good old time, but a very different person. There, it's all the way through on that side. Flip it over, do the same thing on the other side. Clean out any chips, anything gets in the way. And then chop down.
I have to say, your skill set is part of the reason why I agreed to start dating you.
What, it wasn't the water pump blowing out on our date?
That
It was
truck.
our first official date.
Your
were
mama's
driving-
on the live now, so
Oh, I gotta.
no, but it's true.
No, our first official date. We're driving along in my beat up truck, and it starts overheating.
And when we mean beat up, we mean like duct taped together.
The name was Bondo because it was Bondo. There was more Bondo than there was steel on it. And over the years of having that thing, I replaced pretty much everything on that truck. Almost everything. I mean, even some of the frame was replaced. But yeah, we're driving along and suddenly it starts overheating and we try and find a place to add water to the pump. Come to find out the serpentine belt popped. And the serpentine belt ran around the water pump. And we had no cooling. So how are things going in COVID world, Mom?
Let's see. Steven Desvon, what does he want? He wants to say he's just got a number 5 Stanley transitional plane. Any tips on what to do with the wooden sole? It has some cracking and it's a bit worn.
That's one of the nice things about a transitional plane is if you want a new sole, you can make a new sole. It's not something that you have to keep the original unless you have it for collectible reasons. Yeah. But, you know, a good boiled linseed oil bath, soak it up. It does some amazing things for it. Okay, let's see what we got here. Back, top. No, we need right. So let's see, here's the first one. Oh, let me switch over to this. Here's the first one going together. No, that's not the right one. Back. There, there's the right one. That's just not working right. Oh, wow. That is pleasing. And then you can see the miter on there. A little bit of clamping pressure, and that will seal up nice like. They don't always come together like that. They don't usually come together like that. Just going to do a little bit of work on here. There, that was ready. So we got that corner ready to go. Now we need to clean up front, back, so this one should go on here. Right?
Can't see.
I'm just trying to figure out what I did here. That one goes on there. That one's not quite as tight, but the miter on that one's actually a little nicer. But it is more than tight enough. So let me make sure I got this right. What in the world did I do here? What did I do? Did I make it fit? I did, didn't I? I did. Oh no. I cut one tail twice.
Uh-oh.
No, that one goes that way. Let me just see if I did it this way too. Okay, that one's good. So this one needs to go this way. And that one's wrong. So did I cut them this way? No. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry, I got to figure out what I did here first before we go on any further. Because I messed up, I think. Okay, you would go into there. Okay, that's the loose one. but I need you to go into there. That's not going to work. So the other option would have been this way, but I can't do that one yet. So was the other option this one? Okay, that's the good joint. Let's keep that one. So I got to recut one of these somehow. Maybe. Yep, I got to recut that one. So these ones need to be cleaned up still. So let's go ahead and do those. I'm going to keep these together so that I remember that's the one I want to cut. But let's actually go ahead and clean these up and then figure out what all I did wrong. So I think I cut one pin set twice. Oops. Such is life. Such is life. Means that I'm going to have one corner that's going to be a bit gappy. So you might not want to actually win this box. What other questions we got?
Let's see. Amir Muhammad asked, did you set your saw? How often do you set, before or after sharpening?
I usually set my saw every 4 or 5 sharpenings, and I usually set it after sharpening. There are a lot of people out there that say you have to set it before sharpening. I disagree with that, both in that you have to and that it's best to. I find it much easier to set after sharpening, and then to only do it occasionally. But when I sharpen, I don't take off much material. I keep it pretty close. And so because of that, I have less material coming off, means you have less set that you lose when you sharpen it. Whereas if you end up doing a lot of sharpening, you end up taking off a lot more set. And so in which case it would be better to set more often. Bump set spike.
Alrighty.
Volleyball was a big part of my family growing up. Sorry, what's next?
So Nick Gaspard asked, I have one of your marking knives, but need to enlarge the handle holes slightly. Any tips, because I can't get through with the drill press, and I think the entire thing is hardened.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the knives from Tay Tools. Yes, they come hardened. They should come with the pins that are the appropriate size, so you shouldn't have to open those holes up at all. But if you do have to open them up, you've got to get a better drill bit. Carbide drill bit will cut through it. But yeah, that's it's hardened. It ain't pretty. The other option is you can anneal the knife and then reharden it, but that's a bit extreme and also lends itself to several other problems along the way. So I generally don't do that.
You ready for another question?
Yep.
So Clark says, have you found a project that does sell reasonably well and is worth the time to profit ratio? I've tried everything from carving wooden spoons on up to that Purple Heart table.
I do not sell what I make, mostly because I have not found a way to make hand tools profitable. And in every location, different things sell at different prices and for different amounts. So it's something you have to find for yourself in your own methods. But yeah, for me, there's a reason I don't sell what I make, is I will not sell things for less than the time I have in them. And for me, that's usually $500-600 a day work. And so it's very, very expensive. So like if my table, if I were to sell that, I would charge, $15,000 to $20,000, and there aren't too many people out there who will be willing to pay that.
But if you are, let me know.
So yeah, with hand tools, there really isn't a good way to make money. And again, I don't sell what I make. I just teach people how to do it as a hobby. So.
Let's see. Mr. Moose 1995 says, off-topic question. I found a strange saw. It is definitely no Japanese saw, but was sharpened to cut on the pull stroke. Additionally, it has a spike at the top. Any idea what it's used for?
Well, I mean, different people over time can sharpen a saw to do anything they want, and so I have known some people who will cut a Western saw to cut on the pull stroke. It just doesn't work as well. So I would have to see pictures of it, but I don't know what you mean by a spike on the top. I'm thinking you're talking about a nib, but I don't know. That could be something completely different. So yeah, send me some pictures and take a look at it. Almost there. Cutting off the last bits and the pins. Now we can go into the line and figure out where we went messed up, clean them up, and continue on.
So when you said you messed them up, what exactly messed up?
I think I cut the pins rather than matching to the right one. I cut one end of the pins to match one set of the tails twice. And so I think I have one that's not fitting right. So I want to look at it again here in a moment.
Amir wants to know, have you ever made a video about how to set your saw? He's only found sharpening.
No, I have not done a video dedicated to setting. It is on my list, and one I would like to do here someday, but I have not gotten there. One of the big reasons why I haven't is I want to actually do it on several different methods of setting. And it is one of those steps that is so easy that people mess it up. And so I want to do it upright because otherwise it's just going to be a pain. Okay, so let's figure out where I messed up here. So, back, right. So I need to get this into this one or this one.
I just want to clarify. You want to be on the far away camera.
Well, no, I'm just thinking through this before I move on.
Wasn't sure if you wanted to show it.
It may be that I
There
didn't
we
mess
go.
up. So I've got those two in there. So if I didn't mess up, then this would go into this one. But yes, I messed up. Did I mess up on both ends? I messed up on both ends.
You can't just turn it around.
Okay, so what I did here is that I think I cut, I cut these pins to match into these tails. And I need these pins to match into these tails. So I need to see that one's good and that one's good. I just need to mark this. I need to take a little bit more off of this pin here. So I'm going to mark it. So I can file it back to that because it's just a little bit too little to do with the saw. So I'm just going to take some off of this pin. Let's give that a try. Knock that around. So that one should go into here. Nope, need a little more. Not much, just a little more. And we'll see how far off we actually are. Hey, hey, hey. I'm Fat Albert. Okay. There, so I got that one in. Now the question is, can I get this one in? So this one, I'm going to have a big gap on that side, and I need to take off a lot more on that pin. So I'm going to end up with one serious gap. So on this one, I'm going to have a gap here, but I need to mark this here. Now I'm going to take this apart again. And this one's big enough I can actually cut it with a saw. So I need to take off this much. And then come in with the chisel and remove the waste. Clean it up with a file. And theoretically, it should fit in there, but not perfectly. Should have a gap on that one. There we go. So, there's our box. So most of these are actually really good. I'm very, very happy with most of them. It's on this one here. We've got that gap right there. I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but you can see the gap right there. I don't know, I might end up filling that. We'll see when we get to the glue up stage. So next up, let's see. This is the top and the front. I want to cut off this edge of this piece. And that way, so let's take off this side and this side. And now what I want to do is I want to cut this off so that I can glue this edge onto this piece. And that way when it slides in and out, this lip will be attached to the lid. So I want to think through order of operations on this. So, order of operations again. I need to put it all together. I need to glue in the bottom. I need to cut off the lip, but I have to cut off the lip before I glue this together. So, let us cut off the lip. Just make sure I've got this right. Just going to fit it all together and make sure that lid, that base actually fits in there. There's that. Yeah, that'll work perfectly. So you can see that is the bottom in there.
You guys switch cameras.
So we've got the bottom in there. So let's cut off this lip. Let's do our trimming on the inside so we can get rid of any lettering. Then let's glue up the bottom. Let's do some carving in the top. And then put this lip onto there. And it should be ready for finish then. So let's take this apart. Let's do this side. That one. Pull out the bottom. Take this off. So the next thing we need to do is cut the front lip off of this. So we're going to clamp this into here.
So you're going to do that before you get rid of the lettering?
What's that?
You're going to do that before.
Yeah, I'm going to cut this off first. And then
it's kind of
we're going to clean some of the lettering and then do our glue up. And then we'll work on the lid with a little bit of carving.
Okay.
Glue that up and be done.
Can you focus the camera, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Here we go. So I've got this in here. Now I'm going to use this groove to guide the saw. So I want to actually run it right up tight against the edge of the groove. Clamp it just a little tighter. Just like that. So I have the front edge of that. I've got this, and I want to actually take a little bit of material off of this so that I have enough space for the lid to slide past it. So I'm going to grab the plane here. Just do 1, 2. That's all we need on that. I'm going to do one on this side too.
Yeah.
Make sure to slice the finger as we go by. There. And then just chamfer that a little bit. There. So we've got this and this ready to go together. And so when that slides in, there'll be the gap of a little more than a saw kerf between these. Now, let's clean up all of the lettering on these. And I'm just going to use a card scraper. And I'm actually going to intentionally use a dull card scraper on this because I don't want to actually curl the wood. I just want to scrape off any lettering that's on there. And so you see how it's just getting sawed cut?
I'm going to ask a question.
What's that?
Because in my brain, I'd be like, why don't you just use an eraser?
Because it's actually deeper down in there than the eraser can reach. So that one and that one.
I'm not asking anymore.
Try it. What?
I want to do one.
Oh, okay. You just finish this one?
I don't think I've ever done card scraping, honestly.
Just make sure. I'm trying to keep these organized.
No,
so
you're fine.
Believe that one and that one. Just make sure I'm doing this before I go any farther. That one, and that one, yes. Okay, so I'm going to do this. So for the card scraper,
Yes.
you're going to hold it like this, put your thumbs up close to the edge,
Yes.
and you want to bend it back.
Yes.
And then that bent area is what you're going to actually scrape with.
Yes.
So, what?
That is far more force than I was expecting.
Yeah, it's a stiff plate.
Wait, do I need to go?
No,
wait.
you're doing great.
Okay.
The more you bend it, the more you can focus on one spot or another. And this is a dull one, so it's giving you sawdust rather than curls, which is perfectly fine for this because we're just getting rid of the lettering. You're done.
Beautiful.
And the reason I don't want to do curls is this wood is it's fairly finicky about that. And I actually get a better surface on it if I don't go after curls. And it's just one of those odd things about Filipino mahogany. If I get a better surface, if I just scratch the dust off, than if I actually do the whole thing. Okay, we had, this one's the top, this one's the bottom. I'll get rid of the marks on that. And then we'll be ready for glue up. Oops, let's go with the grain. Let's go with the grain this way.
You didn't do your usual plug of buying card scrapers and magnets.
Oh yeah. If you want to buy, I sell card scrapers and strops on my website, so you can get the actual wood by right card scraper.
Because
Even has the wood
all
by
of
right
that
logo
stuff
on it.
goes directly back into the channel. So
So,
just so you guys know,
Oops, they can see the logo.
you're a card shark now.
Okay, glue up. I'm going to be using 2P10, and this is a CA, cyanoacrylate, super glue basically. And it just is a really, really good glue. I mean, most any CA is going to be pretty good, but for this one, I'm actually going to be using the thick version. And we are going to do this little by little and go around. And I don't mind if there's any squeeze out on this because we're going to be scraping the outside of the box later. So I'm going to put the camera in. Whoa, my leg is falling. I need a better tripod. This one's bad. 3, there we go. I'm going to put a little bit on. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. This one goes in there, yes. It doesn't take much, and for a little project like this,
Okay.
CA glue is actually a really
So I'm
good
going to ask
glue
another
for it.
dumb question.
What's that?
So 2P10, is that just like anywhere you can get that?
Yeah, I buy this one on Amazon. And so now, before it sets up, I'm going to come in here with a squeeze clamp. And I'm going to squeeze this side together. And then I'm going to squeeze this side together. And then I'm going to hit it with my activator, which is missing. I thought I put it over here, but apparently not. Where'd my activator go? Did you eat it again?
Did I eat it again?
Yeah,
I don't even know what it looks like.
I know. I know you like to eat it.
You're so mean to me.
It's
What does it
around
look
here
like?
somewhere.
What does it look like?
Like a spray can, but not one of these spray cans.
It's not one. It's not one of the ones at the top of the stairs I saw.
That's no.
Spray can.
It should be underneath my bench, but well, I guess we go without activator. It takes just a few seconds longer, so oh well.
Well, now I'm intrigued.
Just see if I put it over here.
No say.
Oh well. So
No say.
there's one joint glued.
It's not. Huh.
It says 2P10 on the side. And we're going to do the same thing in this one.
That's primer. Nope. I don't know.
You want to make sure you get it on the sides of the tails and
Oh, no,
pins,
that's what I was thinking.
because that is the end grain that actually matters. Everything else is face grain, and that does not hold as well.
Why that kind of glue opposed to tight bond glue? Andy Mason wants to know.
Mainly because I wouldn't be able to do it live then. It would take too long. Also, I really like CA glue. In most of the tests I've done, it has stood up very well. For little projects like this where it's not going to be under a lot of force, it actually holds up incredibly well. So I like using CA glue quite a bit. It's also good for finishing if you do turning work. Oops, don't want it on there though. That, and that, so we can put this into you, and that into you. Now we can clamp these together.
So how long roughly will it take to set?
A few seconds.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it while I work on the top. If I use the activator, it's instant. And so as soon as I put the activator on, it's glued. But most of these are already glued. Just going to tighten up these miter joints a little bit. There. Oh shoot, I didn't put the bottom in it. Hopefully.
I'm sorry.
Oh shoot, this one's setting up. There we go.
I'm sorry. Well, it's a good thing you didn't have activator.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're yelling bottom on the box saying. See, James is just like everybody else.
It's little things like that that I like to occasionally fit in videos. It's actually hard to kind of get them in because you have to do more editing for it. But it's good to show reality from time to time.
Order of operations.
Order of operations. She's been listening. Yeah, let's go back to clamping it again.
love you.
Bushel and a peck.
And a hug around the neck.
Now let's make sure it's square before I go on, as it is not. So if you're having problems with actually keeping it square, then you can put a clamp corner to corner.
Excuse me.
Put a couple dabs of glue in here to stop the base from moving. And that's good. Okay, let's set this aside, let it cure up. And while we're doing that,
Wager a bet it takes more than just seconds to set.
well, with the activator, it's as soon as the activator hits it,
I
it
know.
sets.
I meant without the activator.
But usually,
So 30.
as long as it has access to get into, it's usually a couple minutes and it's cured. You give it 10 minutes and it's as hard as it's going to get. So let's do some carving. Any questions while I set that up? I'm gonna grab a couple things I printed out.
Let's see. Woodwork Learner said, "What would you do if the glue had set before putting the bottom on? How would you have fixed it?" Live, he would have just said something very insightful. Not live, he probably would have thrown no. Maybe looking for
I
a glue
probably
stick.
would have. I need a pair of scissors. I probably would have cut the bottom to then inset into the bottom. So rather than being housed in the groove, I would make the bottom a little smaller so that it would slide into the bottom. And so when you look at it from the bottom, you're looking down into the box, you'd see this groove running around. Not perfect, but it would work. So since this is wood by right, we're going to do some carving. We're actually going to be doing some of this carving. Doesn't that look great? This is something about simple Celtic weave that I find delightful and enjoyable. It's just a really, really nice thing to do. So I want to actually get this on here. We're going to use some craft glue. And I want to I want to actually find where center is on this, and I need my pencil again. Where is my pencil? There's my pencil. And square. So we are
Family did it.
just making sure we're good there. Yes, okay. So 5.5 then means 2 3/4 inch is the center. And so I'm going to draw a center line on this that'll make it very easy to actually figure out where I want this to go.
Yes, still recording.
So this will go on here, and then I can kind of eyeball that. So we're going to use...
Probably a few more minutes.
Oh
Are you
no,
getting
Melody,
hungry?
can you help me?
Can you go help Daddy?
I need you to go get me another glue stick from the art supplies.
Sure thing.
Sure thing, because I'm out of glue stick. Yeah. So let me make sure I don't have another one in here. No, I don't. Any other questions before we move on?
Let me scroll back up and see if I miss any. Oh, off topic. Is an Apex Moral Saw set a common one over where you are? They are from the UK.
Not really, but there are literally hundreds and hundreds of saw set companies. And there are all different types, and every company then makes like 7 or 8 different saw sets. And so
Okay.
Look, go tell your brothers.
there aren't a whole lot that are
Careful.
really, really
Careful,
common
your
everywhere. Because there are just so many of them out there, it's hard to keep track of them. So I'm going to put some glue sticks. I'm going to put some glue stick on there. And then, now that I've got that center line, it allows me to even it out. And we're going to put it right about there.
I'm bribing with Lunchables right now.
Oop, don't want to do it that way. want to do it that way. Let's do it that way.
You make it fancy.
No, I just remembered that I've got to put this edge on there, and I want to glue it onto the long grain. I don't want to glue it across grain because if there's any expansion and contraction to this, it'll break the glue bond for this. You don't want to glue wood crossways. So now we have that on there. Now we can do some carving.
Yes.
So I'm going to put this into the dogs. And this is one of these things that really scares a lot of people. And when I first got into woodworking, I thought, wow, there's no way I'll ever get into carving. But it is one of those topics that anyone can do. If you can draw a line with a pencil, you can carve. And so I have gotten more and more carving tools, and this is just a small collection of mine now. And I'm just going to be using a simple V-tool. This is a Swiss-made file V-tool. It is a D12-6. And you can pick them up quite about anywhere. It's a smaller one, so it's a little bit cheaper, so it's about 25 bucks. But with a V-tool, you can do pretty much any of the carving that I do. And it's incredibly simple. I'll even have Sarah come over here and do some of it, which she's done a few times. And so with this one, I'm actually just going to go around the outside of all of these lines. And you want to start by lifting the tool, and I'm going to do it in a line that you guys can see. So let's start here. So I'm going to lift the tool up a little bit higher, and this allows me to do a plunge cut. Once I'm down to the depth, then I'm going to put the tool down at a lower angle. And the angle of the tool determines the width, determines the depth of the cut. And so just like that, we've got a line. So I'm going to start one more time.
And you're wanting to stay on the outside.
Set up high. Yep. I'm just using the outside of the line to run right along the edge of the chisel. Just like that. You want to try?
Sure.
One over.
Really should probably have my stool. But then anyways. Okay, do you have a particular line
So
you
grab
want me to
the
do?
chisel, left hand, hold it like this, across your body. There you go. So pick the line you want to do, like this one. There's wood chips on the floor.
Oh, I have a... Oh, the glue cap. I was like, I'm uneven.
Hold it
Whoop,
with
whoop, whoop.
the rather than holding it up here in the handle, hold it like right there in the middle. There you go. Gives you a
Like
little
that?
more control. Yep.
And like that.
Put it like right there. Now lift it up higher and start it in. Now start it high, and now that you're in, now you want to lower the handle down about there, and then just follow it along.
Just don't look at this line very closely, whoever gets this box.
All right, now you're not actually cutting; you're sliding on the top.
I might. Oh
You
no!
know, you just,
See, I'm trying not to
I
make a mistake.
want to feel what you're doing and see, because what you want, because you started in here deep,
Yeah.
and I think you were down just a little too low.
Oh, okay.
So I'll follow the line around to here. There. Not quite that high. There you go. There you go.
Like,
Up a little higher.
like this?
Yep. You're going down and down. You can see how the curl's getting smaller because you're
Oh.
going down farther. The higher you lift it, the deeper you cut. The lower you put it, the shallower you cut.
See where I'm going. Up to there?
Yep. There you go.
We want it to look nice for them.
And it's one of these things that,
That you can practice on.
yeah, you do. If you did this piece, by the end of it, you'd be 50% of the way there, if not more. 5-10 minutes worth of this work, and most people can be up and going as long as you make adjustments. And so I'm just going to peek each of these.
But what I'm saying is,
go
unlike
around.
dovetails where you're telling them not to practice, you can practice carving on whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you can grab a scrap and go to town. It's not going to make any difference. Because this is one of those things that really doesn't, the focus really doesn't matter, and how focused you are on your work. It's more about the skill of just learning how does the chisel feel. Because I don't even think about the angle anymore. It's just something I naturally know. I'm not cutting deep enough. I need to lower the handle.
Yeah, but some of us are focused on the lines so much that we can't multitask that yet.
And you just keep picking lines. And Celtic weaves is one of the things I love about them because they're so simple, but when they're done, they look like you really spent a lot of time. And you can draw them out, and there's all sorts of different ways of drawing Celtic weaves and using compasses and so on to make them perfect. But a lot of these, like this one, I just went on Google and I searched Celtic weave Trinity, found one I liked, saved the picture, changed the size, and back at it. Printed it off, and we've got our pattern. What questions we got?
CJ Teague wants to know, are those wood shoes comfortable?
They are incredibly comfortable, and if you want to see it, I actually have several videos on my clogs, and I did a live putting a new sole on them not too long ago. But they are carved to fit my foot, so my foot fits in them perfectly. And when I stand, I have even pressure all the way around my foot. So it's far more comfortable than padding can be because it's an even pressure on every spot of my foot. I stand in these all day long on concrete, and they're incredibly comfortable.
Except when you trip into them because someone leaves them by the front of the laundry door.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then they hurt.
For standing around the shop, for walking around, they are phenomenal. I wouldn't have them for running, though there are some people who have gotten comfortable with it. There just isn't much flex for the full bend of the foot if you're running, but for walking around, for standing, they are phenomenally comfortable.
So Renee Fox says, love the shape of your mallet. Did you make it or buy it?
Yeah, I made it. And I have several videos on making it. I made a set of them for Tally Ho a couple years ago. And I have a video on making this one, which is my softer finishing mallet. I've got a couple of them. This is my bigger one. This is one of the first tools I ever made. This is out of a piece of firewood. And it's a traditional English style joiner's mallet. Incredibly comfortable. Paul Sellers has a detailed video. Actually, I think it's like 3 videos long where he goes into making it and covers all of the angles and all the aspects of it. It's a lot of video though. But I've got, I think 3 or 4 videos on making them now.
All right, I got a couple more questions.
Cool, what's that?
So Dennis Miko asks, is this James Heritage coming out with this design?
Is what?
I don't know if
James what?
Heritage?
Maybe. I don't know. No, this is just one I found on Google and was like, yeah, I like that one. I've got a stock of ones that I've collected over the years that have copyright free that I pull from.
Randy Bowes wants to know, are your shoes slick on sawdust?
No more than rubber would be. Rubber is actually very, very slippery on all of these curls down here. I'm going to be putting leather soles on them a little while later, but that's more or less to keep them quieter because they tend to be a little loud for some reason.
Let's see. Bill Tiffin wants to know, what angle bevel do you have your V tool?
whatever the factory originally had, but it's probably somewhere around 20 degrees. It's pretty fine. And when I'm done, I'm actually going to go ahead and strop it so it's ready for next time. I'll show you that. But as long as you keep it stropped and keep it sharp, you really don't ever have to sharpen it. Last line.
Okay, I got another question for you. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Charlene Sons asked, for slipstones for sharpening the carving tool, do you like traditional versus diamond wave or cone shape?
I use diamond wave if I actually need to sharpen something. Where did my strop go? Here. And so generally I don't actually sharpen the chisels unless I chip them or something of that nature. So for a V-tool, every 5 to 10 minutes worth of work or so, I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to slowly roll it over because this is not a point. This is actually a micro gouge. It's a small
You're not on the
gouge.
closed camera.
Oops, sorry.
There.
So
okay, angle it down though. We can't see half of it. There you go.
look at that. That's better. Thank you. The bottom tip of this isn't a tight corner. It's actually a small gouge. It's rounded. And so I'll start flat, and then I'll roll it over as I'm going. I'm just rolling it, rolling it, rolling it, rolling it, and now I'm on the other flat. And that's all I got to it, other than I'll take the edge and just a few strokes will clean up the inside of that. And there, that is ready to go. Crazy, crazy sharp. So that's the totality of sharpening my chisels. As long as I keep them sharp every 10 to 15 minutes of use, or every 5 to 10 minutes, they will stay sharp for a lifetime. And if I don't ding them up or chip them, they never have to go back to a sharpening stone. So now we got this pattern to get rid of. And a lot of people really don't like that I use the project glue because it's like, oh, is that a pain to get up? Well, the next thing I'm going to do after I get it up is I'm going to scrape it to get rid of all the marks. So why not just scrape it to get rid of the pattern? And I've got a pattern that holds really well. And just like that, it's gone. So let's actually scrape this. Get rid of that pencil mark. Put that pencil mark down there pretty hard. Some people like to pull a card scraper, some people like to push it. I do a little of both because I find it easier to pull than to turn the whole thing around. So sometimes if I want to focus, there we go. There. We got ourselves our box. And so we can then take this piece of trim and glue it on right there. And then now this will slide in and out of the top. So I set up the glue. What questions we got?
Peter Wall wants to know, how many tools did you make yourself versus buying?
I make tools that I prefer to be specifically made for me. I want a handle that fits me. Then I'm going to make it. But a lot of tools, I tend to find them easier, cheaper, and simpler to buy than to make. But most all of my tools are antiques. I don't buy a lot of new tools. So that's, again, just personal. So I'm going to use the CA glue, 2P10. Run it down this inside surface here.
And I don't think the camera catches it, but this wood almost has like a reddish tone to it.
Yeah, once the boiled linseed goes on there, you'll see it.
How to sharpen the card, Amir wants to know.
I've got a ton of videos on how to sharpen card scrapers. So please go look at those. But I use a burnisher, which I do sell on my website if you don't have a good burnisher. So I'm going to use these clamps. And I'm going to hold that there. hold that there. And just like that, we're going to set that aside. Get that ready. So we are coming down the home stretch here. We've got all the glue up on this thing. What time is it? Noon?
Mm-hmm.
It's about 3 hours. A little longer than expected, but we've run into a few issues and we've been doing a lot of talking, which isn't a bad thing. For finish on this, I am going to use a high-end hard wax. Okay, no, I'm going to use boiled linseed oil. I'm going to use boiled linseed oil and paste wax. And so what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to put on 2 or 3 coats of boiled linseed oil. I'm going to let it soak into the wood and let the wood take up as much as I want it to, as much as it wants to. We'll wait about 15, 20 minutes in between coats. And then I'm going to wipe off all the excess and let it sit for half an hour, 45 minutes until it's dry to the touch. And then I'm going to come in and do paste wax, which I'm soon actually going to be selling my own paste wax on my website too. Comes in a mid-wax canister, but it's actually the stuff I make. I'm not going to have time to actually show you that all live, but I'm going to put the boiled linseed oil on and explain the rest, and you'll actually see the finished product with the boiled linseed oil. But first, let me see if that's dry yet. Dry enough. Okay, now let's see, does this actually fit? So the moment of truth, does the lid slide into the box?
Ta-da!
Oh no, I've got a bit of a gap here. Wonder what happened there.
Didn't you say there would be one though?
I don't know, I measured something wrong. It's a bit of a gap at the top.
But I thought you
Sorry.
said there would be because of something earlier.
But not too bad of a gap, just a little bit. But it still works as a box. So, let's put some boiled linseed
Was
on
it
this.
because you cut out?
Actually, before we do that, I need to clean this up. What's that?
Is it because you cut out for the groove? That width?
I don't know. That's the fun of rushing a project, trying to do it all in one go, as opposed to actually taking the time it needs and detailing it. So I want to actually let's see if it's stiff enough that I can plane it down. So we're going to back up a little bit. Nope, not going to do that.
Amir said noon. It's almost midnight where I am. He forgot when the time difference.
Yes.
I know. We got to hang out with a lot of our European, Asian, African, other side of the world friends. So thanks for joining us.
So now we can scrape all these edges. Get things ready for finish. I'll scrape onto the board so I'm not getting any tear out on the outside. This one we need to take down a little more. Got this pin, the tail sticking up just a little bit too high. That was the one I had to recut. So all in all, this is a bit of a train wreck. That's the fun of doing things live. You're never quite sure what you're going to get. If I had the time, I might come back and fill these up. And what I would do is take all these little chisel off cuts that I have. So anytime where I chiseled out the waste and the pins, I could cut this into a block and fit it down into that hole. And that would fill it up nicely. Which I might do off camera just for the person who gets this to get a nice piece. Speaking of which, we need to come up with a way to give this away.
I know. And I was trying to figure out how to do that.
I am going to write a number down on a piece of paper, and the first person to guess that number wins it. So I'm going to write this down, and this is a number between 1 and 1,000. First person to guess this number between 1 and 1,000, gets this box. And Sarah may give hints of higher or lower. But yeah. Last thing I need to do is chamfer the edges. So I'm going to grab a block plane and just lightly clean up the edges. Not really chamfering them as much as I'm just breaking the edge without actually breaking it.
Everyone's guessing 42.
What's that?
Everyone's guessing 42. It is not 42.
Close, but no potatoes.
All right, if you're on the live, put down a number between 1 and 1,000. I will give you a hint. It is neither 1 nor 1,000. For the box. Oh, Jean, you were in the hospital. I'm so sorry. I hope you're feeling better.
Okay, got it all chamfered. Oh, we need to put a logo on this. Because if I'm giving it away, I'm going to put...
You're going to put your wood by right varnish. Brent.
There it is. There. So we're going to do some fire. Ha 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 ha! We have fire!
I'm
grab a scrap of
debating
wood
if I
to-
should give a hint or not.
Anyone getting close yet?
There's one person who is getting rather close. And he's going about it a very logical way.
If anyone really knows me, they might be able to guess the number, but you'd have to really know me.
Guess I don't really know you because I wouldn't have guessed the number. Oh, Jean, I'm so sorry. Oh.
And if you want to see this branding iron, I actually have a video showing making it. Almost there.
All right, I'll give it another minute and then I'll
Okay, here
give
we
a
go.
hint.
Ready and 2, 1, hot. There we go. You got another hint?
I don't know.
Why are people zeroing in on something?
Some have gotten close.
Okay, boiled linseed oil. This is my homemade boiled linseed oil. I've thought about making my own and selling it, but oh, that would be a lot of whatnot. But my the finish, the paste wax I'm making will actually have boiled linseed oil in it. The homemade stuff. Oh, I love the color of
Oh, I got it now why you picked that number.
this. Oh, I'm loving how this is coming out.
So should I give the hint?
Yeah, give me a hint.
Look at your keypads. That's all I'm gonna say. Look at your keypads.
Is it a phone keypad?
You know
or-
James is
I
very
love that
logical
look.
in the way he picks things.
Mm.
And there are patterns.
I love how this mahogany just pops out.
But you'd be wise to start on the lower end of things.
All the patterns are coming out now.
I'm pretty sure Oh, Ronald White got it.
Ronald White.
Ronald White. He's the first one I saw. Ooh, I just hit my microphone. Sorry, guys.
And the number was?
147.
So congratulations, Ronald. Send me your contact information. And I'm going to do a little bit more detailing off camera to make this a little bit nicer. But I'm loving how this color is popping out on here. Let's do the inside here.
Ooh,
nice things
I
about
can smell that.
the nice things about making your own is you can just stick your hand in there and go to
it's
town.
147. We guessed.
What's that?
I'm actually showing them you wrote 147, so I'm not lying.
No, I didn't actually write it on there because of the keypad.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that was the pattern I saw.
Put 14 on there because it's my birthday, and then half of that because I wanted to make it more other than just having it 14.
See, Gene is a smart man. He said, we know James uses logic. He picked you. Good job, Gene. Good job. All right, so Mr. White, you need to send us your mailing address, please.
So yeah, if anyone won a t-shirt, get that to me with your size, and I will get those in the mail. Asape. I'm really looking forward to putting on the carving because the carving is what really pops out. But this, the color on this, the way it soaks up. Oof.
I'm still trying to do the initial calculation for the size of the box.
Yeah, look at that color.
Pretty. It's still, here, I want to see it up close.
All right, now we're going to do it on the carving.
Yeah, the camera still doesn't do it justice. It's pretty. And I feel like I'm getting...
Any last minute questions?
Not that I can
If anyone has any
see.
questions, I'm going to finish wrapping. I'm going to finish coating it, put it in there, show you guys, and then we'll wrap it up. This has been kind of fun, especially since I wasn't able to get the video out this week due to power outage. So being able to do something like this is good. So
So
I
Ronald,
do these occasionally.
I want to know what you're going to put in the box. So you're going to have to tell us.
And there we go. So
Well, I guess we need to know, do you guys want more lives like this on Saturdays? We usually do them on
like
Tuesdays
that.
at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time because Moi has to work during the day.
cool.
Tis pretty.
So now I'm going to let this dry for a few minutes and then add some more, let it soak it up. And then I'll do probably about 3 coats on that until the wood stops soaking up the boiled linseed oil. And when it's all done soaking it up, I'm going to wipe off any of the excess and let it sit for a half hour, 45 minutes or so. And then I'm going to come in and wipe on paste wax. And with that, I will wipe it onto the surface, give it a nice clean coat, and let it sit for probably an hour or so until the paste wax has a chance to fully coat. And then I can come in with a rag and polish off the paste wax, give it a nice clean sheen. So this has been a lot of fun.
Maybe we need to do a Saturday live series where we build my bench.
That'd be interesting. Build the entire bench live. That would be kind of fun.
We may not be married by the end. No.
Now, we only do projects together when they're a bench.
When they're what?
A bench.
A bench?
Like your grandparents' bench.
Oh, I gotcha.
Cool. Am I missing anything else? I think that will about do it. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone for joining us. If you want to see projects like this in the future, let me know. If you want to buy any of the tools and things I sell on my website, that does really help out the channel. And again, I want to say a huge thank you to patrons on Patreon and everyone who's clicked the join button. You are literally the reason Wood by Right is still here, so thank you.
Maybe a little shorter. We agree with you. This was a little on the long side for a live.
Yeah, normally
our children would agree.
Yeah, our normal lives are about an hour long, but this one I wanted to do a full project start to finish. And so our last one was a little over 2 hours. This one's a hair over 3. But yeah, kind of fun.
Did you talk about HiveMind to join?
Oh yeah. If anyone wants to join the HiveMind, if I ever have any ideas or things that I'm kind of bouncing around, I bounce them off that. So if you go to Facebook and type in Wood by Right HiveMind, you'll come across that on there. And so we have a good bit of chat on there and kind of come up with some of the ideas for the projects we're working on. So love to see you on there.
Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. We like all that stuff. We like hanging out with you guys. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, this was fun. So I think that'll about do it. And until next time, have a wonderful day. See you all on Tuesday on the other channel. Bye.
Bye. Oh, I gotta find the button.
Oh yeah, I'm holding. And we are live. So let's actually do this shindig. Whoa! I just hooked myself on the microphone. Hopefully that microphone's still coming through. Make sure. Testing. Just ripped my microphone off. Nice. That's a great way to start a video off. Put that away. Okay, let's actually get into this thing. So today we're going to be doing a live, and I'm probably going to be here for a few hours. I'm guessing 4 to 6 hours-ish, depending upon how long this actually takes. And I'm actually going to re-edit this whole video later so that it can be just a regular video. But for right now, we're going to be doing the live version of it. So the re-edit will be kind of weird because shooting from just one angle and re-editing is going to be very interesting. My wife will be coming and going throughout the day, so if you want to have questions for her, go for that. And I'm going to be trying to show things from both camera angles and basically having a laid-back session here. So if you guys have any questions or anything that comes up, and we can kind of shoot the breeze or do other things. But today we are going to be making a grooving plane. This is one of the first tools that I ever made was this grooving plane. And this is completely out of focus. Let me adjust this down. Focus, there we go. And this is a 1/4 by 1/4 by 1/4 grooving plane. So it's a 1/4 inch deep, a 1/4 inch wide, a 1/4 inch in from the outside. Has a fence here, and then it was made with a chisel. A relatively easy thing. I made this out of a block of firewood, and we're going to be doing the same thing today. On this one, I actually I hurt the fence on it, so I planed off the fence and then glued on another piece here so I could get what I needed out of it. And I've got a couple different pieces of firewood to work through here. This one is almost exactly the right size. It's a little bit too thin, but it would be very, very easy to do this one because I just have to plane one side flat and then plane the other side parallel, and I've got a block I can work with. But not everyone has a block like that, so I'm thinking I'm going to use this block today. The only downside with this one, let me see, I don't know if you guys can see this, but there is, I want to see the rays in this. So on this block here, you can see the rays coming through from this white oak, and I love that on the sides. It just makes it look really special and nice. So I want to do that with this one, but that means the rays are coming straight up the center here, and then out here on the side, they're coming off at an angle and off at an angle. So if I take it off of the side here, I'm not going to see as many of those rays. If I take it right out of the middle, then I'm going to see more rays. But this end is a little bit too small to take it out of the middle. And this end is pretty close to it. So I think I'm going to take it right out of the middle of this block. So basically like that, right out of this. And that is going to mean a lot more preparation, sawing, fro work, and other things along that line, which should make this kind of fun. So I think we're going to be using this block. I always thought it would be cool. Yes, twins would be interesting. We had 3 kids in 3 years, and that was enough. But oh yeah, for the iron, I'm going to be using this wooden handle Harbor Freight chisel. because now I have a bunch of extra chisels that I don't need anymore since I got my Richter. So this will be our iron for it. So a cheap 1/4 inch chisel. And we're going to make a 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch grooving plane. And I'm thinking I might actually give this away when I'm done. So if someone wants this, maybe we'll do a drawing at the end of this video. Let's see. Would walnut or cherry be good for this? Yeah. Traditionally, the best wood is European beech. That's what most plane bodies were made out of when they were made to be the best user you could possibly get. In America, it's usually hard maple, that or American beech. But honestly, there really isn't a good or bad wood for it. I like white oak because I just like the look of it. But the problem with white oak is it's a very stringy wood, and if it's left to dry out, it splinters apart quickly. Maple would probably be the best wood, but whatever wood you have. Cherry would be great, walnut would be great. Cherry and walnut are going to wear out a little bit faster because they're a little softer, but they'll still give you years of use, so they're pretty good. And with how quick one of these are to make up, it's not that big of an issue. Cool. So I've got this block here, and I'm considering two different ways of doing this. Number one, I can use a froe and slice one side of it down, plane that off, and then cut the other side. Or number two, I can start with a saw and cut it. A saw is a little bit more accurate, will give me a straight line, but a froe will allow me to go with the wood. The other thing I need to do is before I go about cutting it up, I want to actually cut it closer to its final length. And most molding planes are 9.5 inches long. That's the roughly standard length, 9.5 inches. I made this one at 10 inches, and it really doesn't matter exactly what the length is, but 9.5 is about normal. So I'm going to pull this out of here, and I want that to that. Let me see, how tall are we there? Yeah, I should still be able to get that out of there. It's going to be a little bit shorter, but we can work with that. Cool. So let's come in. I'm going to come in like 10.5 inches. That gives me an inch worth of leeway. And I'm going to grab my pencils. My pencils is gone. I'll blame my kids. Oh well, I'll use this knife. So I'm going to come in 10.5 inches, and I'm just going to be cutting off. Actually, because this is so close. Yeah, because this is so close, I'm going to go ahead and throw it and then cut it later. You usually want to cut it to length so that you're not flattening out more than you need, but it's only about 3 inches longer than I need. So we're going to froe this first. Would it be better to use, say, a 3/8 chisel so that there was some overlap of the cutting edge? Or am I missing something? Well, you can make a grooving plane whatever groove you want to make. Most common for drawer bottoms for me is 1/4 inch. I know a lot of people who do 3/8 drawer bottoms, but whatever you want. Yeah. I like 1/4 by 1/4. It's just a good size. So let me grab my froe. And we are going to slice this up. Let's see. Do I need to sharpen that? Yeah, it's good enough for what we need today. So I'm going to look at this in the grain. I'm going to see where do I want this to actually come out, and remove the froe ever so slightly outside of that, because I don't want to go overboard. Also, I'll notice that the grain is swooping this way. So if I cut it here, it's probably going to cut in a little bit down below, and then it will come back out. This side looks pretty straight. So there's just a little bit of compression down in here. So I'm going to stay away from that and try and pull it out of like right here. So let's put the froe right there. And then let's bash this sucker down in there. Now I would like to have a froe mallet, but I don't have one down here. And we will work with what we've got though. Just like that, we got ourselves a fresh board. And look at that grain figure on there. Isn't that pretty? That's pretty. Me like that. Let me switch over and show you the guys this. There. You see that? See the rays coming through there? And so now I want to see, can I get it out of right there? And that's pretty close. I think I want to move it over again. And this grain is really nice and straight. That won't take much at all to flatten out. And I want to move it over a little bit closer to the side because it's bigger over here than it is here. So not by that much, but by enough. Yeah. So I'm going to throw it again. Throw it. I'm going to Frodo it again. Just going to move it over to right about there. And we'll see how this comes out. Oops, switch over. Sorry. Camera angle. Go a little farther. Oop. It fell out. The bottom fell out. Should be enough. See if the grain's running the direction I want. Yep, we're good. Boom. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Now I've got this piece that I can actually make something out of. And hey, I might be able to do like a 1/4 inch piece out of this in the future. Nice thing about riven wood is that because it runs with the grain, I know that the fibers in here are running from one end all the way to the other, and I'm getting a really, really strong grain across this. So I'll probably save these and hold on to them for future uses. Let's see, it goes that way, and whatever. And this is the one we're going to be working with. So set the fro aside. Let the pile of tools that have been used start to build up on the bench. I made a rabbit plane out of birch. Seems to work well. Yeah, birch is pretty good. Birch is a little bit soft, but still a great wood and really easy to work with hand tools. I love birch. Actually, I have a birch tree in my front yard I'm going to be cutting down later. And so I'm going to be actually showing a video cutting it down, trimming it apart, and turning it into lumber with just hand tools. I thought that'd be kind of a fun video, but it'll be birch. Cool. So now we've got this. The next thing I need to do is I need a flat and true side to work with. So either I can flatten off this side or I can flatten off this side. I'm trying to see if it really matters which side I flatten off. It really doesn't. So I'm actually going to stick with this side. And before I do that, I want to actually cut it to length because I don't want to I don't want to have excess on there that I don't need. So I want to make this 9.5 inches, but I want to get rid of this stuff at the beginning. A little bit of black there, so we're going to come out to somewhere around here. So I'm going to eyeball this cutting off at this point, and we'll trim it back later. So throw this in the vise and have a little bit of fun here. Everybody needs a good vise in their life. And let's actually use the cheap saw. The cheap saw. Plastic handle junk. I like doing things with cheaper tools when possible. Just showing you don't need good quality stuff. Good quality stuff is nice, but not necessary. When doing big cross-grain cuts, it's not as big a deal. Let me switch over to this one. Show you guys a little bit more of what's going on here. Where'd my... Oh. There it is. It's hiding on me. Two. Okay, there. Let's cut this thing apart. Ta-da! Smaller block, not a bigger block. So now it is approximately the same length. It's a good bit too thick. And so what I want to do is I want to flatten out one surface, get one edge nice and true, and then I can measure everything off of that nice edge. So let's throw this in the clamp. And because it's an organic shape, it's really hard to clamp because I don't have anything holding this end. It's actually pinching it right here. So what I can do is grab some shims or other thin wood stock, and I can slide that in. And let me see if I got another shim down here. Yep, I do. Good. And this will allow it to have pressure on both ends. Just pound those in a little bit. And then we can clamp that down. Now I have a good clamping pressure all the way across this, so I can work on it. So, grab my 4.5. I think you're good to go. Yeah. And the 4.5 has a really heavy cut on it right now, taking off a pretty solid amount here. Yeah, let's actually get to the scrub plane first. It's a little bit more than I thought. So with the scrub plane, I'm just eyeballing the high spots right now. And this whole piece is actually really well twisted. So this end is up at an angle like this, and this is here. Actually, let me put the winding sticks on there and show you. So I'll need those in a little bit. So this one is somewhere around there, and this one's somewhere around there. So you can see the twist in it. So I want to focus on the high spot right here and across this side. And there's a little bit of a high spot over here. I want to get those down and just get this into a flat plane. Okay, let's see how close we are to that. Ish. And this way we got a good bit of work. We're high right across here. Oh, no wonder. Why is this taking such a small shaving? For some reason I backed the iron off on it a good bit. I think the time has come to sharpen this one. Yeah, she's all jammed up. I haven't sharpened that one in about a year. So that's why I have multiple planes.
Do it like you mean it.
Hey, the star of the show has arrived.
Hello. No clogs today.
What?
They said no clogs today.
Oh, yeah, no, I forgot to put them on. I was just outside.
Shame.
Nicked up my finger there. All right, let's see where we're at now. Pretty good-ish. Yeah, let's see what we are level-wise. Winding stick-wise. Oop. Still a little high over there. Really high in the middle. So it's got to take off a little bit here. And with the winding stick like that, it might just be one bump that's lifting it up one side or the other. So I'm going to do that. Now the grain of this is now running this way. So I got to plane it this way. Yeah, it's getting close to flat. No, I'm loving this ray figure in here. Let me zoom in and show you what we got going on here. This is pretty. Let me see if I can get
You're
rid of that
pointing
for
the
you.
camera in the wrong direction.
What?
Took you a little second to get that, a little
Yeah,
longer
it
than it
did.
should have. You've missed having me here.
There we go. Now you can start to see that ray figure in there. That's what I'm looking for. So we got a little bit of tear out here I got to get rid of. Let's see how close we are to wind free and flat. Pretty close. Still a little bit high over in that corner. We can fix that because we still got to get rid of this tear out. So Now that exposed this crack here opening up. So I have to see if I want to get rid of that or if that will just disappear in the finish. So I still have to take off about a 1/2 inch from this end. And now we're actually, it's pretty good. That is within tolerances. That's good, I like that. And we're good that way. So for the sake of what we have going on right now, I'm going to call this flat. I could do a little bit more detail on it, and I will do a little bit more as we go on, but for right now, this will work for me and give me a reference I can work off of. The next thing I need is a bottom or a top for this. Now normally, this is the outside of the tree, this is the inside of the tree. You can see the rays coming out from here. Normally you want the bark to be down. That is the historical way to do it. So we're going to make this the bottom of the plane. We're going to make this the top. Now the first thing I want to do is I want to mark off a line where the top of the plane will be. So, back this up. Grab me a straight edge and an awl. Use this saw as the edge here. And I'm going to mark a line right across here. There. Now,
Before you go any further,
What's that?
it's like ever so slightly out of focus. Like it doesn't know where to focus.
that's because I hadn't focused it. Now I'm going to put this,
That's better.
I'll change it in this moment. I'm going to set this up. Any questions right now? Or
Yes, Clockman45 wants to know, are the kids driving you nuts being out of school so long?
Yes and no. No more than they would in summertime, but the nuts part is doing the homeschooling. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about all this extra time on their hands because I'm about the busiest I have been in a long time and haven't been able to do as much woodworking as I want. Mostly just because we're getting the kids up and running and homeschooling. And Sarah has been working like a madwoman. So,
I have a day off. I'm so excited.
yes, they haven't called you in yet.
And actually, I'm just working my non-paying job right now.
I pay you.
Yes.
I kissed you this morning, didn't I?
And pizza and what would be Chinese if they weren't closed. Why are all the Chinese restaurants closed? I haven't figured that out yet. Everyone's Chinese places are closed.
So, I got this line I want to come down to, and I have a couple options. Number one, I could plane it down to that, or number two, I could saw it down to that. Sawing, sometimes a little bit faster, sometimes a little bit slower. And I think that's what I'm going to do here. No, I'm going to plane it down. So, let's actually draw some lines on here. Grab a square and go off from that line that I just drew and draw across the ends. This way I know where I can come down to on this line, this side.
I have a question.
What's that?
It's very important. Landon Marks wants to know, what's been keeping you busy besides kids? You don't know our children very well then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it hasn't been, just having kids at home hasn't been keeping me busy, but it was, we started homeschooling and then our school system said, okay, we're going to do schoolwork from home, but their schoolwork from home requires a lot of parent input. And so it's just been a lot of back and forth. But yeah, no, just keeping up with the business has, I haven't been able to put as much time into wood by right as I normally do, which is kind of sad. Because normally the kids are at school and I've got all the time I need. Okay, let's plane. No, I'm going to saw it. I'm going to saw it down.
Yeah, that's not it. So Sam Wise super chatted for Sarah's Frontliner Cocoa Fun. He's helping Alan out. And I came prepared with lots of mom jokes today.
Ooh, we got mom jokes.
And we got mom jokes because I knew.
She knows things.
So, what did the one tectonic plate say when they bumped into another one?
Uh-oh, what is it?
Sorry, my fault.
So I've got my my 4 PPI
Oh my.
handsaw.
They're getting loud up
There's
here.
something physical going on up there. And I'm staying 16th inch or so away from the line, and I'll plane back to it. My bench is in the wrong place. I'm running into this over here. Let's see if I can move it. Yeah, that's better. Turn it around, cut from the other end. So I can tell my natural instinct is to twist away from the line, so I'm saving more material. So the front side on my side is right on the line. I'm telling the other side is probably off the line. But because I don't have a line over there, it's hard to tell. And I can't have a line over there because it's still the rough wood. How close am I? This one's far more on the line, but because the first one twisted off, I'm going to have a bit of a shmoo between them. I'll show you how bad my shmoo is. See, I didn't point the camera at you this time. No comment?
I honestly did not hear.
Good.
But you know that your lovely, would by right, family will tell and tattle on you in a few moments.
There. So,
What are my children saying now? Oh.
gotta get rid of this right here. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Grab the scrub plane. And right about here, I notice there's a knot. Not what I want to see, but not bad. Just
All right, are you trying to be on that camera that you are right now?
what's that?
You're on like the far away, not up close.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
There you go.
So I've got a knot in here, and it's deeper than I wanted. I saw this one coming across. I thought I may have missed it, but apparently not. So, oh well. Knot just means a little more work. Not a horrible thing, but not a great thing. Okay, now the important thing with this is not that this is flat and twist free, which is what we're looking for, but we want it to be 90 degrees to this face. So, put this on here, and you can see. So most of this area I'm high over here, and then I'm high over here. So we're going to actually plane a little bit diagonal here. From here across this way, focusing on the high spot here, and the high spot here. Let's see how that goes. Still high there, and pretty good there. So, got one high spot right here. That's where this is just plunking up. Break that off. I'm just hitting the high spots. That plane's a little dull. but for the rough work, it's okay. Okay, that's good. Now we are about the same angle all the way across, and we're just high along this edge. So a couple passes, and we should be good. Let's see how that came down. That is well within tolerances. So before we go any farther, we need to mark this. And my pencil is missing. Where did my pencil go?
I don't know. Can I throw something at you?
Guess we use this one. Mechanical fine pencil. So I want to mark this
Nope.
because this is my true edge. And this really fine pencil doesn't like going across the oak.
So, Pormer wants to know, what's a standard size for a chessboard, and is it required that you make your checker pieces for said board?
I don't know what he's asking.
I think
A standard size for a chess set? I don't know. I have never done that.
you've built a case for our chessboard, but you've never...
Yeah, I want to say each square is 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches,
You think that?
but I'm probably wrong.
We have a glass one.
Okay, so there is my true face and edge. Now we need to start working on the other one. So either I could plane up the ends. Actually, I'm going to have to cut this one off and plane this one up. Or number 2, I could smooth this one out to be parallel with that. Or number 3, I could do this side. And I think I'm going to do the bottom here, or the top, because that is basically our plane right now. Or do I want to rip it? You know, let's rip it. Let's do the hard work first. So, I need to figure out how thick I want my molding plane. And what we've got a chisel, is we've got a 1/4 inch chisel. Make my mark. And then I've got a 1/4 inch groove. And then I've got my fence. So how thick do I want my fence to be? Now, the fence isn't just about being thick. And in this case, this is the fence here. The fence is what gives rigidity to the whole plane. If the fence is thick, that means that this whole thing is, because the problem is, over time this plane may want to twist and bow. Having more material here will resist that twist and bow. So in this case, I'm going to make it about 3/4 inch. So that means this needs to be 1 1/4 inches. So actually I'm going to move it out to 1 3/8 inches. That'll give me a little bit of wiggle room. And I'm going to use this marking gauge to then run all the way around this. We're going to go right through that knot, right on the side of the board. That'll make for a fun cut. And even on the rough ends, let's go around that. Really hard to see on this side, but that's okay.
It's a rough guess.
As long as we can see it. What?
So it's a rough guess. Come on.
She's in rare form today, folks.
Come on. I have like a week and a half of pent up mom jokes. I have a question for you when you're ready.
What's that?
Because Mercy44 asked, is planing green wood a bad idea, or is it better to let the wood dry?
Planing green wood is easier than planing dry wood. So it may be a good idea to plane it. But understand that green wood will change as it dries and will reshape. So if you plane it now and you're expecting it to stay the exact same shape, you will be not as happy later. And so usually you want to plane it big when it's green, and then once it's dried, finish it off. The nice thing about planing when it's green is it's very, very easy to do. This stuff has been seasoning for about 6 years outside, if not more. And so I actually just brought it inside, so it is just as wet as it was out there from the weather. But because it's been drying for 6 years in a pile of firewood, it's relatively good. So it's going to change a little bit. So I'm going to leave it a little bit big so that I can come back and adjust it later. But for today, it'll make a grooving plane. So now we need to rip down that angle all the way across. Do the same thing again here. So put that in here. grab me my big rip saw, which, did I put away? Oh, I put it away. Uh-huh. And we're going to go to town right on this line. Where is that line? There's the line. So I'm cutting down an angle and watching the line on my side. Now I'm going to pull the saw out. I'm going to rotate the block around so that I can cut down on the opposite side and follow the line on the opposite side. This way I can stay nice and true on that line all the way down. Ooh, now we're getting down to that knot. And now we're down to about the cut on the opposite side. Pull it out, turn it around, and continue down.
So Landon Marks wants to know, are you going to cut closer to the line due to the knot?
Well, I'm cutting right on that line right now. So it's right now at 1 3/8 inches wide. And I'm going to stay as close to that line as I can. When I open it up, then I'll be able to see, do I want to take off another 1/8 inch to get through that knot, or do I just live with the knot? And this knot looks to be pretty solid, so I might just live with it. Add a nice aesthetic thing to the plane. Ooh. Is that knot? Yep, it's that knot. It's twisting the wood a little bit. Although not that bad. Knock some more over. Welcome to the real wood by right. So I've cut down about 2/3 of the way, rotate it over and cut from the other end.
So Sandy has super chatted.
Ooh,
for
hey
mom
Sandy.
jokes and Coco. See, apparently they're all just here for me, not you.
There's a reason I keep her around.
Excuse me, Mama?
What?
That you keep me around? I can't do a mom joke when he's ripping.
So one of the problems with sawing in a vise is this saw has a little bit of flexibility, and as I'm cutting into the end grain, once I get it started, all the teeth are catching on the end grain sticking up, and so it's catching it. So I need to go a little bit softer so it's not doing that.
I'll get to your joke, Sandy.
Okay, ready?
All right, Sandy's owed a mom joke, and you keep making
So I'm saying I'm
noise.
ready.
I'm ready. What does a clock do when it's hungry?
What?
It goes back 4 seconds.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Here, let's put this down a little lower. The other problem I'm having is because there's so little contact point with this, it's vibrating a bit more on the other end. That's a little better. One last flip around and we'll cut through.
So
And we'll see how accurate this cut is in
I
comparison
don't
to the
know
last
if
one.
you've answered this question.
What's that?
So Landon wants to know, are you trying to avoid planing that face by cutting close?
No, just cutting close to the line. I trust my cut when I have a line to view all the way around. I trust my cut enough that I know it's only going to take a few plane strokes to bring it back to perfectly flat. So there really isn't a reason for me to stay away from it because I trust my saw work. Just like that. So let's see how clean the saw work is on this side. Because the other one I didn't have that line to go in. It always makes me want to twist off. But on this side, that's pretty decent. Just a few strokes and we'll be able to plane that down nice and flat. So Actually, before I plane this down, I want to cut this side off. Yeah, let's do that. Let me just make sure I'm good this way, because I left it out. Okay, yeah, let's do a little bit more detail on that before I turn this off. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the marking gauge and I'm going to run around. And if this edge isn't perfectly true, then this edge will mirror it and be off by a certain amount. And I forgot where I was off. I'm a little bit high here. I need to take off some from there. And the rest of it's pretty good, just a little bit here. And then I want to make sure it's straight from one side to the other. That's a really heavy cut. I'm going to take one more heavy cut, and I'm going to bring in my smoothing plane and do a detail on this. Let's actually bring this thing down to something nice. Oop, you closed up. So let's bring in. Oh my. Oh yeah, I was last doing chamfering. That's why. Like, why is that so heavy all of a sudden? Maybe we should check that first.
Oh, I didn't change keyboards. I was like, why is it so loud?
Taking off slight wisp. I want to take a little bit more than that. Okay. See how we're getting there. Now that is what I'm looking for. Just do a little bit more trim up. Oh, I'm cut myself. Nice. There. That's what I'm looking for. Dead flat all the way across. And then let's check it with a straight edge to see. Good that way too. Okay, so this is nice and true now to this edge. So now we want to mark off the back of this. And I want it to be as big as it can be. And I'm also going to be chamfering these top edges too. So if there's a little bit sticking out, that's not a huge issue. But let's see. On this side, I can mark it at 2. Can I get 2 1/4? No. 2 1/8. So 2 1/8 is over here. It's like way over there. 2 1/8, 2 1/8. I'm just going to go all the way around this. Yeah, 2 1/8 is about the lowest. So we're going to use that to mark all the way around this. And then we're going to saw off that face. I could plane it down. It's a little bit thick. Actually, let's go ahead and plane it down. I haven't planed down a face yet. So this is a bit thick here, but with a scrub plane, you can take off a good bit of material here. Move this around so you can see that line, hopefully. Oops, we lost connection. Come back to me.
Nope.
Focus. Come on. Come on.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh.
And then let's focus this right on there.
There we go.
So I've got this line right here to come down to. Let me darken it up for you. Grab a pen. That's the line I have to plane down to.
Is that my pen you stole again?
No, this one says James on it.
Does it?
Yes. She's always accusing me of doing things. Why do I feel
That's
a glare?
You usually are doing.
because I'm high here, I'm just going to be focusing on the high spot. Often planing is faster, but using a saw will give you a usable piece in the future. So I've got a little less than a 1/4 inch, a little less than a 1/4 inch. A little more than an 1/8 inch. Just trying not to go over that line. Focusing on spots where I'm high. Trying to get it relatively flat, and I'm going to do a couple passes. There. I don't want to get too much closer than that because I'm starting to get into the range of where the curvature on this will cause issue. So, let's bring in this one. And get rid of those marks. Make sure we're still staying away from our line. Ooh, we're really close to the line on this side, so I need to focus more on this side over here. Really close to the line here. Just a little bit left over here. A little bit left all the way across there.
Whoa.
Boom shakalaka.
Good gracious. When you get to a point, I have a question.
Yeah, what's that?
Landon wants to know what brand of planes you're using. Several seem to be old Stanleys. The smoothing looks British.
Almost all of my planes are Stanleys that I have restored, like this one. So if I've restored them and done a complete work down on them, I paint them my blue. But this one is a Veritas custom plane. And if I could buy any plane as my absolute perfect favorite plane of all time, the Veritas custom plane is it. It just has so many bells and whistles, and it's a beautiful plane that performs phenomenally. Yeah. Right on that line. So now, theoretically, now that I've come to that line all the way across, I should be able to come back to my original reference face and get a square line all the way across. Oh, that makes me happy. There we go. Now we have this side, and this side perfectly true. This side cut down so we can plane it down to true. And all we have left of that knot is this little space right here. And then we have to do the two ends. And then we can actually get into making the plane itself now that we're getting a blank. So let's smooth down this side. And we'll see where the grain's going on that one. The grain on this one is probably coming up to this knot and coming up to this knot, so I'll be going with the grain this way and against the grain the other way. But with this plane set up the way it is, that won't make too much of a difference. Oh no, I'm on this side of the knot, so let's turn it around. Going against the grain this way. Here.
All right, so Neon Joe 529 has a question.
What's that?
I have a pile of 6x6 beams from an old outdoor garden. Is there any risk of using these for a workbench top if some of them have pith? The wood is fairly old but solid.
Yeah, those would be great. I'm assuming that they're pine. That is what most big beams would be made out of. Those would make a really, really good bench.
Children sound like they need attention.
And my first bench over here is made out of Douglas fir pine. And it is a great beginner's bench. The nice thing about using a pine bench is that you're not going to be dinging up your work. The bench is softer than the work you're working with. So if you go like that, you're not going to hurt it on the bench. You might hit it when you drop the floor, but a little bit like that. There's a nice blank. So next thing we need to do is trim the ends down on this so that we get exactly what we want. So I left it about a 1/2 inch longer than it needs to be. So I'm going to start by marking all the way around this. Now let me give you a little tip here that a lot of people run into problems. When you want to mark a board all the way around, you pick your reference edge. So we have a reference face, a reference side, or a reference face, a reference edge, and I want to stay on this corner. So I'm referencing the fence of the square off of that corner, and I'm going to draw my mark. Now, I'm going to rotate it around, and because this is my reference face, I'm going to keep the fence of the square on that face, and I'm going to come around. Now, when I rotate it again, now my reference edge is on this side, not this side, so I need to flip the square around. Going to put it back into that mark. Mark that. Then we're going to rotate it again, and this is my reference face on this side. Put the mark into my starting mark over here. And just like that. Now I've got a line that runs all the way around the board and is perfectly true. So we're going to cut this off. And then we will have one end of the plane, then we'll cut off the other end, and we will have a 6-sided block. I'm going to grab my carcass saw. This is a Veritas carcass saw. And Veritas is one of the more affordable brands, but still gives good quality. I really like their stuff. Staying on the line. And I can see the line on the top, and I can see the line on my side. So I'm going to cut a diagonal from corner to corner. Where I can see the line. Then I can flip this over and cut the exact same diagonal again. And that way I'm only cutting where I can see the line. Just like that. And that there is a pretty flat square end. I'm going to see a little bit of a bump here where it last broke off. I will take that any day of the week. Cool, well there's one end. Now I've got to actually go switch my shoes because these are annoying me. I put these on to go outside and pick up the firewood. But I need my clogs. They're just so much more comfortable in here. So give me just a second here. Ah, much better. Cloggies. Ah. Now those are far more comfortable. And yes, I do wear clogs in the shop every day. They're my wooden clogs. Okay, so now we need to cut this to length. And we are going to cut it at 9.5 inches, as that is the historical correct. Let me see if I can get 9.5 inches out of this. Now we're going to make this one a little bit shorter. This one's going to be 9.25 inches. We're breaking from tradition. Oh well. 9.25 inches. Actually, I need to mark it on this edge because that's where we're starting from. So 9.25 inches. Set up our square, make sure we're referencing off of our reference edge and face.
That's what I need my stone.
Oh, sorry, I didn't bring that in.
My leg was numb when I was upstairs.
Her feet dangle on the chair.
It's the joys of being
The joys of shortnesses?
almost a midget. 1 inch. All right. Did you catch up on these questions?
No, I did not.
All right, let's see.
Go ahead and throw them.
Julio wants to know, is the Veritas a number 4 smoothing plane?
This is a Veritas number 4 custom plane. Any plane can be a smoothing plane, it just depends on how you set it up. But yes, the number 4 is generally considered the smoothing plane. One of these days, I would love to get a full set of custom Veritas custom planes because they're a beautiful plane that is done extremely well, and I'd like to have the 4 or 5 and jointer, but they are incredibly expensive, and it was enough just to get this one. Okay, so let's cut this one to length, and that will give us all 6 sides of our block. Any other question?
Well, I think a lot of. Yes, honey.
We've got kids.
Beautiful.
Okay, rotate this around.
All right, why don't you go?
And there we go. We have our plane, or our plane body. So the next thing we need to do is start working on this. And we need to cut out all of these segments for this. So in this case, this one is actually a little bit shorter, which isn't a problem because I'm going to be adjusting the angle on this one. So you can see here, body is a little bit shorter, but that is okay because I didn't need all of that fence size. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make the chop in on this. So I want to cut down this side, and then I want to cut in this side. So we're going to make this rabbet here. Now I could just go ahead and bring in my rabbeting plane and rabbet that down, but I don't want to make a plane with a rabbeting plane. I want to show how to do it without that. So the first thing we're going to do is mark out this rabbet. And I want that rabbet to be twice the thickness of this iron, 1, 2, and then I want it to be the depth of whatever I want on that fence. So in this case, I'm going to grab my marking gauge here, and let me actually make sure. I think this one's a little bit less than a 1/4 inch, if I remember correctly. No, that one's actually pretty close. So we're going to set this one at a 1/2 inch. Actually, no, I do want to make sure that it is exactly twice the thickness of this. No. I'm going to set it at a 1/2 inch. I'm going to set it at a 1/2 inch. Thinking wrong. 1/2 inch gives me the 1/4 inch of the blade, like this. So we have the 1/4 inch of the blade and then the 1/4 inch of the groove that we want to cut in.
There's a lot of glare going in that screen right now, just so
Is there?
you know. Yeah.
Let me
It's
tip it up a
mainly
little
on
bit.
what we see as the right side of the screen.
This will help a little bit. Oh, until it unplugs.
I mean, we can see it's just bright.
I really need to get better plugs for this.
Oh yeah, that's
Is that better?
a little bit, yeah.
Here, let me change the ISO down a little bit then.
It's just that one, like, that's so much better.
There we go. Let's actually do like somewhere around there.
Thank you. It was hurting my eyes.
Okay, so on this one, I'd be taking this marking gauge and I'd be marking in how far in is that fence. So we're going to do that same thing here. Start on this side and we're going to mark in how far in is that fence. Oops, except for this is the top. I don't want to do that. We want to do it down here. There we go. This is where I want to take the fence out. So we've got that. You want to come down a little ways on either end.
All right.
If your lines go a little bit long, that's not a problem.
Can I take one of those pieces you cut off your workbench?
What do you mean?
It's just glaring. Just you do your thing.
Okay, you do whatever you want.
Yeah,
You like that?
yeah. Just
Here, set it down there. Is that better?
Thank you. I know, it's probably not bothering anybody else, but it's bothering me. Oh, so much better.
Okay, the other thing I want to do is now I've marked how far in the fence is. Now we want to mark how deep is the fence. So how much fence we're going to put on this. I want about a 1/2 inch. So we're going to do a 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch rabbit. On this one I had like 3/4 inch down. You really don't need that. You only need a little bit of fence. So let's come in this 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch. We're going to draw this one all the way around the 3 sides. And there are our lines. So I'm going to cut, we need to cut all the way down on this face, and we need to cut all the way down on this face, and we'll be able to remove this little 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch stick. Well, actually be a little less than that. So we're going to put that in here. And I'm going to come in with a chisel and make a little knife wall. It's not necessary, but it is useful in little ones like this.
You're actually making a knife wall?
I know, I know. If I'm making a long cut like this, it is helpful. Just to start it. And then I'm going to grab my tenon saw.
Your mother
cut this
agrees
down.
with me. It was too bright, so we're all good now.
When your mother and your wife agree on something, you better go with it.
That's right.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to grab my tenon saw here, and we're going to go along with this. This is a Veritas tenon saw. Put it right in that groove, and we're just going to start this all the way across. The important thing is that you go all the way through the board and you come out. You want to have teeth in the middle that both come out one end and the other so that they can discharge the chips. If it loads up with chips, then it won't cut. And we're just going to cut down. So this is going to take a little while. So I'm actually going to cut back here. I'm going to cut in the groove a little bit. Any questions?
Yeah, so just looking at. If I
Yeah, what you
miss
got?
questions, put them in the chat below again, please, folks. Voron M asks, how long have you been using a Veritas saw and have you sharpened it once?
Oh yeah. I sharpen them every 6 months or so. I bought my Veritas saws 3 years ago or so. I'm going to do this down this side as well. Give myself a little bit of a groove to follow. And this cut, I'm actually going to cut down deeper than the 1/2 inch, because what we've got here is I want to cut this face all the way down to the depth of this groove. I don't have to go all the way down to there yet, but right now, but I want to get close to it because it'll save me time in the future. Once you get down there a little ways, it actually holds it pretty well. And you're getting this nice groove. So I'm all the way down, well past the line there, down well past the line there. Now we can cut in our other cheek. What other questions we got? Do the same thing here, come back into the knife wall.
I think we're caught up because I think everyone else answered everyone else's questions.
That's what I love about this community. There's so many people who are
Oh, there
willing to
was
help
one
out.
I did want to ask.
What's that?
Pup Man said, is there danger using reclaimed pressure-treated lumber indoors?
That depends on what you clarify as danger. If I would not use it for anything having to do with the kitchen. And if I did make something out of it I was going to have regular contact with, I would probably seal it really, really well. I don't think I would use it just because pressure-treated lumber is more expensive than non-pressure-treated lumber. So why do that? But if you get it for free, then I guess there's a few applications where you could, but Most of the time I wouldn't. There are a lot of carcinogenic things in pressure-treated lumber that are known to be carcinogenic even outside of California. So, let's cut down a little bit on this end. Ooh. I'm going to take a finger off. Again, going all the way through the wood so that the chips can fall out one side, then coming back all the way so that those chips can fall out. Let's see how close we are on this line. Good, going right down that line.
So William Allen wants to know, can you turn any hand plane into a scrub plane?
Pretty much, yeah. Open up the mouth a bit, put a camber on the iron, and you got yourself a scrub plane. I've got a couple videos showing how to do that if you want to see it. I like turning a number 5 into a scrub plane personally. A lot of people like using a number 4. Okay, let's see how close we are on the line there. And we need to go a good bit deeper over here. So I'm going to focus more on the far side.
So Uncle Bobby's Hobby wants to know, while sharpening my Stanley number 6C, I notice its adjustment knob tightens opposite of all my other planes.
Yeah.
Do I have an oddball, or is that correct?
At one point, Stanley had all of their depth adjustment knobs turning one way, and then they changed them to be the other way. So there is a little bit of variant of that over the years. So there we go. We have our little piece that came out of that. And this cut isn't perfectly true. I saw that I went off a little bit on the backside here. So I could come in with a plane and fix that up. Or I could come in with a chisel and do the same thing. Where is it? There it is. So I'm just going to plane this back just like that.
So Trump UKJM wants to know if you use any electric tools.
Yeah, from time to time. If I do, I show them in videos. Unless they're like, I just have to use it to get this project done on time. There's a few times where I would gladly do them all by hand. But in order to get the video out, I have to save some time. And that occasionally is a pain. Okay, now, what we want to do is we want to actually make a groove in here. So we've got our plane that's a 1/4 inch, and we want to have a 1/4 inch groove in here this way. Now the problem with that is the easy way to do it would be grab a grooving plane and make a groove. Wouldn't that be nice? That'd be a great way to do it. But we don't have a grooving plane, so we can't make the groove without the grooving plane. So we're going to do basically the exact same thing we did here, is saw down a 1/4 inch on both sides. So we're going to lay out on the end how far that is in. And if we want to come down a 1/4 inch, that means it's got to be 3/4 inch deep. So I'm going to set this mark at 3/4 inch. Come down here and mark in a 3/4 inch line there. Mark in a 3/4 inch line here. That's how deep we want to come in. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to lay out the width of the groove. And so I'm going to set my iron on here. And I'm going to make we're making the tongue in here that will actually slide inside the groove. And this tongue, I want to make it slightly wider than my current iron. And the reason I want to do that is because I can always plane this surface back to make it thinner. If this ends up being too small, I can't make it bigger. So I'm going to set this on here, and I'm going to put a mark in right there.
So are you putting a tongue in the cheek?
Yeah, something like that. And then I'm going to set my marking gauge up to that mark. And we can mark this side.
They're loud. So Landon Marks wants to know, your bench is so nice. How you decide on smoothing, cleaning the top again?
I'll probably flatten it in a couple years, but I haven't really had a need to in a while. I like the dirty bench that shows all the stains and marks from the years. Just, it's pleasing to me. At some point, I'll probably replace these two jaws. And I'm thinking about getting a different vise on here, but we'll see how that goes in the future. So now I need to actually cut down both sides of this cheek all the way down. And on this one, I could come in here and create a knife wall like this, but it's just not going to work very well that way. So I'm going to move this over and give you a little bit different view in this one. Focus. Come on, focus. There we go. So let's cut in. I need to take this cut all the way down to depth, and then we get to take the other one down to the same depth. Okay, I'm at mark here. How close am I to mark there? Yeah, pretty close. At the mark here, at the mark there. Okay, so now let's do this side here. And because I can't get that knife on there, I have to be a little more careful with it. And I'm going to start at this end, and I'm going to slowly lower the saw down all the way across that line, just keeping an eye on it and making slight adjustments. Going right on that line. Almost all the way across. And just like that, we're across. So the question is, which took more time, doing that or cutting the knife wall? I think they're pretty close to equal. So that's why I usually don't cut the knife wall, because it's just easier to cut it. I don't have to bring out another tool for it. But I like showing both ways because a lot of people really like the knife wall. Okay, there, and just a little ways away from it on both sides. And basically, whatever depth we cut down to is how deep our grooving plane will naturally cut. And there we go. So now, I'm going to bring in the same tool we're going to use as the cutting iron, and I'm going to use it to remove all that waste in between those two cuts. Turn it bevel down and chop out. Just backing up a little bit each time. And this is fun.
Died again. You have no signal.
What's that?
You have no signal.
Oh no!
Oh, now it's green. Now it's not a signal.
Come on, turn on. There it goes. And now it's all going to be really bright again. Let's do it there. Sorry about that. Really need to get a different cable for that. I wish I could find a different cable. There's only one manufacturer that makes the plug-in for those. And batteries only last a couple hours. Come at it from both sides. Just like carving. And I'm taking it down until I get to the cut depth. So on one end, you can actually come in from that line, as long as I trust the grain. And that's how deep I want to take it down to. Every tool in the hand tool shop is just a jig to hold a chisel. Because you can do most anything you want with just a chisel.
So Clockman45 asked, what type of sealer would be for pressure treated wood?
I would probably use something really thick, like an epoxy seal or a really, really heavy poly coat. And then to check the depth, you can use a little depth gauge. So I've got this one here, and so I can set this on the depth I want and adjust it down, and this lets me know where I need to do more work to get it all down to at least that depth.
Yes. What do you want? You just want me. Oh my goodness, you're getting too
Hey,
big.
Daddy.
Hi, JJ.
What's up? I see what you're doing. I'm spying on you.
You're spying on Daddy.
What is that?
What is what?
This is a depth gauge that lets me know how deep I've cut,
Oh,
pretty much all the way across.
and it could actually clears it, like cleans it.
No, that.
Not exactly.
It kinda.
Do you have shoes on? I'd say we could go see what.
Okay, I'm going to tip it around and actually use it to scratch back. This will clean out any burrs in the bottom. And there. 1 hour in, and we've got ourselves a grooving plane body. So now we have basically exactly what we have there.
What about question?
Now we need a way
Or you want to ask a
to
question?
get this
Yeah.
into
I'll
there.
tell you what question you can ask.
Now, one thing I was thinking about doing is most of them are shaped this way for right-hand users. And I thought about turning this one around for a left hand, but I think I'm going to keep it right hand. Though it would be nice to have a left hand, other than these two are slightly different thicknesses.
Hey.
Yeah, this one is ever so slightly thinner than this one.
Sponsor.
So,
It's not.
yeah, let's work with that. So the next thing we need to do is create a bed for this to go in. And I'm going to keep it this way. I want to cut it at 45 degrees so that we have a nice big bed angle on there. So I'm going to grab my unsquare.
What's that?
This is this is a miter square. And I'm going to put it on here. And I'm going to eyeball about where I want it. I want the mouth to come out about 1/3 of the way back from the front. So I don't want the mouth to be coming out in the middle. I want it to be about 1/3 of the way back. And that puts the iron out a little bit behind center. So somewhere around there. And there's a lot of historical mathematics of exactly where to put it. But this is where I'm going to put it, right here. There's our 45-degree bed angle. The next thing I need to do is put this chisel on here.
Someone asked a question.
I know.
JJ,
He wants to ask a question, but
what's your question, bud?
well, he wants to read a question.
Oh,
Here, no, this one.
What
Vice.
spice and why?
I'm actually looking at getting the, oh, come on, what's his name? He just started making, or he's taking pre-orders for a gear run twin screw with a parallel setup on it. And it's, someone's going to post it down below. But it's basically, it's 2 screws, and there's gears in between them. So you move one and it moves the other, whereas this one is a chain connection between them. But the nice thing about that, he also has this setup so that the two can pivot, and you can have the 2 jaw faces unparallel. And it's kind of like the best of all worlds. It's like 400, actually I think it's like 600 something. I don't remember what he has on it. It's bugging me, I can't remember his name. But yeah, really, really cool vice one of these days. So, okay, so what we need to do is now we have the bed angle. Hello. There we go. Now we have the bed angle on here. I'm going to set the chisel in place. I'm going to put the back of the chisel on that bed angle, and I'm going to hold it down nice and tight so it doesn't move around like that. And then I'm going to mark off how thick the iron is. And this is going to give me 2 things. Number 1, it is going to tell me how thick the iron is so I know where the wedge needs to start. Because on this one, we've got the bed of the iron. We have where the wedge needs to start. Well, now we need another angle of what angle is our wedge at. But the other important thing is this also then shows us how big our mouth is on here.
Yes.
And so we can, we know that when the iron comes out, the tip of the iron is going to be right here. So the start of our wedge needs to be a little bit farther forward. Now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to start the wedge dead on that mark, so that we can always open this up, but we can't always, we can't make it smaller. So we're going to start this with an opening that is at 0. So the next thing I need to do is I need to make the wedge. And I need to find a scrap of wood to make the wedge out of. Now originally I was going to go over there and have a piece of 1/4 inch maple that would turn out really well for it. But then we were splitting this off and I thought, you know what? We got enough time. Let's make it out of the oak. So we're going to actually make a small wedge out of this, which I thought would be kind of fun. Now the wedge needs to be, now that we have this on here, we know how long our wedge needs to be. So it sticks from there out, and I want it to stick out a little bit farther. So in this case, we've got a lot of tools in the bench. I'm going to have to clean these up here in a minute. In this case, we've got our angle on here, turned around like this, and we want our wedge to stick up as far as we can, but I don't want it running into the ferrule on this. So in this case, because I'm using a chisel, you can see how it comes out at an angle here, and I really couldn't get it to stick out very far because this ferrule is right up into the body. So in this case, we put this on here. We can actually get a rather long, come up, pull up, a rather long wedge. So I want to get it something that's like 4.5 inches. So it'll stick out to somewhere around here. So I need a wedge that's 4.5 inches long by about 1 inch wide. And we're going to make it out of this very same oak right here. So let's lay out roughly the size we want. So I'm going to cut this back to...
Is it Andrew
5.5.
Klein that does the vise?
Andrew Klein, there we are.
Sorry, I finally got caught up on the chat now that I don't have a child on my lap.
Yes, he is a really cool woodworking inventor. Does some interesting things. So let's cut this off at this length, and then we'll figure out where we want to pull our wedge out of this. Back this up.
So I have a couple questions we need
Sure,
to get
what's that?
caught up on. Okay, hang on.
Now that JJ's out of here?
Wants to know, how often do you wax the sole of your planes? I watch Rob, is it Kosman?
Yeah.
Do it nearly every time.
Yeah, I only use it when I find it as being restrictive. Most of the time, it's not that much of a problem. I normally do it with my finishing planes. Oop. Ta-da!
Mom, go down.
No, lumber
Am I
fell
going
over again.
down?
This.
Oh, you want me to scroll?
So yeah, I only do it when I feel that there's a problem with it.
That's why I went upstairs.
So there's one. Now I want to cut this down to somewhere around.
Text it.
Okay. What are you gonna do?
Just wanna.
Hey JJ,
Daddy's talking to you.
JJ,
Yes.
why don't you go play right now?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, bud.
I was just gonna.
So I want this to be somewhere around 1.5 inches here. So I'm just going to roughly grab a mark. And we're going to cut it down to that. So I'm going to grab my tenon saw again because this is a rip cut. And the tenon saw has rip teeth. Come on. Anytime it's catching, that usually means I'm putting too much weight into it. Got to back off the pressure, let the saw do the work. There's our blank we can pull this wedge out of. So let's actually get one true face on this. Put in a couple dog holes on here. Oop. Bubble wrap.
So let's see. Grexworthy asks, would you use wax on the saw blade?
Yes, yeah, I do that quite often. If I find it binding or it's more of a pressure, I will wax up the saw blade, and it works really, really well. And so what I use is I have a block of beeswax impregnated with raw linseed oil, and this block I've been using for probably about 3 years, and I've only used that much of it. And so this will last me for many more years to come. But it's like I think it's like 50-50 oil and wax. I have a video on making paste wax where I make that block actually. So let's flatten this sucker out. Got a chip in there. Okay. How true and flat is this? Not very. So I've got bubbling up here in the middle. So I'm going to take a couple middle shavings. Let's try it again. Still a little high right here in the middle. I'm taking a really heavy shaving with this one. Yeah, that's better. Coming to the smoothing plane. There. So, there is our wedge. And this will be the back that actually sits against the iron, so it'll be something like that in there. Next, actually I'm going to take a second and clean up because I'm getting, this is what happens is I'll get working and the bench just soon gets covered in tools. And it saves me time to take a break and put these away so I have a little more bench space. So while doing that, what questions do we have? Do we have any?
No, I think we're kind of caught up.
Caught up? Cool. So what are you guys working on right now?
Hang on. They've kind of been mixing in with the rest of the chat. So let's see. Terulian asks, how besides your superior skill can you keep that long saw cut square? Practice.
Well, practice, having a well set up plane. And the problem that most people have is when they start to see themselves going off the line, they try to bring it back onto the line. And that is the wrong thing to do because then you're just going to get the zigzag that binds up the saw and causes you more problems farther down. Rather than that, you need to back up and repair where you just went off so that you're not creating new problems, you're fixing the old problems so you bring the line back into being true. And that's where most people go wrong. What you can do is just back up and twist the saw and let the set of the teeth, the side of the teeth basically scratch out the surface so it can bring it back into true. But in the end, you can always video yourself so you can see your body posture and the way you're working it. But the best way is just more practice. The more practice you have, the better your sawing skills come, the easier it is to follow a line. And it's one of those things that if you go back and watch some of my early videos, my channel has been following my hand tool journey from beginning to end. And so if you go back and watch my earliest videos, you'll see that I had just as many problems with it. And it's one of those things you just learn over time. And the more you do it, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the easier it becomes. So eat your beans at every meal. Gonna need that, gonna need that, gonna need that. Put that away.
So
it's nice to have it.
Brian Mulligan wants to know, what's your opinion about hitting a hold fast with a metal hammer?
Whatever you want. I don't do it because I've got a really nice split-faced mallet that works phenomenally well. I find that to be better to hit it with the maple than with the metal, but a lot of people like using metal. I know a lot of people who use metal hammers for their chisels. It's all a personal preference. Nothing right or wrong to it. Okay. Now, I've got to do two things with this. Number one, I've got to bring this down into the same thickness as my iron. And so I'm going to plane it down to that, but I need to mark off exactly how thick that iron is. So I'm going to set my marking gauge on here. And actually, it's set up. Oh, that's right, because the last thing I marked was the thickness of the tongue on this. So I'm going to use that to mark all the way around this thin piece. And then we can plane it back to that thickness.
So poor man wants to know, how would a dead blow hammer work on a hold fast?
Works well. I am not a fan of dead blow hammers. I just do not find any benefit to them. But I know a lot of people really, really like them. So it would work great, I guess. It's a hammer. Anything that it will impart force to it will work. Here. So throw this in here, and we're going to plane it down to that line. And I'm going to use the scrub plane first. Just take off a little bit here and there. Until we get down close. That's why I use aluminum dogs. If I hit them with the plane, it really doesn't matter. It won't hurt them, because steel is harder than aluminum.
So Gary Brown Forging On asks, I'm going to try and make a shave pony soon, but I've never used a shave horse or pony. I am just limited on space. Have you any suggestions on either the pony benchtop version or full horse?
If you have the space for a full horse, it is much, much easier. It's great to have a tool that's just set up to do it. But if you don't have the space, the benchtop version works really well. I mean, Shannon Rogers has a series on that in the hand tool school. And I actually think he has that project as a separate thing you can buy. And I'm thinking about making that one of these days. Just haven't done it. But I think that because in my shop I don't have space for the full horse, so I'm just going to use a pony. So there we go. We has ourselves a wedge. It's still slightly thick. Actually, I'm going to take off a little bit more right here. Just a hair more. And I'm going to leave it slightly thick because, again, just like with the plain body, I can always plane it down to what I need in the future. There we go. Get that line, close to that line all the way around. So, now we need to make the wedge itself. And for this we need to cut an angle on here. Now that angle really doesn't matter that much, and you're going to hear a lot of people say it's got to be this angle, it's got to be that angle, and really whatever angle you want. I am going to grab a straight edge.
Okay, so were you trying to switch your camera view?
Yes. Why? Why are you asking that?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I don't know what you're talking about,
adjusted
babe.
the camera and didn't switch the view, so.
I don't know what I would do without her. I wouldn't. That would be the answer. So we need to make the wedge angle on here. Now, if you make it too steep of a wedge, like something around there, you're going to run into problems with it not wanting to seat itself down in. And if you make it too narrow of a wedge, then you're going to run into issues with it either wedging in there and being impossible to get out, or the head being too small to pull it out. The other thing we're going to want is we don't want it to come to a point here. I mean, eventually we will, but we're going to be cutting off that point. So why not actually start with it missing? I'm going to have about an 1/8 inch here rather than actually coming to a point. And I'm going to choose an angle that's somewhere around there. Oop. And then I'm just going to draw that line.
Everyone on Kids Messenger is not sending. I'm sorry. Only
We are having drama being at home. So there's our wedge on there. And this will then fit down into that. Actually, no, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger than that. Make it a little bit steeper than that just because I want to. Because if you make it steeper, you can always make it smaller. Yeah, let's do something around there instead. And there's a lot of guides out there that will give you, 8:1 or 10:1, whatever you want. There, I'm going to cut it at that angle right there. So let's put this in here and cut it down. Now I would normally use my tenon saw, but this is so thin that using my tenon saw would cause me all kinds of odd grief. So I'm actually going to use my dovetail saw, because the dovetail saw is actually a rip saw. I'll follow that line right down. Oh no, I hit the back. And that's why we can lean down a little farther. And then we can turn around and do the other side. There we go. Little bit of wedge. We're going to trim that down just a hair. Put that on here. Oop. Come on up. Dogs up. Grab the smoothing plane again. I'm just going to get close because we're going to be doing more work on this in a little bit. So there is our wedge. This is what we'll be sticking down in there to create our angle. That one's actually a little bit more narrow than the last one, but that'll do. And if I really wanted to, the nice thing about this is what I've got is I've got another one here. So if I mess up this wedge, I still have this one over here, which for some reason I end up using this one almost as much as I use the first one. So now that we have that wedge on there, we're going to set this in place, and we are going to transfer the line that we just created. So that's why it didn't matter what the angle was, because now that we have this on here, we can draw that in. Line it up really nice like. Get the fingers out of the way so we don't slice them with a knife.
Remember the motto, I spent enough time at the hospital.
And there is our opening. So that is what we need to cut down. So here, let me focus in on this a little bit more. On this line, let me pin these in. Where did my pin go? There it is. So on this first line here, now the pin's working. On that first line there, we need a straight cut down. And that straight cut down is what the chisel will bed against. But on this one here, if I make a straight cut down, there's nothing that's stopping this wedge from sliding sideways out of the plane. So I'm actually going to undercut that a little bit so that this then I can put a slight angle onto this, and when I drive this in, it actually sucks it down into place. So for this one, on this one here, I need to cut it straight down. And on this one here, I'm actually going to tip the saw at a slight angle and cut it at that. So let's actually, first thing I do is mark the depth of cut, which is this one here. I need to put that line over here. Right to there. And then we're going to transfer these lines with this square. So these lines where the side lines come up here, I'm going to put this in here and transfer that line to that depth of cut line. Do the same thing on the back here. This will just give us something to eyeball with the saw. And then put it down into here. And I'm going to grab my tenon saw.
Oh, excuse me.
And we're going to go right down along that line. So again, here's a point where I could use a knife wall. But personally, I find that faster than a knife wall. But everyone's different. Let's see if I am on the line I want this side. Looks to be. Down to depth there. down to depth there. And then we're going to do the same thing on this one. So I'm going to start the cut, just like we did. So now that the cut is started, I'm going to take the saw and I'm going to tilt it over just a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. A little bit more. Down there, down there. And now we need to come through and remove this waste in between. So I'm going to grab a chisel and a mallet. And we're going to pare in. I don't want to go too far because I don't want to blow out this side. So I'm going to start in here. Remove a bit of material. Come down a little farther. Remove a bit more material. And I'm going to get it down close to that depth line. Sorry, I'm probably blocking the view with that. Let me put this over here and focus down into the line. Ah!
What did you do?
Oh, I just disconnected again. Focus. Focus.
Throw in my phone.
Oh, come on. Man, I hate this thing. Here, let me try it this one, see if I can get a better connection.
You need me to take something out of the way?
No, I just need... I love these cameras other than their external power supplies are horrible. Let's see, did that work? Hey, that one works. So I can move this one back over here, except for way out of focus. Let me put this one back on the other camera so we can have that one too. Technical difficulties. Huh. I'm not getting anything on that one. Come on. Oh well, I guess we're working with just the one camera right now. So, let's work on this. Grab the smaller chisel so we can get in there. Do the same thing from this end. Man, I love these chisels. If you didn't see the chisel test on Thursday, went into picking my favorite chisel and why. And then I went out and got my favorite ones from the test, which, in case you didn't realize, are the Richters.
So you bought some new chisels, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, babe.
Really? Learn something new every day.
Okay, we're down close to the depth I want, but to get it all the way down, I'm going to bring in the router plane.
So Alan has super chatted.
Ooh,
It says
Alan.
technical difficulties, mom joke time.
Yes.
So, all right, let me get my mom jokes back up.
Oop. Raise that up just a little bit.
Ready?
Yep.
Thanks for teaching me the meaning of plethora. It means a lot.
I like that one. I like anyone you tell.
So Theo Brock wants to know, how much are the Nerix Richters for a set?
They're about $35 a chisel, which
That's not
is
bad.
no, it's the medium price. There's a reason that they won my best overall, and they, depending upon what you rank pricing, they're also my best per price as well.
So if you say they're 35, so what would you consider a good set? Like a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, and an inch? Like what is
A 1/4, a 1/2, a 3/4, and possibly an inch. Though I also got the 3/8 because it's just a good in between size. There's occasional ones when I want it.
So
And they also come with the 1/8. You can also get an 1/8 or an 1.5 inch if you want those as well.
So if you were trying to get like a starter package price point, I'm helping the men with their wives for justifying costs. I don't know why. So $140, $150 by the time you do taxes and shipping, probably a little bit more than that. But if you never have to buy another set for
And see, that's the thing for
actually
me
not a
is
bad
that
investment.
I use these every single day. The chisel is the most used tool in my shop. And I want something that is comfortable, something that is functional, something I don't have to worry about as much. And they hit every bit on that bill. So there is that. Now I can put this into here and see how well that lines up. That is where we want it. So now we can put in our wedge and see how close we are on that. Except for it is too long up here, so I got to trim off this. Now I know when I was first starting out, $35 a chisel would have been way, way too much. There would be absolutely no way I could afford that. And so that's why I bought cheaper chisels. But now that I have a little bit more money and it's now a business for me, spending a little bit more on chisels is well worth it. Speaking of which, let's grab the 3/4 inch.
So I'm gonna make a lot of men happy with this comparison. If you do 35, because I'm not a hair and nails girl, obviously, but manicure, pedicure, $35, and that lasts what, 4, maybe 6 weeks if it's a really good one. It's not a bad investment. There you go, guys. Father's Day's coming up. I'm helping you build your case.
Well, that was always the thing in our family, is that if I spend money, then Sarah spends money.
Equal amounts. So Alan wants to know, is there a difference between Nerix and Nerix Czech?
No, Czech. Nerix is a Czech company, a business company.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So what I'm doing is I'm just taking off extra material here so that I can fit this in. Because right now it's running into the ferrule. Actually, you know what? I think it's time. I'm going to break this handle off because I don't need it. So
how did you decide on that chisel is now going to become?
because I replaced it with this one.
Is that
This is the Nerix.
the Nerix?
Yeah. Grab a screwdriver.
Am I a purse lady there, Sarah? I have a purse because I have children. And I have to carry things.
So with these cheap Harbor Freight ones, I can just break this ferrule off. And then I'm actually going to be coming in here with a screwdriver and tearing up the wood because I don't want to use a chisel to tear off the wood. Just like that. We got rid of the wooden handle. Wow, that's a mess. Okay, so we can put this in here, put the wedge in. Yeah, now we're starting to get a good feel in here. So I'm noticing with this line, let me show you what I'm talking about here. So now from here on out, we're going to be doing a lot of fitting. We want to get this wedge to fit nicely into this gap. And so if you look closely here, you'll see that I have a gap up here and it's nice and tight back here. So that means I need to either adjust the angle of the slot, or I need to change the angle of the wedge itself. And in that case, I'm actually going to change the angle of the wedge, as that is a little bit easier. So I just need to take a couple shavings off higher. So I'm going to start back here, take a shaving off from here to here, back it up. Then each stroke I'm going to take a little bit longer, and a little bit longer, and a little bit longer, until I get it from one end to the other. And let's see what that does. And it's going to be a lot of this just fitting back and forth, and seeing how it comes in from one side. Oops, let me flip it over. Yeah, that one's pretty close. Need to do a little more. So I'm probably going to do this like twice more. Just take off a little bit there, a little bit there. Each stroke gets a little longer until we go from one end to the other. Test it again. And I know this probably will not work, but I don't want to take off more until I get a chance to test it, because I want to make sure I'm getting a nice tight fit. And I'm watching the gap here getting smaller and smaller.
Yourself, or do you need me to do it? Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna use Disney Plus then from your phone, or do I need it?
So let's take off a little bit more.
Okay. What movie do you want to watch?
And that should be pretty close to enough to get rid of that gap.
You're having a bad Saturday. Do you want to come sit in here with me for a minute?
Yeah, see there? Now I've got a really nice tight fit all the way top to bottom. Now the only thing I have in here is that this face of the wedge is 90 degrees to this side, but I cut that slot at a slight angle. So now I want to duplicate that angle on here. So I'm going to put this on here with this face flush with the top of the bench, and I'm going to let the plane ride on the bench over here and then over here on the wedge so that it's naturally at an angle.
Can you refocus?
Oh, sure. Back up a little bit here. There.
That's a little better.
And so when I let it ride on the bench, it's naturally going to create an angle on there. The question is that angle sufficient or not? And I want to make sure I take a shaving all the way from one side to the other side every time. I'm going to put it in here, and whew, I got lucky on that one. Let's just see what we got. Most of the time it takes 2 or 3 tests. But I think this one actually came out really close to what I wanted. Nice. And so I'm looking up here at the top. Focus on this. And I want to make sure that I have a nice tight connection all the way across here. If this top were flat, then there would be a gap here at the bottom and not up there. But that is actually what I want. So now the next thing is, with this tongue of the man, how did it come out with that much extra on there? Huh. Apparently I messed up something, because this tip should have been back here, and I didn't notice that until just now. So I didn't. My mouth on this is going to be pretty big. I'll show you. My mouth on this one is about an 1/8 inch, which is a fairly big mouth. But for a grooving plane, that's okay. On this one, it's actually a little bit more than an 1/8 inch. So this will have a little bit bigger mouth than others. But for a grooving plane, that's not a huge issue. It's not something that I'm worried about the detail on it. So the next thing I want to do is I want this wedge to have an angle here, because right now, as I would cut into it, I want something to discharge the chips out the side. Let me actually take this one out. Been a while since I've taken this one out.
Maybe we can work on it later today.
Okay, let me get the big tools.
When I was playing a game with JJ, he didn't play the rules.
Kids are in the shop.
He
All right.
actually just
So let's remove this wedge.
even stole all of my gems.
And so this back here allows you to get right into there.
Gems. Is he a pirate?
Yeah.
You can take that wedge out.
Please don't steal my gems.
And so what we want to do is create this little angle here on the side that will allow it to discharge the chips coming out that way. So let's take this wedge out.
My mind. Oh, she's been on.
Yep, she's on.
Now this project took some blood. So
Do you?
let's see. We've got this wedge all good in there, but we need to actually. Oh, I didn't mark that. I should have done that. Put it back in, just not all the way. And we want to actually create where that angle comes back. So I'm going to come back about 3/4 inch from the tip, and I'm going to draw a line here,
Please don't touch it.
parallel with this. And then I'm going to draw a line about 1/8 inch from the tip, and that's where I want it to terminate at. And so now I'm going to grab some sacrificial wood here, maybe, if I can find some. Again, don't mind hurting. There we are.
How about an apple?
And I'm going to chop this tip off. So I'm just going to take a 3/4 inch here. I'm going to put it into that line that was right up by the front. Hold this down. Chop that tip off. And then now I'm going to actually pare it back so we get that angle on here. Hold this on here. And actually, let's do this the safe way because I'm going to slice my finger open again.
Put shoes on, maybe.
So I'm going to put the hold fast in here. Let the hold fast
He's a Mario
hold this down in.
Yeah.
And then we can do this. Come in here and slowly pare it all back down to that tip. There, just like that, we've got a nice clean feathered edge all the way down. Do one more pass. Just taking that curl off. There we go. And that should be a functioning wedge. The next thing we need to do is create a hook on here that we can use to pull it out if it ever gets jammed in like we did earlier. So in this case, I just want to round this off a little bit. I'm going to put that back in here. I'm going to grab this.
Papa says hi.
Hi, Papa.
Papa and Mama on there.
Oh, Mai's been on, but Papa just joined. So.
Papa and Mama are the kids' grandparents on my side.
That side.
So we're going to
You
use
just
that.
say your parents.
I just did it on you.
What's that?
You could have just said your parents.
I could have.
Okay, shh.
But if they're my parents, then they'd be Mom and Dad.
Sharpie.
Oh, should I tell your parents how you've been channeling your grandfather now?
Sharpie.
Put the Sharpie down. Like, oh, the Sharpie.
Sorry, we changed the ISO on this.
Ask for help.
Ah!
Stop.
I got something.
You guys are going to go. I said cereal.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there carrots?
Here. So we're going to do the round on this side. We're rounding it off, making it a little bit prettier.
I don't know.
Or frosted flakes?
If I really wanted to make it nice, I'm going to grab a file. And I could just come in here
By hand. Place.
and round it that
I
way.
used to play on this computer.
And round it that way.
We're not supposed to place.
Okay, do you guys see what Daddy's doing?
And then I'm going to take off, I'm going to break the edges on this.
Stop.
Just so they're not harsh, hard edges. And then I need to create this hook.
Let me go put your shoes on. You can go help.
And so to do that, all you're doing is you're cutting a cut down and then chipping into that angle.
That mouse out of the screen.
Do you need a Band-Aid? Did you cut yourself?
I cut myself a while ago.
Do you need a Band-Aid?
So, no, I'm good.
Here, go get Daddy a Band-Aid.
So I'm going to cut this in
I just
just a 1/4 inch or so.
Get Daddy a Band-Aid. You should have gotten the Band-Aid. You're usually my little
And
helper.
then you can come in with a chisel and pare back a line to that cut.
Oh no.
So, C. Bryant Bear wants to know how long you plan on being on for. You got.
I'm guessing it's about another half hour, 45 minutes actually.
The small clogs, and you can take it to Daddy. No. You need shoes on. Remember, that's the rule in the shop. No, go get shoes on, and you can go in the shop.
Okay, so there is our wedge.
Your legs
This
are shaky.
corner, though,
Yeah,
if you
they're
zoom in a little bit more.
Why are they shaky?
I don't know. There's vibrantly
Focus.
Well,
shaking.
eat something.
I'm eating frozen.
This corner is a bit sharp. So I just want to round that off a little bit because any sharp edge, that's where fibers can get caught and tear off. So I'm just going to grab that file.
Because you're.
When I do it like this, it's not.
You don't have shoes on. Why didn't
just
you
round
take
that over.
Jambi the Band-Aid?
And that is all that you really need. Now, the wedge, the head comes in all sorts of different sizes and shapes. Oh, a Band-Aid. Thank you, Melody. And so over the years and different places, you will find them shaped in all different ways. And in different traditions, you will find them shaped in all different ways.
Melody gave it to him, but you can go see what he's doing.
What? Melody.
It's fine.
Okay, guys. Hey, guys.
Listen,
I already had shoes on.
Arthur and Melody.
listen.
Hey, guys, look at me.
Yes, Dad?
No talking.
Do you want to go see what he's doing though?
You can come over here, but no talking. So there is our wedge. We can put that in here, and we can put in our iron. Now let's actually take this thing for a test drive and see what we've got. Here I'm noticing something. Actually, I got to fix it on here. The tip of the wedge is actually sticking out past the bed down in here. So I actually have to shave that off a little bit more before we go any farther. So let's grab this
45.
and let's pare it back a little farther. So just like we did before, just a couple more shavings, and we'll see how that comes down.
Melody, watch the chat.
There, that's right. It's stopping.
Let's go get you some.
Now the tip of the wedge is stopping just before it comes to the bed here. So it isn't sticking out into this. And that's what we want. Except for the blade isn't upside down. So, let's see, is this sharp enough? Yeah, it's sharp enough to play with. I'll sharpen it up a little bit later. We're going to put it in, keep it back a little ways so we can tap it forward. Grab our iron, or mallet,
Dad?
tap the wedge down in, just a second, Mel. And now I'm going to tap this forward until it's just sticking out. Actually, it was a bit too far. Yes, Melody?
Old Man Fred asked, very simple design. Where would I post it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Old
It's
Man
probably a
Fred.
message with Mommy.
It was from Old Man Fred. I read
Yeah,
it out loud.
I know. I don't know what design he's referring to. Cool. The iron is sticking out just a hair. Set the wedge in there. Now let's take this for a test drive and see what we got. Here, it's sticking out a bit more than I normally want. But hey, first pass. And I do say that is a functioning grooving plane, just like that. Now the problem is this is incredibly uncomfortable on the hand. This is uncomfortable up here. And there are a lot of different things we're going to do that. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to make this look a little bit prettier, and then we're going to get into the finishing of it. But right now, here, let me actually back it off a little bit. Tapping on the nose drives the iron back. And now it's out, so it's not going to take anything. No, taking a little bit. So let's actually drive it forward just a tap.
Talking about a small sepsule design. Old Man Fred was talking about an old,
There we go.
a small sepsule
That's what I'm looking for right there.
design. Small
Oh, these are happy. Perfect little curls. We got ourselves a grooving plane. That is what I like. So now let's actually make this thing a little bit more pretty, and we will have a little bit of fun with this. Sorry, Melody, what was that?
Poor man told me that Fred was talking about a small sepsule design, and old man Fred was was asked again, can you post pictures on Hive Mind?
Oh, the step stool that I made?
No, he made one for the kids at church.
Oh, okay,
of
cool.
His own design, so.
Small step stool sound.
Let me grab
You want some biltong?
a couple of these. Here's a good one. So now, when it comes to the actual shaping of hand planes, there are lots of different traditions on how exactly it should be done. I'm going to grab a couple of these and show you some of my favorites,
Wipe your hands off.
if I can get them out. There we go. So
I will hand you a piece. Your dirty hands off.
this one is fairly traditional. Why is it so dark?
They're playing on a Switch if you want to go play.
I'm not a video game person.
Okay, so this, you have a little bit of a rounded surface back here so that the palm can work into that. It was very common to have a light angled chamfer back here, and then a light angled chamfer that comes all the way around, and then a lot of them would have a square nose in the front, and this chamfer would then terminate into an eye here, coming down to a square. That was a fairly common for a lot of different designs. Some will do it's the same thing on here with the rounded back, the chamfer coming up and over, and then into a square on here in the front. But this is a really sharp chamfer, whereas this chamfer actually rounds out onto the main surface. And so some of them, like this one I actually made, has the chamfer coming all the way down to the face. And it's just, slightly different designs in different ways. My favorite design is the one I made for my first one. And I found it to just be most comfortable. And that is, you round the back here in both directions so it's nice and calm, fit in the palm. Then the next thing is you hold it here. So why not put a rounding here and a rounding here so it fits into your hand here. And then I keep the front into a point, but just round over the corners just in case I grab it like that. And then normally what I'm going to come do is come and put in a chamfer. Since this is one of my first ones, I didn't do that on this one, but I'm actually going to do that on the new one here. So we want to actually shape the back end here, the front end, where the fingers come around, and then this base up here, where the finger comes around this way, so you can actually kind of grab it like a horn. I did that when I first made this one, thinking I would grab it more like that. I don't grab my finger around there, so I don't put in this round anymore. I just put in the one up here and the rounding on the nose. So let's actually make those in there. Any questions right now? Oh, you're having biltong without me?
Would you like me to give you a piece?
I don't
I'll
need
give him-
biltong.
You want to take it back to him real
biltong.
quick?
Grab this file and grab this rasp. Thank you, Melody. Biltong.
Good done. Beef biltong.
Thank you.
Now Dad's got a snack to eat.
All right, that's good. So I'm going to grab a rasp, a fairly heavy cut on here. I'm going to take off this corner. Zoom in here a little more so you can see what we got going on here.
Do what?
What he's doing. Ask him.
Yes, Melody?
No, I meant, do you want to ask him?
What?
I didn't know if she wanted to do some rasping.
Oh,
I've done it before.
sure. Come on around over here. Maybe in a moment here. We'll do it with a file. So I'm going to take off this corner over here as well. Now this is the back of the plane. And this is where my palm is going to go in. So I want it to be nice and flat across here. What are you doing, Molly? So now I have a big chamfer on either corner. I'm just going to round those off each a little bit. I'm going to take that big chamfer. I'm going to come at it from all angles and just get a rough edge on here, a rough shape on here. Melody, no. And we're getting close to the shape we want.
Really good.
And so I'll start down here low, and then I'm going to wrap it up around as I go. I'll let you do the file here in a minute, Melody.
I've done this before. Whoa. It kind of reminds me of the edge of
Okay.
a heart.
And then as I'm going, I'm going to be putting my hand in there and seeing, does that feel good? Do I want a little bit more? Where do I need a little bit more on there? Okay, Melody, you want to try the file? Okay, so now that we have the rough shape in here, we're going to come in with a finer file. Let me just do this and I'll show you. And we're going to do the exact same thing, but we're going to get rid of all the scratches we just made from that last file. Okay, Melody, you want to try? Come around over here. Around over here. All right.
I'm not the best at one.
No, but you're doing good. I'm going to grab the next finer file while you're doing that.
So Running Wolf Kenpo asked, is there a specific wood you like to make these planes from?
Whatever I have on hand. Here I'm using white oak, which is one of my favorites. Historically, beech or maple are the better choices historically, but whatever you got. Okay, let's see. We want to actually feel this and see where do we still need some work to be done.
Yeah.
You did good, Melody. Well, I'm here because I didn't clean up the end with a plane. Just going to come at it with a file. Melody. Just getting rid of all the scraps. Are you singing Let It Go?
Yes, I'm singing it quietly.
Yeah, cool. Then we're coming with a finer file.
Whoa,
And
that's
remove-
kind of small.
Yep. Remove any marks that the last one made.
I think that's the smallest file I've ever seen.
I got smaller files over there, Melody.
I really want to know what's your smallest file. Looks really smooth.
And there. And then we can just test as we go and see, is there any rough spot? Is that where I want? We're going to do some more chamfer work on that here in a minute. Next thing I want is an area up here where my thumb can go across, because that square just doesn't feel very good. And a lot of these with the light chamfer, that still just doesn't feel very good to me. So if I want it to come in here, Melody.
No.
And I'm going to make marks. I want to come through here and here. I'm going to stick this around into here. I'm going to grab my heavy rasp again. Melody,
No.
What?
why don't you go back over there?
Okay.
And I'm going to remove the large chunk of material here,
You either
like that,
or you need to go play.
and do a matching one over here,
You can have it.
like that. And then while I'm here, I'm also going to do these corners. Not going to do as much as I did on the back. I'm just going to do the corner. Take that off at 45. Take that off at 45. Just round them over a little bit. Just like that. And then I'm going to come in with my finer file. And I'm trying to make a scratch that goes from one side all the way around to the other. And doing this really makes metal workers mad, because you should never go both ways with a file. Okay, so let's see how that feels. Got that up there. That's good. Need to take a little bit more back off here. I feel this corner rubbing on me a bit. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's better. Then we can come in with the finer file. Get rid of scratches from that one.
I have questions when you're ready for
Yeah, go for it.
So Theo Brock asked, how thick is your plane? I'm thinking about getting a molding plane billet from Red Rose Reproductions. Would 1 inch work?
Yeah, this is 1 3/8. So basically, what you want to do is you want to have the thickness of your iron, the thickness of the tongue you want left over, and then the thickness of your fence. And so usually, if you want a 1/4 inch, you're going to have 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch by about 3/4. So you'd have 1 inch and 1/4. But you could get by with just a 1/2 inch fence over here, so you'd have a 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch, and a 1/2 inch, in which case a 1 inch blank would work fine. Personal preference on how much material you want on there. I think for me, I would like 1 inch and 1/4 for one like this. But again, everybody's different. And so this is just a series of different files, finer files. And coming in and cleaning them out.
So Jacoby Spell asks, could you close the mouth by putting a strip of veneer behind the chisel or a strip of biltong?
Yeah.
Tongue.
Yeah, if the mouth were much bigger, I probably would do something like that just to build it up a little bit. But in this case, it's really not that much of a problem. You don't need a fine mouth for a grooving plane. But some people are picky about that, so go for it. Okay. So there is my rough shaping. Now what I want to do is eat a little bit more biltong.
Oh, do you have them?
No, I got some.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to put a chamfer on the top corner on both sides because I like the look of a light chamfer. Now, a lot of the traditional ones, the chamfer is an angle like that. And so it's a really, really steep angle. So we're basically going from this to like that. I actually like to make it a bit more. I don't want to make it quite 45. I want to actually do a bit more than normally is done. Grain is majority this way. Something right around there. I like that look. Then just ease the edge just a little bit so it's not sharp on your hand. There, that's pretty. Now I want to do the same thing on the other side.
Whatever. That's fine.
I'm just going until the two match. Doesn't really matter what exactly that chamfer is, how big it is, whatever you want. This is your painting, your happy little wood girls. Make it whatever you want.
I tried some stuff in the shop for the game. Smash Bros. Ultimate as its own shop.
There we go.
Do you have money from the game? If it's not real money, I don't care.
Buying things from the shop in the game? No, not right now.
James or JJ, Daddy said no.
Look at the game.
Daddy said no right now.
Not right now, bud. We'll look at it later. He's playing it on my account right now. Now we're just coming through and doing a lot of the little detail things. We're feeling it. We're seeing where we want some more work on here. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to round this nose over just a little bit more. Actually, let's do it this way. Every time I make a molding plane, I change it ever so slightly. I change my design and shape a little bit more.
Can you just wait right now?
So I really like
Can you just wait?
the look of that eye. So I'm going to do something kind of similar to that. And then just round it into this front nose. There, I like that. Let's do the same thing on this side. Let's smooth it out. Just adding that little bit of chamfer right down the nose. I'm going to do the same thing on the back too.
Okay, we're not doing that right now.
And this is where you can get really, really picky, and this whole project could become a lot longer just by how much you're putting into this and how smooth you want this to be and what your finish on it is. Just going to break the edges.
Now you can ask him.
Dad, do you not mind if we do any more questions?
Yeah. Questions, go for it.
So read the name.
What you got, Mel?
Bill Palmer asked, are vintage wood rasp files better than modern ones?
That is a great way to start an argument. Well, when you look at rasps, like this one is machine stitched. So here we zoom in on this. So all of these were put in by machine. And it makes them much cheaper because a machine doing this is a lot faster than someone just doing this by hand. The problem with that is that means they're all in lines. And you get an even bounce on this. So if it hits a certain frequency, this thing will bounce around on the wood. Whereas on the hand-stitched one, there isn't any frequency to them because they're all in random locations. The problem with hand-stitched is that they're all at slightly different depths. And some of the teeth stick out a little bit farther. And so the really, 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 really nice ones, to get that clean finish on them, they could be upwards of $100 a piece for a good rasp or more. And so the antique hand-stitched ones feel really, really good when you're using them, but some of the hand-stitched ones are good and some of them aren't. You got to play it by hand. So it really kind of depends down to personal preference of, how much do you care about that or not. I actually don't have any. This one is like a, this is an old, this one, yeah, this is a Nicholson, and it is probably 60, 70 years old, but it was machine stitched, and I really like it, so yeah. I really haven't spent much money on getting high quality rasps and files because I can usually pick up old cheap ones at garage sales and things that have a bucket of files, and so I'll buy a whole bucket and I'll throw out about half of them, and I'll keep a quarter of them, and the other quarter gets set in the corner or given to other people. And so that's where I get most of my files from. I rarely buy new ones other than my saw sharpening files. Okay, now we have this knot here, and I think I'm going to keep it just the way it is. I like that little bit of naturalness in there. Yes, I could have cut the plane a little bit thinner and gotten rid of that knot, but I just kind of like that bit of character in there. So let's see. How comfortable is this? That's pretty good. I'm liking that. Let's just ease over the corner on this. And ease over the corner on this. And I think that is good for that. So the next thing we need to do is get this thing ready for finishing. And so for that, we're going to scrape it. Any questions? Just back up a little bit.
Okay. Why don't you go out there for a little while right now, okay?
We'll be done in a little while, Melody. So let's scrape this thing. And I'm just getting rid of any imperfections on the surface. Getting rid of any marks. Got a good mark to get rid of on the top here. So the top's going to take me a little bit longer. Good card scraper is a fantastic thing. When you get it down, you get these really nice curls coming from it. Actually, I'm going to use the plane And because I made that mark on the top when I made for the original rabbit, and I made it on the wrong edge. So I'm going to get rid of that. So what do you guys think? Should I give this one away? Since I already have one? I think I should give it away on the live here. So when we're done with this, the last thing we'll do is give this one away.
Whoa.
So, for those of you who are live, thank you.
Oh, some people just got off a few seconds ago. They're going to miss out.
So I need to know what criteria to give this away.
We need... Oh, well, you got over like 1,000 people watching right this second. So,
1,000 people live?
you have 1069 concurrent viewers right this moment.
1069?
1,069.
Huh, cool.
So,
we're going to come up with something on here, and I'm going to give this away to someone. I'm going to send this very plain, with all of its quirks and oddities, out to one of you. So we're just going through, and we're scraping, and we're smoothing, we're getting rid of any nicks, any places where the plane went against the grain.
so the question is, are you going to brand it to make it an official Wood by Greg?
Yeah, yeah. And a little bit more. This knot is making it fun right here because half the grain's going one direction, half the grain's going the other direction. Maybe I should do, what is my favorite wood? Okay, need to do some work on the ends here because this is still rough from the saw. So we're going to clamp this down and just file off the rough spot. You can do the same thing on the other end. Yeah.
So Sandy Masquith said, how about an auction with the proceeds going to Sarah's hospital? Lindsay Portman says, yeah, that brand really carries a bunch of weight. I need to get it on my hand screw clamps you made for your brand.
Yeah, good luck finding those. Those are harder and harder and harder to find.
What, branding irons?
No, the clamps.
Oh.
Okay. I think that is about it. Let's set this in. Take her for a test drive. That's the other thing I gotta do still. Yep. Because I left, when I made this groove, I made it slightly thicker than my iron. So right now, my iron is thinner than the groove. So when I run this through there, eventually this will wedge up in there and it won't go forward. So I need to plane this surface down until it is flush with the iron. So I'm going to do something here that's really going to scare some people. I'm actually going to plane it with the iron in place. But this is going to give me two things. Number one, it will smooth off the wedge, because the wedge is sticking up a little bit more. Oop. Let's actually tap this all the way down in so I'm not hitting the iron. And I'm going to go until I'm really close to the iron. Right there. Now I'm going to take the iron out. Do a couple more shavings. Because I want that tongue to be a little bit thinner than the iron. I'd rather the iron stick out just a hair than have it perfectly flush.
The
see how
proceeds
that
seem to
goes.
go to James's new cable fund. Or a better battery fund.
Oh,
That's probably a better.
I wish I could. Okay, let's take her for a test drive. Actually, nope. Let's just do the last smoothing with the card scraper. That's better. That's better. Okay,
Shininess
test drive.
going on over there again.
what's that?
It's got a lot of shininess going on.
Oh, my ISO popped back up again.
If I knew how to fix it, I would.
Well, the problem is it's on auto.
Oh.
And if I turn it off of auto, then I got a bunch of other issues that I gotta mess with. Here. Let me do this. That should be a little bit better.
Not really, but okay.
Just scraping along the bottom, getting the finest of fine wedges, or shavings. I'll do a little bit tighter than that. There we go. It's actually a little on the heavy side, but still fully functional. So let's take this groove right down to its depth and see where we end up at. Now, I have not sharpened this iron, so I could probably use that. And there we go. Right down to depth. So let's see how accurate this thing actually is. Let me grab my calipers. Now, this is one of the fun parts where you get to see just how precise you were. Except for my calipers have disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're over there.
Donde? Are they by me? Mm-hmm. Don't I see them? Oh, right here?
Yep. Okay. Let's see just how accurate this groove ends up being. So this should be a 1/4 inch. It is currently 2.6, so it's going to leave a little bit at the bottom that is slightly thicker than a 1/4 inch. And it is 2.26. So it's actually not quite a 1/4 inch deep. So I could fix that by taking this groove down a little bit more. Actually, let's go ahead and do that. I got a little bit of time here before we do the finish. And I needed to know how wide the groove itself was. So the groove was, well, it's the thickness of the iron. I can't change that. So that's 2.43. So it's slightly thinner than a 1/4 inch, but I knew that because my iron is slightly thinner than a 1/4 inch. So let's actually trim this down a little bit, and I think we'll be ready for finish then.
So Foreman says, for reference, James went from firewood to working plane in 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Actually, the working plane was just over an hour. But then you got all this other stuff to...
Oh, was it
Make
just
it-
the tweaking?
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's see, where is... There it is. So I'm going to grab this. And it's just a hair too thick. Yep, that's going to be just a hair too thick. I end up rubbing out the sides more than I want. So I'm trying to find a file that will work. Here we go. This will let me work on that bottom. Number one, it'll flatten it out. Number two, I can take it down a little farther. I'm going to grab one that's a little more aggressive. Just a little more aggressive. Something that reminds me about my wife.
Did you just call me aggressive? The proper term is assertive.
I thought it was vigorous.
Very vigorous.
There we go. So I can do that a good while to take it down a little deeper, or I could come in with a saw and cut each face down a little bit more and then pare it out. Actually, let's do that. Just going to go down a hair more. Just down there. And there. And then I'm going to come in with my 1/4 inch. And we're going to pare it all out to that. That's how I cut myself earlier. Hit the same spot.
So you're saying that chisel's sharp?
No, I hit the corner of the wood.
Coming soon, episode 2, how to make a chisel from a nail and a dozen toothpicks. So Uncommon Truth says practice helps shave the time. How many grooving planes have you made?
I think this is my 4th grooving plane. Actual hand planes, it's probably like 30th or something like that. So there's that. I reopened the cut.
You need another Band-Aid?
So, no. There's that. That's in. Let's adjust this down. Where'd my mallet go? There it is. It's hiding under the board. Seat the iron all the way down. Tap it forward just one more. Let's see how much deeper we can go now. Oop, we're going too deep now. So, what we can do to adjust the iron back is hit it back here. No, not taking much of anything. So we're going to give it one little tap. Here we go. I'm cutting it a little size. Got a very, very light cut. Let's make it a little bit heavier. There's right about where I like it. Oop. Clogged up. I'm running into, because I drilled all these holes here, and so it's actually getting all of these chips inside here. And those tiny little chips are coming out and clogging up the mouth. Here we go. I think that's down to depth. Yep. Let's wax. Oh, we'll put the finish on and wax this up. And there we go. Let's see how deep we are now. I want it to be right at 1/4 inch. So we are at, oops, bumped it. Come on. Come on. All the way down, there we go. We are at 0.257. It's ever so slightly over 1/4 inch. But that is what I want right there. So there. We have a grooving plane. Now we're going to add some finish to this. So what questions we got?
Nothing.
Nothing? And we are going to use a high-tech polyurethane to finish this. No comments?
The BLO.
So let's pull this apart. And let's get out polyurethane. It's been a few days since I've opened it. I know a lot of people tell me put Vaseline, or I have put Vaseline on this. It's just I've been using it for so many years that there's like a good 1/8 inch of cured BLO on the outside of this thing. And we're going to finish this down. This is my favorite part, where the oak comes through. Here, let me focus in and show you this.
Oh, it's a little better. Oh, thank you.
Okay, focus.
It's almost too dark, but that's okay.
Here I can do.
That's good. Right there.
Right there?
Yep.
There. And we'll get the color of this all coming out. I love oak. This is the very reason right here. So, we need to come up with a way to give this away.
I don't know. Is there a way like you can pull all the viewers' name? I don't know. Is there?
Mommy.
My honey.
So the Smash Bros. Ultimate character name.
Let's see. I'm thinking of a number.
Do I name
Oh dear.
That's what I do with the kids.
He tries to kill me when he does these ones.
A number between 1 and 1,000,000. No. Okay, Melody, what question should I ask
This
about
is
me?
Arthur.
Oh, I love this, seeing the rays pop out in the end grain
Well, then
here.
don't come inside.
Oh, so pretty. Showing off this little knot in the side.
Don't.
So yeah, this is one of these really fun weekend projects, and a lot of people are scared of doing planes, but if you make an open-sided plane like this,
Go out there.
they are incredibly easy to make. And if you mess one up, then hey, you just wasted an hour or two on it. It's not that much. And you know, if I'm not actually shooting the video and talking about it, I can probably get this down to, you know, 45 minutes from firewood to working plane. 2 hours to be done with be putting finish on.
Alan says give it to whoever super chatted.
Ooh, except for that's illegal. Yeah, giveaways have interesting rules. So there, let's let this sit, and we're going to then, well, I'm going to be working on this throughout the rest of the day, but basically for the finish, I'm going to let it sit for 15 minutes or so until it soaks up enough. And then I'm going to come back in and put some more on it and put some more on. I'll probably do 3 or 4 coats and let it soak in over the course of the day. And then I'm going to wipe off the excess and apply paste wax, which I have a couple videos on that. So, back this camera up, see if there's any last minute questions, and do a giveaway. So if anyone has any questions, go ahead and throw those in the chat. We will
You go.
get to those.
Concentrate. Go.
Here, I got to back this up a little farther. See if I can back up
I
farther.
don't see any last minute questions.
So yeah, for the finish on this, I'm just going to let the boiled linseed oil soak in. And as it soaks in, I'll add more and more over the course of the day. And then I'm going to use paste wax, which I finally ran through my Minwax paste wax. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to actually use the can. So my last batch that I made, I filled up the can because it makes a really good can for paste wax. So yeah. And that's what I'm going to do. Just wipe that on, let it sit on the surface for 15 minutes or so, and then come back and polish it off. I want to wait until the thick coating of that on the surface can set up and harden, and then I can come back through once the thinners have come out and actually polish it down, and that will fill in all the pores and seal it in place and be a nice finish for it. Question. Let's do a question that is for people who've been here a long, long time. Here is a good one. So we're going to give this away to the first person to put into the chat.
So just know that your speeds might be different.
Yeah, and so your name may be at the top of your list, but it's the one that's at the top of this list that matters. So the first person to type into the chat with the item that I first made, my first woodworking project, what was that?
In life or as in wood by
In
right?
life.
Oh, you've asked that one before.
I have, but this is more, I've talked about it. I don't know if I've ever asked it. But
Does
this
your
is for the
mother
people
get
who've
to
been...
Does your mother get to comment?
See if she knows. How well does she know me? So whoever answers it first wins this plane. I'll get that in the mail. But yeah, this is one of these things that a plane is a very scary thing to do. But once you try one, you realize, oh, it's really not that hard. Now, they get more difficult if you want an integral plane. But if you want an integral plane with this, you could slap another piece on the outside and have that done. But to actually cut a solid hole, those become a little more difficult, which I do have a couple videos on doing that as well. But this is a great beginner project for that. So let's see. A mallet? No. Mallet? No. Pinewood Derby car. The poor man gets it. See, that wasn't that hard. So thank you. Yeah, and get in, try it out, and especially if you got extra time in the shop now, it's a great time to experiment and play with new things. So have fun turning firewood into something useful. So yeah, poor man, send me your address again. I don't remember if I have that one on file, and I'll get this one to you because I know you've bought a couple things from me. So thank you.
You're out of focus, by the way. But we've had a couple questions come up. Do you
Okay.
want to answer those?
Yeah, let's do
real
some
quick?
questions and. wrap
Oh,
this
and
up.
we got a super chat. So Uncle
Hey!
Bobby's Hobby says you've always been nice to answer my question and offer advice and encouragement. Okay, hang on. I got a mom joke.
Adding boiled linseed oil to this as I'm watching it soak into the end grain. Just adding a little bit more.
All right, are you ready?
Yep.
I'm pining for a good tree pun. I wish they were more popular. All right, there were a couple questions. Hang on. I had to throw a woodwork.
Cello. Yes, a cello is my first woodworking project. Although I'm thinking sometime the next year or two I want to make a guitar because I want to teach myself guitar, and I thought it would be a fun time to do with my daughter. So we'll
Okay.
see.
So David Brodingham says any kind and branch of files and rasps you would recommend.
The only files that I buy new are my saw sharpening files because to have a good file that works well, that works efficiently, that doesn't vibrate too much. That's very important to me. And I buy the Baco files. Lee Valley actually sells a kit, so they come in this wrapped, and they sell
You're really out
Baco
of focus,
files.
just so you know right
Am
now.
I?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. There we go. That's better. So yeah, the Baco files, those are the ones that I get for saw sharpening. For regular woodworking, one of these days I want to get a good set, but it's one of those things that's way down on the list. And for the price that they are in comparison to the output, I haven't seen a huge benefit from that. And so that's why most of mine are antiques that I buy at garage sales and the such. And I'll buy, because they sell them in buckets for $5-10, and you get 100 files. And most of them are trash, and they've all been rubbing against each other, so none of them are really great, but you eventually find a few in there that you like and work well. And that's the way I buy most of mine. What's next?
Let's see. Macy J asks, what's the softest wood you'd risk using for this?
Honestly, if you make it out of pine, you can get a functioning tool out of pine. It will not last as long. In other words, it will dent up more and it will eventually wear away. But it would be really easy to make. And hey, if you run out, then you just wasted 2 or 3 hours. Oh well, go make another one, 2 or 3 hours. So I wouldn't make it out of balsa. But if you had a thick piece of pine, or making it out of 2x4, that'd be a great use for it. Go for it. Is it going to be the best plane ever? No, but it'll work fine. For regular, constant use, I don't think I would go much softer than like walnut. Poplar would be a bit too soft for long-term use, but doesn't mean you can't make it out of poplar. It just it will probably wear out a little bit faster. What else? Is that it?
I think that's it.
Cool.
I was going to remind everybody to join Wood by Right Hive Mind on Facebook if you're not already.
Yep, you go to Facebook, search for Wood by Right Hive Mind, and that's where I bounce a lot of ideas off of people and kind of do a shout out, and people can show things that they're working on and ask questions. And it's a fun little group. But yeah, I'm going to finishing this up. Looking forward to sending it off to you, poor man, and thank you for your support. You have been with this channel for a very, very long time, so thank you. I think that will do it for today. So thanks everyone for coming. It's been, what, almost 3 hours?
2:48:50 and counting.
Cool. Well, I think that'll do it. So until next time, have a wonderful day.
Bye.
And I'm holding this position until she finds it.
Oh, I should just...
She's going to wait for a while.
Nope, here we go.
Hello everybody and welcome to our first live demonstration of cutting a dovetail joint, which I was meant to have next to me. There we go. In this video we're going to be cutting a dovetail joint and we've got a lot of cool content planned for you. So make sure to stick around. It's going to be a great demonstration. Obviously you can ask any questions or whatever, we don't really care, but we're going to try roll an intro now. Let's get going. Are we back? Did we do it?
We did.
Yes, right, brilliant. So, dovetail joints, pretty much the benchmark of how good you are at woodworking, if that's even a sentence, we'll go with it. So, in this demonstration, we'll be going through everything, such as marking out, cutting the tails, we're going to be cutting the pins, we're going to be planing it flush and everything like that, and I'll also probably chuck in a few extra tips, such as sawing techniques, chiseling techniques, layout techniques, all those other things that you need in order to make this a successful process. There are a lot of skills that go into this, and it's very important you get them all to a basic level of understanding, if not intermediate, before getting successful at cutting these. So, we have got a piece of rosewood, and we got a nice old piece of sycamore here, which we're going to be cutting the tails on the sycamore, and we're going to be cutting the pins in the rosewood. For those of you who are not aware of dovetailing terminology, Rob, can we swap to this close camera for us? Hang on a second, let me just get this open. If it was on. There we go. Right. That all good?
All good.
Smashing. So I've tried to keep the colour scheme somewhat the same so we can kind of use this as a reference throughout the entire demonstration. So lighter one is going to be the tails. This is the male parts of the joint, I suppose, and then we've got the dark one here, which is the pins. So there we go. I guess let's get into some marking out. Right, where's that pencil I just sharpened? Here we go. We can stay on this camera because this is pretty good. So the first thing with this is we need to work out which face is going to be out on the joint. Spin it like that. Which face is going to be out and which face is going to be up. This prevents you from accidentally making a box, for example, that shape, where it becomes an S. So obviously you don't want that. That's the importance of putting these face sides and face edges, is what we refer to them as, because it prevents you from doing that. I've done it countless times throughout my career in woodworking. It's not fun when it happens, so we want to minimize that risk. Let's put these aside. Face side and face edge marks. Very simple, kind of looks like a weird fish. There's the head of the fish, I guess, and then the tail is up here. It'll be a little bit more easy to see on here. So there's the head, and there is the tail. So you can see you've got this little tick mark. The nice thing about that is when you look at it from above, it's kind of like an arrow pointing to the side that is the face side, I suppose, so it's a little bit easier. And then the other thing I would do, if I was making a box, I would number each of the edges as well, or each of the joints, just to make sure that we get them the correct way round. So let's make that a 1, and this a 1 as well. Now we won't do an entire box in this demonstration, because that'll take bloody ages, but I'll kind of use a box as a reference throughout this, just so it's the basic thing you do with dovetails, I suppose. So if I was doing this as a box, I would always label it 1 and 1. Don't be tempted to label one component 1 and then this one 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because it gets confusing then. At the end of the day, 1 equals 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. It's much easier that way. Right, now we need to square these off because I haven't done that yet. So if we go to the main camera, if that's all right. Oh, hello. Let me know. Main camera? Yeah. Is that it? Yeah. Sweet. Cool. Right. So what we've got here is a shooting board. I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. It's a big old beautiful thing. Shooting board. This is my ramped shooting board. Slight adaptation on the traditional design that many of you are used to seeing. This effectively skews the cut, I suppose, shears the cut, so you get a nice clean edge, and it uses more of the blade, thus giving you longer between sharpenings, because sharpening is pretty boring, let's be fair. We want to do it as little as often, so by extending those sharpening sessions, or extending the time between them, it's a win-win. I get a lot of questions about this shooting board saying, do you need a shooting plane in order to use this? No. The only thing you've got to do is remove this little hook thing that goes down the side of the track. And then you can use your standard bench planes, jack planes, jointer planes, whatever you want on it. I don't really care. Block planes as well. Hello.
Hello indeed. I would just like to say that Mick Carter is in the chat and he's just asking, is this an older video?
Is this an older video? No, this is live, Mick. Mick, you've literally, like, we're here. It's, what's the date?
Well, it's 6 minutes past 6 on a Friday.
6 minutes past 6 on a Friday.
10th of July.
10th of July, 2020. All right, so you're watching this live. If you've got any questions, I am here to answer them for you. It's great that you're here. Right, let's get shooting these down. So, can we go to this camera, please? There we go. Right, face side and face edge. There we go. That is so useful having that monitor there.
Oh yes.
It is brilliant. Right, I don't even have that when I'm normally filming. So, face side and face edge. There's the edge there. It's very important that that edge goes against the shooting board. So if we're planing this end square, it's obviously against the shooting board. And then if we're planing this side, you need to make sure that you flip it end to end like that to ensure that it's still against the fence. Reason for this is if this is slightly tapered in any weird direction, it gets cancelled out because it's got the same reference surface. It's hard to explain, but just make sure it's always pressed against here. I'm going to stop chatting. Let's get planing this. Now, obviously we said if you've got any questions, feel free to fire them in the comment section. So while I'm doing these mundane tasks, Rob, do we have any questions?
Oh, that is a great point. I haven't been looking. I've been so desperately focusing on everything else. But I think everyone's just been invested on the fact that you've got shorter hair.
Yeah, I do. I do. My girlfriend cut it for me.
No, she didn't.
She did. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Did you not know that? Yeah, Rosie cut it for me.
I had no idea.
Yeah, pretty damn mental, isn't it? The kitchen was a right old mess. But thank you for your, I assume they were kind comments about my hair.
Yeah, let's say yes.
It's kinder than what I've received from Rob, at least. Okay, so we got, that one is now square to the face edge, and then we'll just quickly do this rosewood one. I'm not looking forward to dovetailing this, because this stuff is hard as nails. There we go. Look at that, end grain shavings. It's just like magic.
Can I just mention something else that we've got going on?
Absolutely.
We've got a new way of donating. So, if you donate via streamlabs.com/MattisLee, you will get your message shown up on screen just like Tim Scott just did. So, go for that. And YouTube doesn't get the 30% cut, but it takes with Super Chat. There you go.
Great, awesome. Could we go to the main camera, please? So, yeah, just to extend my thanks to Tim Scott as well. Thank you for sending the Belvita as well. Very kind of you. Workshop fuel. Right, next step. We need to use a marking gauge to establish the baselines of both of these components. Now, ideally, if you're doing this in a larger project with lots of different thicknesses going on, let's say a thinner draw sides, thicker draw fronts, you want to have two marking gauges. One set to the thick component, one set to the thin one. That way, if you accidentally miss one of the components when you're marking out, or you need to recut a component or something like that, I don't know, for whatever reason, you've got a marking gauge that's always locked to that exact thickness. It's all very well trying to get it back to it, but if you're working to those fine tolerances, you don't want to be moving this backwards and forwards. You want to have them absolutely locked solid. But I chipped the cutter on this, so we're not going to use that in this instance. I'm just going to be using one.
Can you do it without one of those marking gauges?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can knife on the baselines, which I guess I could show you how to do. It's quite tricky. It's quite tricky, but I can show you how to knife on a baseline. Let's do that. That'll be quite fun. Right. What's going on with this? Now, could we go to the bench camera again, please? Okay, so we're going to set the thickness, set the depth of the marking gauge to the thickness of the pins to start with. So we'll unlock the gauge. I like to do this just simply by dropping it on there like that. And then lock her down. Sorted. And then that gets scratched round all 4 sides of this lighter component. You do it around all 4 sides because on these edges here, that gets removed on the front and it also gets removed on the edge here. When it comes to doing the pins, you don't need to remove the sides. So we don't bother scratching them on all 4 sides on this. It's just on the pin component you'll do it on all, just on the tail component you'll do it on all 4. On the pins, you only do it on 2. Now with marking gauges, light pressure to start with, then gradually increase it. If you try and dig to China in your first pass, it's going to track all over the place and you're not going to get a nice straight line. And I say this over and over again, you cannot expect to get good results from your joinery if you're working to inaccurate lines. Everything you do here needs to be bang on because that's going to be what you're using throughout the rest of the process. So that's scratched around all 4 sides. Let's reset the gauge to the thinner one now. Lock it down. Double check. So that's our 1, that's the corner that's being joined. We're not doing this one.
Are you concerned about leaving the marking lines cuts on the outside of a box, says Stan.
Okay, right, let's get this scratched around. And then if we go to the main camera. All right, so with leaving marking gauge lines on afterwards, I tend to leave them on there because it shows that it's hand cut. And I don't think there's a right or wrong for this. What I would say, and this is what I mark down students at Rycottwood when I'm grading them at the end of the year, if you want to leave the marking gauge lines on at the end of the project, make sure it's consistent. Make sure you leave it on all of the joints. Don't try and plane half them off and then leave markings on the remainders. Likewise, if you want to remove them, make sure that they are fully removed across all of them. It just looks a bit weird if you have it in some places and not in others. That's my 2 cents on it. Obviously completely up to you, but make it consistent is all I would say. The other thing, before we go back to the other camera, is in the demonstration I did, well, on the dovetail video I filmed about 2.5 years ago, I set the marking gauge to be a little bit protruding past the components, so that way when it's assembled you get a bit of overhang afterwards which you can plane off. That's a great way of doing it. In this instance I've just done it, I just haven't done that I suppose, just to make it a little bit easier to see what we're doing, I suppose. If that makes any sense.
That makes a lot of sense. I've just got a question here from Ben. He says, "Hi Matt, would you consider making a video on how to build / use a shooting board? Love your work."
I would love to do that. In fact, I've already done it. Was his name Ben?
Yeah.
Ben, go and search on YouTube for how to make a ramped shooting board. And there's a whole video on how to make the one I literally just showed at the start of this live stream. If that's a little bit too flash for you and you just want something that you could just clamp down and get going, search for how to square end grain Matt Estley or something like that. It's a really old video when I used to do 2-minute Tuesday videos. And essentially you can create a shooting board from 2 pieces of timber and 2 clamps instantly, anywhere. Dining room table, sawhorses with a top on them, anything like that. So type in how to square end grain and you'll find one of my old videos, probably about 2.5 years old now, on how to square end grain. It'd be really useful.
Tim also asks, with a £9.99 super chat, which was rather nice.
Oh, Tim.
Plans for the shooting board available on your website, bud?
Yes, they most certainly are. I love this. People are just like throwing me. This is brilliant. Yeah. So shooting board plans are available on my website if you'd like to make one of these ramped shooting boards yourself. I will say it's not completely necessary. I'm not going to tell you that you need a ramped shooting board to have successful shooting, but it's just a really nice adaptation on the original design that has a few extra benefits that you don't need but are really nice when you have them. That's all I'm going to say on that. Right, let's get marking out the tails. So I'm going to shift this camera around so we can see what we're doing here.
Do you want me to
I suppose you could, yeah. Let's go around here. That's the wrong component. Now, is that all good?
Yeah.
In fact, what I might do, if you just bring it around to the front a little bit more, because I'm going to be marking it out with these, because I want to show people this technique. It's quite a fun one. So yeah, let's get a bit closer. Perfect.
If it just does a little focus. There we go.
Right. So we're going to be marking these out with dividers. Now, It's very easy to mark these out with rulers if you have a working drawing to work to, but if you're just, if you're doing it slapdash like I am now, where it's just, you've got this component that you want to join to this one and you want X number of tails, dividers are amazing for it. So the first thing you need to do with dividers is set how far in you want the first tail to be. So if we look at this component from the edge here, that's kind of the distance that we're going, about 5 mil or something like that is usually what I go for. I might go for a bit more because I feel like I might split a dovetail today and I want to give myself as much chance as possible of not doing that. So we'll just mark in either side a little point. I'm assuming you can see that on the camera. Yeah, close enough. So we've got a little point. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just highlight them for you so you can see them a bit easier. Point there and a point there. Now let's say we want to do, I reckon we could squeeze 3 dovetails into this. It's going to be a bit of a push, but we can do it. What you do is you guess. So I reckon the dovetail is going to be roughly this big. And what's important about this is that this distance on the dividers is the space of 1 tail plus 1 pin. So 1 tail, 1 pin. All right. So let's do that. I'm saying it's going to be somewhere like that. And we'll just very lightly, we're not pressing in at this point, we just go 1, 2, 3. Oh, I am good, aren't I? So this distance that it's overstepping this mark by is going to be the size of these pins here. All right. So normally it would take a few more attempts than that. You've got to adjust the spacing every now and then, but we've got that pretty bang on. So we'll try that again. This time I'll actually press it in because I'm quite happy with that. Press in, 1, 2, and then we won't press it in there. What we end up doing is we move that to the other mark that's this side, 1, and you walk back the other way, 2, and then you don't bother doing that. Then what we'll do, if I just quickly grab my dovetail marker, which is, we'll go for a 1 in 6 with these. If I just quickly square this along the top and down the front, I assume my hair won't get in the way. Down there, down there. So for this, I'm going to be using a 1 in 6 dovetail ratio. I'll explain dovetail ratios in a second. Let me just quickly get this marked out. Great time for questions now, if there's any.
Well, Butch said, will this still be available for watching after the live presentation? Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we had, what was it up here? Someone called Picasso I saw earlier. Basically, he asked whether or not this is possible to do with a set of cheap chisels and cheap tools and a speed square.
Yeah, absolutely. The tools I'm using here are quite premium, I will say, but I mean, yeah, when I started off, I was using pretty cheap tools to do it. I'll talk a little bit about chisels later because there is one important thing that you need to have with the chisels. But other than that, yeah, you can definitely do it with cheap tools, 100%. So,
sorry, I've got another one here from Mr. Chorazak. Says, are you using calipers to compare everything? If yes, what is acceptable differences?
Calipers to compare everything. These dividers?
I guess so, yeah.
I use these dividers to mark out the tails. If you rewind about 5 minutes, you'll see exactly how I did that. In fact, I also do it in my dovetail demonstration video as well, so you can search for that. There's a little segment on how to do this. But effectively, you just mark out the size of 1 tail plus 1 pin, you walk one way, you get there, and then you walk back the other way, and then voila, you get lovely spaced tails without any of the mathematics, which we like.
Nice.
Hashtag maths with Matt.
John says, can you tell the brand and name of the tools you're using?
Sure thing. Let's go to main camera. So, I should have said this right at the start. Let me go around it because it's better lighting. If you have a question about any of the tools I'm using in this demonstration, you need to have a look at kit.co/Matt Estley. All right. So anything you see on this bench is listed on there: planes, chisels, strops, sharpening equipment, other things. I don't really know. Everything that you see will be listed on kit.co/Matt Estley. And what I'd like to say on that is, if you purchase any of the items after clicking on that item in kit, I will get a teeny tiny commission at no extra cost to you. So if you like the look of something here, go on to kit.co/Matt Esley, and then you'll be able to purchase those tools and help support the channel while also earning yourself a lovely shiny tool. Back to the dovetails. This is fun. Okay, so we need to start cutting these out. Let's use this camera again. If you go around
the other side.
Yeah, that'd be quite good. Right. So, as you probably saw from the front view, I've marked on the waist on the front and on the top. I never really bother doing this on the back because I can't see it from this distance, from this angle, so I just go with it like this. What I will do, however, just because you're on that side, I'll quickly square them down the back so you can kind of follow what's going on here. You should be able to see it. Hopefully I'll do these the right way. Off. And then, yeah, like I say, I'll address the 1:6 ratio we're using in a second, because it's quite unconventional that we're using a 1:6 for hardwoods like this. All right, there we go. So in there. So we're going to be using a beautiful Bad Axe dovetail saw for this, and I'll quickly show you how to use the dovetail guides to do this as well. So sawing, this is so tricky with dovetailing, because ideally you want to get these tails straight off the saw. All right, if you're trying to faff around chiseling these square afterwards, you're going to have an absolute mare. Now, most people will try and prioritize getting this angle absolutely correct, which is fine, but like I just said, it doesn't really matter if this is a 1:6 or a 1:8 or anything like that. I'll explain later. What does matter is that this cut along the top is bang on square, because if not, let me just get this. If the end grain on this is not square, it will not go into the component. It will wedge it apart. Can you see that on here? Oh, yeah, you can. It will wedge the pins apart if one of these is... Yeah, it will wedge it apart. All right? So to do that, what I do is I get my thumb on the top, and I just... You see, I've angled the saw up like that. Now I nibble away at the back corner while slightly lowering the saw down. And I've guessed the angle at the moment. I don't really know if that angle's right. All we're doing is creating a little groove on top to now lock the saw in place. That's like about 1 millimeter deep, if that. The nice thing about that is now I've established that square cut, I've got all this room to angle the saw and correct that angle while also having it locked in perfectly square. So long light strokes now. Down to the baseline, being very careful not to cut over. Now this is another thing. On the front, I've hit that line pretty accurately. On the back, I've missed the line. This is why I don't square them down the back, because it gives you a false sense of inaccuracy, I suppose. Like, the fact I haven't hit that line down the back doesn't really matter. It probably just means that I penciled that line round a little bit inaccurately. I know that that top square, I've literally just watched it track that line, and I know that we've matched this one down the front. I don't really care what's going on in the back. Like I said, those lines wouldn't even be there normally, so. Now the key to this is long strokes, and ideally what you'd do is do all the cuts that way and then all the cuts that way, or angle the workpiece to match the angle of the dovetails, and you can even get a square up the back here to see if you're cutting plumb. Whatever method's absolutely fine. I like doing it this way. So what I'll do is I'll quickly do these two dovetails here, and then we'll use a dovetail guide for the final dovetail. So in this instance, obviously, I'm just literally putting my finger there in order to locate the saw and give it something to run against.
Have you got a Ryoba style saw there?
No, I've got a Japanese Dozuki saw instead, but I don't have the Ryoba.
Epoxy this, epoxy that is just asking whether you could do it with a different saw as well.
Absolutely. That's what I need to use for the dovetail guide. So you ask and you shall receive. Right, let's go. I think that angle's quite good for this, actually. Let me just get the old Ryoba. Not Ryoba. Dozuki. So we need that. And we need the 6-in-1 dovetail marker. Okay. I saw you switch back to the main camera. Look at you. Look at you go. This is great. So, start with, this is a Dozuki saw. Looks pretty awesome when you're carrying it around in a backpack and you've got these hanging out the back like Deadpool. But we're going to pair this with the Katz Moses dovetail guide. And this has got a 1:6 ratio on it. So it's perfect for these tails I've just marked out. But it comes in a variety of different ratios as well. And it is amazing for beginners to learn dovetails. Like, you can graduate and stop using a dovetail guide eventually, or you can just continue using it. I use it quite often just because I can't be bothered to think about dovetailing every now and then. I just want this to go in there and then cut the dovetails for me. Up to you though. The way this works is you've got one of the faces here has a 1:6 ratio on it. So I simply line that up with the line there. It's magnetized, so your saw literally just attach it to the side like that. And then in much the same way, I kind of tilt the saw up and work that line from back to front. So we've got it locked in from the top now. You can see there's a little line for it to locate in. And now we've just got to focus on cutting down. It's important with this having a really, really light grip on the saw, because if you have too much of a tight grip, it's going to throw it away from this dovetail guide. All right. And so Japanese saws are absolutely incredible for beginners as well, because they cut on the pull stroke. So when people start saws normally, they'll kind of drag it back. If I do it here, because I'm cutting this area, you drag it back, and that vibrating sound you hear, if I do it again, that's creating lots of tooth-shaped divots in the end grain here, which means when you try and start the saw again, it gets stuck and it launches forward like that. So ideally, what you would do with a saw in this style is you start on the push stroke, which is a lot smoother, as you can probably hear. It's lovely. If you can't get out that habit of dragging a saw back to start the cut, just get a Japanese saw, because it literally cuts on the pull stroke. Nice thing about that is when you pull back, it pulls itself straight, or it pulls the saw of the saw, the plate of the saw straight. So they can make it really, really thin. I mean, look at that. If that was a push saw, that would buckle all over the place. So we'll get that in there, line up that angle with the line on top, magnetize, always watch for your fingers on the back as well. Let's get that realigned. And go for it. And so when I'm using this guide, I'm not actually looking at the line I'm cutting that much. I'm looking at, see if I can let go of it, I'm looking at this here, the mating point between the saw and the guide, because that is my indication if I'm introducing any sort of tilt on the saw or any kind of angle. And as long as you keep it tight into the guide, you'll get a lovely square cut. So down to the baseline. There we go. Smashing. All right, let me just quickly get my fret saw. We're going to start cutting out that waste now. Now, I don't know if Rob's put it on the screen or not, but if you're interested in getting one of these guides, because this is only half the things it can do, if not a quarter or a third. If you're interested in getting one of these, they're only available from Jonathan Katz Moses directly. All right, you can't get, there's no distributors in the UK or anything like that, unfortunately, just from him directly. Again, if you want to purchase one of these, you can do so by following the link on Kit. That will give me a little commission from Jonathan himself. He's very kind like that.
I've also put a link in the description, but I've only literally just done it. Hopefully with a correct one. Do you want to double check it? This one?
Oh yeah.
Have a look. Is that all good?
Smashing.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's
Yeah,
brilliant.
that's in the description. People might not see it unless they refresh the page.
Awesome. Cheers for that. All right, so we're going to cut out these areas. You can see that I've scribbled the waste because you don't want to be cutting out the bits we want to keep. They're going down here. And lovely thing about these fret saws is they're so thin. You can like literally do that turn in 3 strokes. With coping saws with thicker blades, this is quite difficult, especially if you're using a coping saw after cutting with a Japanese saw, because that coping saw blade probably won't even fit into the Japanese saw cut. You can see this fret saw only just does it. But let's go down here. And I go about 3/4 of the way down, and I angle the saw ever so slightly and drag it back. Angle it again. And I'm literally just doing that, and then all of a sudden we're horizontal. Long strokes with this, and remove the waste. If the saw is binding, or you're struggling to turn it, or you're struggling to pull it forwards and backwards, you're about to break the blade, which you don't want to do. So focus on long strokes of it, light pressure, and remove that waste. All right, so we've done that. In fact, I'm going to cut the other way as well, just so we can get rid of a little bit more waste in there. Oh, blimey, these tails are tall, they're very small. Yeah, that'll be right. Cool. Let's get this on its side. And obviously here we are removing this area and removing this area as well. Let's get my crosscut saw. I'm going to treat myself. Some of you might have saw this in the picnic bench series. I've literally just treated myself to a Skelton crosscut saw from Shane Skelton himself. Always wanted one of these. Ordered it like a year ago, and it only just came last week. And it's stunning. It's bloody lovely. But I'm going to do a little bit of yeah, like ideally with a saw this good, you should be able to cut directly to the line. I like cutting away from the line with when doing this, and I like chiseling back to it afterwards to give myself that really crisp shoulder. But here, I'll show you a close-up afterwards. I'm cutting about 0.5 millimetre to 1 millimetre away from the line on the waist side. Long strokes. Oh my lord, this saw is sharp. Is that a macro lens on there, Rob?
Not particularly.
No? Okay, that's fine. I'll quickly draw a diagram in a second then. Lovely. All right, so can you see that little bit of the shoulder line left on the top there?
Yeah.
Just about? Cool. So we've got a tiny bit that we can chisel back to there afterwards. All right. Smashing. Okay. So let's chisel back to them now. Now what I like to do is I get as wide of a chisel as possible, which is around there. Hang on. And my mallet as well.
I can't swap cameras from here.
That's fine. Roll with it. That's good. I forgot the chisel. Sorry. Bumming shot.
That's a serious bum shot like that.
You have to pay for it next time, guys. Right. So tails, like I'm left-handed with my chisel, so I like having the tails on my left-hand side. If you do it this way round and you're chiseling down to it like that, I don't know, there's something a bit weird about it. I don't know, I can't explain it. People think I'm weird when I do explain it, but I find it much easier to have the tails on the side of your dominant hand that you're going to be chiseling with. And so I'm about 1 millimetre away from that marking gauge line that I scratched on there, if that. And so that should be absolutely fine to put the chisel straight into the line. If there was any more material than 1 millimetre, I would take off that first and then go back to the line. We'll have to do this in the middle, so you'll see that in a second. So we'll locate it in there. Be careful not to hit the camera. So you can see I'm like literally on my knees at the moment. And so, so I'm basically looking to see if the back of the chisel is square. And when it is, just simply tap down and I'm able to track the knife line that's on the front here.
That's not the other camera.
Yeah, arm's hurting. So we'll gently remove that. You see we're left with a lovely crisp corner of the dovetail there. Do exactly the same here. I apologise, my hand will shroud this. In fact, no, I'll hold the chisel at the top so you can see. So ideally, hold the chisel right at the bottom like this because you get so much more control rather than up here like a dagger. But we'll do it for this instance so you can see what's going on. So up like that, make sure it's going at 90 degrees. We're literally watching the line on the front. Okay, clean out that rubbish there. Gorgeous. Okay, so we're going to need to go to a bench shot now, similar to the shooting board one, if you're not too... Wow. Rob's having a mare. Yeah, you're right. Okay. That's right, I need to work out what chisel I'm getting anyway. Okay, let's go for that one. And mallet. That'd be perfect there, yeah?
Yeah. It's currently just on the board at the moment.
Get all this out of the way. And let's put that saw back. Oh! Let's be sensible. Put the guard on it, you pillock. Okay. So after I finish cutting these tails, guys, we'll have like a cheeky little interval where you can answer any questions about the process so far or any other sort of tangential questions you may have before we get stuck in with the pins, because this is the harder bit. All right, mallet, there we go. So I have picked a chisel that is as close to the maximum width that I can fit in these sockets as possible. Temptation is to go for the small chisel because it's so much easier to just pound in there and get the depth you're looking for. But if you do that, you're going to end up with some tiny steps on that shoulder line. Ideally, you want to be doing this in one long hit. Well, not one long hit, but one long width of the chisel. That makes no sense, but we'll roll with it. Now, there are some instances here where the saw cut hasn't quite reached the baseline. Like we're talking 0.5 millimeter or so, but if you want really crisp corners on these internal edges here, you need to finish that off. So what I do is I hold the chisel really, really close to the end, not here, because you're just going to stab your hand, right down like that, push it against the edge of the tail and just roll it up till I see that point hit the baseline. Roll it up. There we go. That one's fine. Obviously that one's fine. So we'll do this both sides. Oh, we're way short there. There we go. And the nice thing about this, it compresses the fibre slightly so you can see what you're doing far easier. Now, to that guy earlier who asked about chisels for this, this is the most important thing about the chisels when it comes to dovetailing. They need to be bevel-edged chisels. So you can see on here, these have angled sides on them. On some chisels, like firmer chisels and mortise chisels in particular, they have square sides on them. And so how are you going to get a chisel with square sides into the corners of those dovetails? You're not. Like, that's the short answer. You need some sort of bevel-edged chisel that either matches the angle of the dovetail or is more acute. Now on these Lee Nielsen's, they have a very small flat spot on the side, meaning I can't quite get right into the corner. I've got to kind of angle it slightly. But on some chisels, like Veritas, for example, they come down to a complete point on the edge, which is incredible for dovetailing. Not so great when you're holding the chisel like this and you're tapping it down, because you end up slicing into your finger. And it's not great. You can take a little bit of sandpaper to the point if you need to, but That's why I like the Lie-Nielsens. They got a nice little flat spot and I can easily work around it. So here we've got about 2 millimeters of material to remove. So I'm going to remove 1 millimeter of it to start with. And we're going down to halfway. So that's gone right in the middle, and then we'll just finish off. So you can see I'm having to angle the chisel here. I'll just so you guys can see. I'm having to angle the chisel to get into those corners without bruising it. And then we are now close enough to go into the baseline. Down to halfway. Once again, angle it. And then you've got a lovely crisp internal angle there. We'll do the same here. Halfway. And then chisel into the shoulder line. And then just finish it off. And ideally when you do this, you would clamp the piece down. This is not ideal what I'm doing here, especially on a nice slick bench.
Could get your rubber mat, Matt.
Could get me other mat.
Your rubber mat, your black rubber mat.
Black rubber mat?
No?
Oh, what, the non-slip one?
Yeah.
You could, but, so, right, give me something squishy.
Give me something squishy. My hand.
Your hand. Oh, I'm going to be chiseling into it, so you probably don't want that.
Squishy.
Something
Squishy.
Something
We don't have a lot of squishy. Well,
Velveeta.
there you go.
Right. So, this is something from my video on how to use a chisel correctly. All right, little bonus tip for you, I suppose. This is about power transfer.
You're really going to destroy a Velveeta for this?
I'm going to eat it after.
Okay, good.
So this is about power transfer. If you have a component that you're chiseling into on a solid surface like this is about 4 inches thick, you're going to get far better power transfer with the, get it central, you're going to get far better power transfer with the chisel. If, however, your workbench is really thin, or you're working on a squishy material like a cushion or a Velveeta or whatever, when you chisel into it, that Velveeta underneath, cushion, pillow, non-slip surface, whatever, is going to absorb the impact of the chisel, and firstly it's going to wobble this all over the place, but you're just not going to get as much bang for your buck. All right, so it's important that you work on a solid surface like this. Now, I know a lot of you don't have access to a huge workbench like this. By the way, if you want plans, they're available from my website. But if you don't have access to something like this, you can get the same effect by simply working over the leg of your workbench. So workbench top, let's say, hang on a sec, leg underneath, like that. What bit's going to give you more power transfer? Here, where it's all wobbly, or, I won't do it while I'm holding it, or is it going to be here, where you've got that support underneath? All right, so working above a leg on your workbench, you will get so much bang for your buck. It's really useful when mortising in particular. If you've got a flimsy workbench that's bouncing all over the place, mortising is going to be a nightmare. So simply work over the leg.
I've got a question from KT here.
Perfect timing.
He says, hey Rob, tell Matt to make a couple mistakes so he can show us how he deals with them.
I most certainly will. So one of the mistakes I will show you is how to get around, sorry, I'm talking with my mouth open. Talking with my mouth open, Rob. How do you do that?
You're disgusting.
One of the things I'll show you is how to fix your mistake if you accidentally cut away from the line when cutting the pins, because that's pretty much the most common one. And also, like, if you accidentally cut out a square, I'll show you how to chisel back to it and all that as well. That's the most common one I see. In future demonstrations, I'll obviously show you lots of mistakes as well. There's really common ones with latch dovetails. There's all sorts that can go wrong.
Got a few questions here saying, well, one from Tim Stratton saying, what the heck is a Velveeta? And then John says, is it a bread?
This is something that Tim Scott bought us, who's in the comments right now. It's a beautiful breakfast snack that me and Rob eat throughout the day and eat far too many of. And it's like I don't know what it is. It's just blimmin' lovely, isn't it?
Speaking of which, how can people send more of them to us?
So
I
if
can
you'd
try
like-
and get it in the chat.
If you'd like to fuel this channel, you can visit our Amazon wish list where you can buy us a pack of Belvita to consume on these live streams or in videos or wherever really. But yeah, you can go to the wish list, purchase an item of Belvita for us, and it gets delivered to our door. Great way of supporting the channel, if not the best.
Tim, could you be really kind and help me find the link? Because Matt hasn't updated it in his channel descriptions.
Shut up. All right, I'm done. I'm so happy. All right. Anyway, I wonder if they can hear me eating on my microphone.
They most certainly can. It's disgusting.
Okay, I'm done. Right, we'll do the other side exactly the same. Remove half the material and then chisel into the baseline. Oh yeah. Rob's just got a Belvita as well.
No, I don't.
You do?
No, not me.
Aye. Okay, so 2 millimeters away. Take it down to 1 millimeter away from the shoulder line and then chisel in the shoulder line. It's really important you remove all this material before taking that final chop. If you go straight into it, especially with a thinner chisel, all that material on the opposite side is going to push the chisel back below the baseline, and that's what gives you those really unsightly, choppy gaps in here. Whereas if you remove as much material as possible, you've got barely anything pushing on that chisel bevel, and it just travels down perfectly straight. All right, cool. I'm gonna go up in the vise now.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, ma. And so here, you got it?
No.
There we go, smash him. Right, so here, essentially I'm just removing all those chips to start with that are loose in there. Let's just push them all out the other side. And I like getting it upright like this because I can see all the gunk that's in the corners that I need to remove. Any small chips in here can and will prevent the dovetail from going together, so you need to make sure they're removed. And putting it upright like this just makes it far easier to see. But when you do it, always work to halfway. Don't push out the other side because you might end up breaking up the end grain here. How's your Belvita, Rob?
It's bloody brilliant.
Is it?
Yep.
That's good to hear. Flip it around.
Matt, is your book on the Amazon store?
What?
Tim says, can't find the link, but found out that Matt's book is in the Amazon store.
Oh, I forgot I did that.
You did that? I didn't know you did that.
I didn't know I did that. I thought it was unsuccessful. How much is it?
I'm going to have to ask the people on there.
I might buy it. Right. So I think that's all out. The other thing I like to do is I grab one of my marking knives and I kind of just slice all the stuff out the corners very lightly. You don't want to be doing this with too much pressure because you might break the blade. It just helps sever any of those remaining fibres. So again, you want to make sure they are all out of there. Lovely. Right, and that is the tails done.
Sorry, I swapped cameras.
Oh.
Wait, I haven't swapped cameras yet.
That is the tails done. All right, there we go, right here. I look less dead if I stand this side of the bench. So that's somewhat the easiest part, I suppose, because there's two lines on here you need to hit. You need to hit that square one on the top and you need to hit that angled one on the front. But the only one you really need to hit is that square one on top, right? The angles here don't really matter because in this next step, we're going to be tracing around those to match onto here. It doesn't matter if one of these was off at 45 degrees, if one of them was straight up, doesn't matter, we'll trace around it. On the pins, however, this is the more difficult one because we need to obviously match the angle that we've scratched around it, and we need to get these perfectly straight as well. For the same reason as before, if these do not descend vertically, then when that goes in, it's just going to break it apart. So yeah, we want to make sure we get those pretty damn straight. If there's any questions, feel free to fire them now. I'm just going to quickly have a tidy up of my workbench and then we'll get stuck in with the pins. So any questions on the process so far or any of the other things, fire it in the comments now.
Anthony says, do you have an address that I can send you guys a little gift from the States?
Oh, very kind. I used to have a PO box, but no one used it. What I would suggest you do is send it to Rycote Furniture Centre, which is the school I teach at. I don't want to disclose the location of the workshop because it's more secret than Area 51. But is it 51 or 52?
51.
51. But you can send it to Rycote Furniture Centre. Rycote Furniture Centre, Activate Learning, Oxpens Road, Oxford, OX1 1SA, and put it for the attention of Matt Estley. That's the easiest way of sending me stuff. Also, it's great because they handle my mail for me. It's a school, so yeah, it's brilliant. Right. Well, I don't know why I'm putting that back. I need that.
That's now in the description of the YouTube video.
Great. Thank you for that.
Area 52, even more secret. Arthur says, why doesn't the super chat donation work for me? I'm in the States. Don't know. That should be fine for everyone. Does the ramped shooting board reduce breakout, says Kirk?
The whole function of a shooting board is to reduce breakout on that back edge. So I wouldn't say this one does it any better. The main thing it does is just shears that end grain. It doesn't do anything different to the back of it. The only thing with this is I have given it a adjustable sliding backstop on it. So if the back does deteriorate and you start getting breakout, you can simply chop it off, re-square it, slide it up, and then you've got a fresh fence on there to work with. So maybe that's an added benefit. A lot of traditional shooting boards already have that included. It's just something that I stole and included in it. But yeah, it will produce breakout if you keep, it will reduce breakout if you keep that back fence well maintained. I haven't had to change it yet though.
Awesome, Arthur. You just gave us $10 US.
Legend.
Your super
Thank you.
chat works. Ross says, actually no, just before I get into what Ross says, I do have to point out, we're currently at 740 viewers.
What?
And have been for quite some time. It's amazing.
I'm terrified now.
I thought you might be.
I'm glad you didn't say up earlier. Blimey hell.
And yeah, if you want to help out the channel, just make sure to like it and donate if you can to Streamlabs or through the YouTube Super Chat, and it helps us keep doing what we're doing right now.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, so Ross's question was, would you recommend using dovetail guides when you were learning, or learn without, then graduate to guides to make it life easy?
That's a really hard one, because I learned to cut dovetails without, and then I guess graduated to using dovetail guides, or progressed to using them in instances where I can't be bothered to think about what I'm doing. An example of that was when I was cutting the drawers for the power tool workbench. There were so many dovetails to cut, I just wanted to get it done, and the dovetail guide is perfect for that. As for learning, there is no shame in using a dovetail guide whatsoever. No shame. Don't feel by using this that you're cheating. Caught it. Yeah, don't feel that you're cheating by using this. Anyone that tells you that, it's a load of rubbish, all right? If this gives you better results, end of. That's all you should be focusing on. And this is a great way of doing it. It's got the angled cuts on there for your tails. It's got the front to back angles for the pins, and it's even got a square shoulder on it as well, which is really useful for when cutting these edges square. If you want to cut directly to the shoulder line, that is, it's up to you. But it's definitely not essential for beginners, I guess is my short answer, but it's really useful. There's no shame in using it. Up to you if you want to buy it or not. It does work a lot better with Japanese saws though. A Dazuki or any of the other ones on Jonathan Katz-Moses' store will work very well with this. It does work with Western push saws, but I find that the act of pushing the saw, it just makes it easier to throw away from the dovetail guide. In my experience, I know a lot of people who do use them with this and get really good results, but I just think the Japanese saw is easier for beginners anyway, let alone using one of these. Why not pair them together? Hope that answers your question.
Woodwork Learner says, are you doing a new video on sharpening systems like on the bench behind you?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So I filmed a video in January on how to sharpen a chisel to a razor sharp edge. It's actually my second most viewed video on how to sharpen a chisel, or the one that I released 2.5 years ago is my second most viewed video. So I've redone it. It looks spectacular. There's a lot of talking at the start going through the theory, but if you sit through all that and you take it all in, you take notes, you will get insanely sharp chisels afterwards. And in fact, I will release that in the next week or so. I did an early release for Patreon, so you guys have probably already seen it. But to the general public, you will see that video very shortly, as well as many other ones, such as how to sharpen plane blades, how to set up planes, and how to reduce tear out, and all those other things. Those will be released gradually over the next few weeks, as well as the cabinet project, which I'm hoping to start filming again tomorrow. We will see though, we will see. Let's do one more question and then I will carry on with cutting the pins. If you can find any, or just get stuck in with it.
I can...
Because I will have a drink otherwise.
You go have a drink while I find a good one. Sorry, I'm not doing very well at this.
That's all right.
I got too distracted by getting a Belvita. Quick one from Simon. Do you have tomorrow's lottery numbers, please?
Yeah. No, I can't say that. You know what number I was going to say.
Let's press that like button. I
forgot you did that.
George says, can you recommend cheap but accurate winding sticks?
Cheap but accurate winding sticks. Oh, blooming hell. Cheap but accurate, a ruler, to be honest. Like, a ruler will get you by, just a 300mm one. You'll be absolutely fine with that. Is it as accurate as proper winding sticks? Probably not, but you can get by with it. You can get by with it. The ones that I use are the Veritas winding sticks, aluminium. So, you know, you can make winding sticks out of wood, but they might eventually move. If you can't be bothered with that, then aluminium winding sticks from Veritas are really useful. They've got one black side on them, one silver side, so you can easily see if the board's in twist, and they lock together very nicely, and they sound awesome when you take them apart. Very important stuff.
Lovely. I've got another couple quick questions, if that's all right.
Go for it.
Eva says, at what point of learning would you switch from using a pull to a push saw?
You don't. Like, if you learn with a push saw, you'll probably end up sticking with a push saw. If you learn with a pull saw, you'll probably end up sticking with that. It's all with what you're comfortable with. My advice would be to try and get yourself into a tool store if you can, and just try out both. If you haven't picked up a saw before, I can guarantee that you will find the pull saw far easier to get started.
Definitely.
Yes. Rob can speak for that in the student series he did. Some of my students have actually progressed from using a pull saw. Thank you. Have progressed from using a pull saw into using a push saw. Reason being, they didn't like the flexibility of the blade. They liked something a little bit more rigid. That was their own personal preference. They ended up going for the Veritas dovetail saw. Again, that's listed on the kit.co/Matt Estley website. But as an absolute beginner, my advice would be to go for a Japanese saw. That's usually my universal recommendation. Obviously, it depends on the individual, but try it out is my best suggestion. Go into a tool store and ask to try their saws.
Cool, and I've seen a couple of comments from both Epoxy and Tim about the £100 challenge, £100, the tools that I said that I'd buy tools for £100 and get you to do stuff. We're thinking about linking that into the live streams. That's the plan.
You're thinking about that?
Yeah, well, sorry. I'm going to go out and force you
to
use these tools midway through a live stream demonstration.
Okay, that sounds fun.
I was sure I told you this.
Oh wait, yeah, we did actually.
There we go.
Yeah, about dropping it in. Yeah, so I mean, whatever you got from that, the gist was if you donate a certain amount of money or we hit a certain threshold, Rob will then give me a rubbish tool to try and do a demonstration on, right?
Somewhat what I said, but
yeah.
You completely changed it, but never mind.
Never mind, we'll go with that. Right, at the risk of boring people through too much talking, let's get into doing the pins. We'll go to this camera. Let's see. Let's get me a clamp for this as well. All right. Now, how wide are we on here?
Not very.
Okay. Yeah, just a little bit if that's all right.
How does that work for you?
Perfect. Perfect, yeah, that's great. So, this is the part where you've got to pay attention to your face sides and your face edges and your numbering system, all right? This is where, you know, we could easily do that. 1 and 1 are still together, but our face edges are on the inside. Or we could do this. We've got one face edge there, one face edge on the bottom and on the inside. Just lay them out visually like that. 1, 1, face side, face edge. Cool. Get them together. And just, I pretty much keep them together like that until they're in the vise, and then I can't get it wrong. You see, I've got a little platform here to support them from behind. You can obviously get it flush with the, you can get it, oh, hello, that's the handle just falling off. You can get it flush with the top of the workbench if you want, but it's a little bit easier to get your knife in there if it's poking up a bit. So a supporting block from behind is ideal. Sorry, I'm just fixing my vise. Now, a trouble some people have here is the location front to back with the tails. It slides all over the place, and it's an absolute nightmare if you're knifing around it and it slips, because getting it back into position is incredibly difficult and will most likely end up inaccurate. So you want to make sure that is locked, no movement on it whatsoever. And there are cool methods of doing this. You can use like bench dogs and hold fast to hold it in place while you knife around it. That's awesome. If you've got a bench that can do that, definitely do it. You could try get a clamp on it. I don't know, all sorts of ways. What I like to do personally is, now are these tails in shot at the moment? Yes, they are. That'd be fine. In fact, could you just angle this camera down to hit these tails? Just get a square real quick. Now this is a little trick for you. What I like to do is on the back of the tails, really important you do this on the back and not the front. Let's just double check that lines up. Yes, it does. Yeah, let's just do it freehand. So we're going to make this just ever so slightly deeper on the back of the tails. Not too deep, doesn't need to be too much. Ideally I would do this with the marking gauge if I'd planned ahead, but I kind of forgot. So back of the tails, really deep line. Then what you do is you get your widest chisel, ideally do it in one hit, but you can do it into a couple. And you come in from the tail side, get a little wiggle, and remove a little V groove like that. Try and make it equal on all of them. It's not too necessary if it isn't, but it's better if it is. All right, and so that has given us, just make sure there's no fluff in there. What that's given us is a vertical wall here, right on the shoulder line, and then a slope going into it. And the advantage to this is, if we go back to the main shot, if that's all right. Sorry, not the main shot, this one here. So yeah, I'll be lining up with that obviously.
I'm going to zoom in quite a bit.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yep.
Okay, so I've positioned these pins to be about 1 millimetre above this supporting block from behind. And look what that V groove does. You hear it locking into place? It's like ever so slight. If you push too hard, it skids over it, but there is just a momentary lock in there, which is incredibly useful. In fact, if I just raise it up a little bit more, it'll be even better. Look at that. So now that is locked spot on that shoulder line. You can see where that corner meets up there. It's absolutely brilliant. You can take that a step further by, with your face edge, get a chisel on it and then line it up with that. So now your face edge is flush, and then you simply slide it forward and you lock it in like, come on, nope. There we go. You lock it in like that. Now we've got 2 points of location. We've got the side-to-side movement sorted, and we've got the front-to-back sorted. Well, in fact, we've also got the down motion sorted as well, because it's pushing into that. So 3 points of reference we've now got. So if this were to inadvertently slip when I was knifing around it, we can be pretty damn certain that we can get it back into the same position it was on. Chisel on there, slide it up until it locks into the V-groove, push it down, you're in exactly the same position. Obviously, we don't want it to move still though. So when you do this, really light pressure with the knife, like literally no pressure whatsoever, and just drag it back in a few successive passes. And this is why I like the Swan Morton SM01 blades, because they are incredible for getting into tiny gaps like this. If you have a thick Japanese marking knife, you can struggle to do this sometimes, whereas a thin blade like that is spot on for it. And a few other people endorse them as well.
Simon says, nice knife, Matt. Where did you get that from?
Okay, Simon says, okay, so I have to answer that one. Simon, this is one of my own custom marking knives. This is actually a B stock one because I sanded through it here. Is that unshot? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, rosewood handle, brass ferrule on it, obviously a removable blade. You can get different shapes as well if you want. But I made this entire thing in my workshop. I think, yeah, this one, even the metal parts I made on the engineering lathe. I sell these in batches throughout the year, and I've got another batch planned for August. And you can sign up to notifications for those batches on the website knifeupdates.mattesley.com. If you go there, it's a mailing list. I don't spam or anything like that, don't worry. You can put in your details, first name, surname, email address, and you will get notifications when the next batch of these is available without this little defect. And you can also put in a preference for what material you want. There's all sorts like bog oak, padauk, ebony, cocobolo, like curly maple. There's so many different combinations of wood you can choose, and different combinations of metal as well. Prices range from about 45 to 70 quid. 70 quid being like snakewood handle with bronze ferrule, like the two most expensive ones. But yeah, there's lots of different combinations. The cheapest ones also look pretty nice as well. Like cheap ones are things like curly ash and brass. Looks really nice. There's something to suit every budget and every taste. But yeah, knifeupdates.mattesley.com is where you can get those notifications. Right. This is going to be very difficult to see. Very difficult. Why did I choose this timber?
Okay. What do you want from me?
Good question. I don't even know what I want for myself at this point. I can barely see him. Oh, blimmin' hell. Right. Can you see him?
See what?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's knife lines on top. Yeah.
Oh my god. There is no chance anyone's going to see that.
No. All right. Well, you can be certain that there is knife lines scratched in the top of this. All right. I will mark the waist to try and make them as visible as possible.
Let me see if I can get real close.
I'm going to be standing there in a minute.
Well, I'm going to get real close.
All right. I'm doing this so I can see what I'm doing as well. I should have just done it with walnut.
Just keeping it zoomed in for the moment so people
That's
see
fine.
it. Look on the screen and you can...
Let's just do it with this. Right, so we've got a line squared along the top, which matches the exact angle of the dovetails. And now we need to square that down the front. Ideally, if you're a beginner, do this with a knife, because that way it's far easier to see. If you get it slightly off angle when you're cutting this plumb, it's easier to correct it with a chisel if you have a knife line to get into. When you get accurate at cutting down vertically, you can just do it with a pencil line. In fact, you don't even need to do a line at all in some cases. For me, I like doing it with a pencil because I'm quite happy cutting down square. But on one of these, I will intentionally screw it up so you can see how I fix it. I've got a feeling that's not going to be very easy with this rosewood that we're using.
What, to screw it up? You're bragging about it.
No, to fix the screw up. No, it's very easy to screw up. I've got a feeling my first screw up was using this material. Oh, right, let's go here. So, to get this accurate, there, the line on the top, get your knife into it, and then slide this up to the knife. Again, light pressure and gradually increase it. If you go for full pressure on this, it's just going to end up tracking the grain and you're going to get an inaccurate line. And inaccurate lines do no one any favours. Oh, this is so rock solid, this wood. Blimey. Now, same as before, as on the tails, if I'm penciling on these lines, I don't often do them on the back because, you know, if I'm hitting the line down the front, then I can be pretty certain that it's hit on the back. But if you're knifing them, like, you know, if you're a beginner or if you just want to do it anyway, I would recommend doing it on the back as well. Because if you just have that knife line on the front and you chisel all the way through, you're going to get breakout on the back edge. You need to work from the back and the front into the middle in order to get a nice finish from the chisel. And so in order to do that, you need knife lines on the back. Is that the one I knifed? Yeah. So I'll just do it on this one.
Just want to remind everyone, all 744 of you, that it would be fantastic if you could like the video. It's 269 likes. There's another 500 to gain in there. I can see it. See it.
We believe in you. Oh, I'm not looking forward to doing this. Right. Okay. Now, I am going to keep... Where's that carrot? Right, let's keep that there because I want to see if I can get a shot of how to saw on this.
Do you want me to go handheld?
You could do, I suppose. Yeah, go on. Let's go handheld for it.
Yeah. Do this.
So I want to show you guys the sort of technique up close with.
Hold that for a moment. No,
right,
just.
Oh, you've got to hold that. There you go. Right.
Yeah.
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 Oh, good. Good stabilizer, bro.
Wait. Give me a moment. Wait,
There you go.
3, 2.
There we go. Right. Yeah, I want to show you the technique up close of how to saw exactly to that line with no fathom with a chisel or anything afterwards. So let's see. This one on the right, my broom. This one on the right, we're going to intentionally screw up. So we're going to miss those lines. There is one on the top here, somewhere. Oh, blimey. Right. So I can just about see the line. It's on your side at the moment. And I've angled the saw up. I'm just nibbling away the back corner. And my finger is on the other side, sort of just pushing into it like that. Don't worry about cutting your finger or anything. The curve of your fingers and thumbs will make you avoid the curve of the saw. Just taking away the back. Okay. I've hit it, that's good. Right, so just to draw what I've done here, I'll do it on this bit of wood here. So we've got, let's see, we've got a knife line that I've scratched into the end grain here. This is the area I am removing. In fact, it was that way round, just so we match what we've got here. And what I've done is, obviously a saw cut doesn't leave a knife cut, it turns wood into sawdust. So my saw cut has turned this into sawdust. So that saw cut has stopped right up against that line. If you cut on the line, this area here becomes a gap because you've cut over the line that you've traced around. This is the part we're removing. We want to remove all of that up to the line and no further beyond it. On the screw up that I do, what I will do is, it's the area we're removing, I'm going to turn this to dust and leave a little bit here that needs to be chiseled afterwards because that's an area that's quite easy to mess up and I want to show you guys how to fix it. But for now, this is what we're aiming for. Waist side, saw cut right up to the line, no further, no less, I suppose. And so by simply taking out the back corner like I've done here, it's really useful to see the positioning of the saw without committing to the entire line. If you do try and hit the whole line at once, the saw kind of scoots, it can scoot all over the place. Whereas if you do it on the back corner, literally on the first pass, or the first few nibbles, it's now locked in place. So I can track that line from back to front while steering it, rather than just hit the whole line at once.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, right, where is that line? It's there. So it's still taking out the back, blowing away the dust. Now I'm slowly leveling out the saw. And there we go. So now I've tracked that line from back to front. And I'm very happy that I've turned it all to dust right up against the line. Now it's locked into position. It's not going to go anywhere. I can focus purely on cutting long strokes, square, down to the baseline. And so with this, important thing is the saw plate is in line with your wrist, which is in line with your elbow. If it's kinked out like that, that's where you start getting these weird motions. If your wrist is kinked out, again, you're going to get weird motions there. If it's all in line, what's those trains? Is it a locomotive? Is that one? Yeah? It's like that. Everything should be in line, which means you've got a bit of a weird position. You've got to kind of look over like this, but it's just the easiest way of getting a square cut. If you're off at the side or anything, you don't know if that's cutting square. Long strokes as well. A lot of people will try and cut like this. You've paid for all of those teeth. Why are you only using that amount? Use them all. Because what happens with this is they use that amount of teeth and they think, oh, it's not cutting, so I'll push harder. It gets stuck and then, poof, shoots forward and you end up tracking, like you lose the line and everything like that. If you just focus on those long strokes, use all the teeth that you purchased and hold the saw with very light pressure. That's why they make them this shape. So you can literally hold it like that. Very loose grip. You'll get a lovely straight line off the saw. Now we'll do the same this side. So, line tracked from back to front. Now focus on those long locomotive strokes, because that's a verb. A bit further. Ooh. All right, smashing. Now, one of these tails I used the Cat's Moses guide for, but I can't remember which one. I think it was this left-hand side. Yes, it would have been that one. So, the Cat's Moses guide, let's do it. So this is actually ended up being the one that I'm going to intentionally screw up. So it's not going to be the best example of this guide, but let's do it anyway. We'll raise this up, and then on here. So we need to match this with the correct angle. So if we spin it this way, it's obviously cutting towards me. Spin it that way, it's now cutting towards you. So that's the nice thing about this guide. It will literally do everything you need to do in dovetails for you. I don't think that was the one, actually. All right, I'm not going to risk it on here, just because I don't trust which one I actually cut with the guide. But in theory, if you use the 1 in 6 on here, it will match up perfectly with the 1 in 6 this way, because there's literally a 1 in 6 dovetail on the bottom, which does it all for you. So yeah, in theory, you should be able to do that, and then this jig will do the pins for you as well. But I'm going to freehand them in this case, because I can't remember which one I actually cut with the jig. So let's lower it down.
I'm going to switch to the other camera.
That's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
breaking.
That's fine. Do you want me to hold it while you do so?
If you could just set the other camera up, that would be lovely.
Sure thing.
I'll just do a little bit of work.
Look
Look at him go.
I am so good at this. Right. That's fine.
And if you press auto on there, it's the one that's lit up.
Auto.
On the bottom row. Yeah, auto. On the machine.
Oh, boff.
There you go.
Look at me.
You're a genius.
Tech man. So, I'm going to focus on cutting these. Quick Q&A. I guess, while I do this.
Yeah, well, just after I put me down.
Yeah, that's fine. You get yourself comfortable, Rob. Did I mess up?
Well, it's just slightly out of focus.
Oh yeah. Right, I'm going to cut away from the line on this. Now remember, if you're using a push saw like I am, always start on the push stroke, if you can. Starting on a pull stroke is going to give you those little tooth-shaped divots that will make it very difficult to start your saw. A way you can actually do the pullback, in fact, I'm going to do this on the Japanese saw, but if you want to avoid those divots from appearing, but you can't get out of the habit of pulling back, just try and do it quite quickly, but be very careful in doing so. Doing it quickly with light pressure, you won't get any of those divots, and it will start quite easily after that, but it's when you do it slowly, and you get that vibrating, that's where problems arise. Let's do this on the Japanese saw. We'll do it freehand. So, you see thumbnail, you know there?
Yeah, no, they saw a lot of camera angles there.
No. So starting on the back again, you see I'm using my thumbnail to keep it in position, and now it's locked into the back. I can just focus on steering it along that line, back to front. Line established on the top. And now cut square.
Go on, let's push those likes over 400. Only 35 more likes and we'll be over 400. There's so many of you here, let's do it.
I think you need to show people where that like button is again, Rob.
Oh, I was already on it.
Right, so cutting out the waste now. Obviously I've marked the parts we are removing, because again, I've done it countless times where you cut out the wrong blooming bit. It is so frustrating when it happens. Quick one on fret saws, just while we're here. That's right, I can do the zoom.
Yeah.
I'm good at that stuff. So I'll get a few questions about the New Concepts fret saw every now and then. New Concepts is the brand that makes this saw. The reason it's this shape is to provide lots of tension on this blade. A main reason for blade breakages, other than forcing it around curves and stuff that it shouldn't be, is the detensioning of the blade. If it detensions, then it gets all floppy and it's much more liable to break, or it becomes more difficult to cut, which means you force it more, which means it's going to break inadvertently. So by having a frame like this, which puts a lot of tension on that blade, you can literally hear it, you firstly get a really nice straight cut off of it and really nice control, but it prevents blades from breaking as well. I've had this for God knows how many years, and I reckon I've gone through about 5 blades with it at a push, if not 4. One of them was at a demo at one of the Axminster stores. The other few times have just been in the workshop when I've been forcing it to do things it shouldn't. So I just make sure they're nice and snug, give it a retension, and there you go, until you hit, what note's that, Rob? I don't know.
B flat.
B flat, yeah.
There
So
you go.
it's a B flat, all right?
Yes, somebody can go test that. Oh, I wish I had perfect pitch, that'd be great. A couple of questions here.
Yeah.
How long would it take you to make this one joint if you weren't teaching as you went?
It would take me about, on average, 3 dovetails like this, I can do it in about 15 minutes, usually. But we do have a future live stream planned where I'm going to try and beat Rob Cosman's record of 2.5 minutes, I think it was. I really want to see if I can do it that quickly. He had a few tools and stuff set up beforehand. We're going to have all the same parameters he had and give it give it a shot. But yeah, usually hand cut dovetails, 2 or 3 dovetails like this, you can do it in about 15 minutes or so. So it's out of focus.
Yeah, it was, and then I moved it. I ruined everything. I pressed so many buttons.
It's fine, I'm going back to this anyway.
You're going back. I've got one other question.
Okay.
Creative Construction, do you... I didn't think my mic was on, then I panicked and I got confused. Creative Constructions UK, who is the one who gave us the Streamlabs donation option.
Legend.
Thank you very much for that. Says, if I'm cutting these on a bandsaw, what blade should I use? Well, first you should get the right size blade.
Shut up. I bought the wrong size blade for my bandsaw. A whole 30 inches off. How about that? If you're cutting them on the bandsaw, I would probably, it depends so much on the thickness of the timber. My gut instincts would be just go for a general purpose 6 or 8 TPI. Anything coarser than that might be a little bit too coarse, and anything finer than that might clog and track a bit easier. 6 to 8 TPI is like a good standard, and we'll deal with thicknesses like this very easily, as well as thicker stuff as well. In terms of thickness, front to back, that shouldn't really matter too much. Again, general purpose, 3/8 of an inch is probably a good one to go for. Basically, a general purpose blade will work really well. You don't need anything fancy to do so. I believe Mark Spagnolo, the Wood Whisperer, has got videos on using a bandsaw to cut dovetails, so he might cover it in there. I'm not too sure though. But yeah, general purpose blade, you don't need anything special.
Got another question here from Andy Sparks, which is quite a good one actually, because I found this difficult when doing the dovetails myself.
Yep.
He said, what kind of lighting do you have? I find shadows really cause me grief when trying to be accurate.
Yeah, shadows are a pain. So we've got 4-point lighting here. It's far easier. Rob will zoom out now. Yeah, it's quite good here at the moment. One thing I should have shown you is the tape trick that you can do for end grain to make it far easier to see what you're doing. In fact, I can do it real quick. I won't do it on this exact piece, but for those of you who struggle with your eyesight or you have dark environments or something like that, this is a really good technique. Normally it's done with blue tape, which has a little bit of thickness to it. I think it's like a Tessa veneer tape is what people commonly use. I don't really know, but essentially, can we go back to this camera? Yeah. All good. So what you would do, you know, when I was knifing around this with a knife, or knifing around the tails, so you just cut off all this excess. Whoop. Okay, so you put tape on the end grain like that, and when it's upright in the vise, like that. When it's upright in the vise and you scratch around a tail, is that all good?
Yeah, I think so.
What you end up doing is you cut through the tape as well as put a mark on the end grain. I'm doing this very inaccurately. You do that and then you peel up these areas that you don't need. And so if you've got a tape that has a certain thickness to it, like this special blue tape, Vic Teslin does it quite a lot as well. If the tape's got a bit of thickness, you can actually put the saw up against it and you can feel, in fact, I can just about feel that there as well. You can actually put the saw up against it and you see you get so much contrast on the end grain. Why I didn't do that for this, I don't know, because that would have been so much easier. Thank you to that commenter who reminded me to do this, or whatever. Oh, look at that.
It looks brilliant.
That is so much better.
That's so clear.
Why do I do this to myself?
I
Next
could have
time.
done this on the Paduke.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oops. But yeah, that's for those of you with bad eyesight or bad lighting. Amazing technique. Amazing technique. Just get some thicker tape for it. Don't get me wrong, like masking tape will work absolutely fine as well, but blue tape's fancier. Right, I'm going to cut these out. So once again, down about 3/4 of the way, little twist on the blade, long strokes with it to get it round to 90 degrees. And using all of those teeth that I have purchased. All the teeth, every single one. And when I'm doing this, you'll notice I'm viewing it from the front of the dovetails. I never really cut from the back like this, because you've got to kind of angle the saw to match the sweep of the dovetails. And if you cut through the front there, it's going to be completely visible. If you accidentally cut into the back of the pins here, it gets hidden at the end anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now, in terms of blades that I'm using for this fret saw, this is, hang on, let me just finish this off.
Can I just say, whatever the next comment is, you say it to 800 people.
Oh, wow. Let me know. Hello, all 800 of you. So in terms of fret saw blades, this is, I think it's a 12 or a 13 or a 14 TPI. I tend to go for the same TPI that's on my dovetail saw. It's quite coarse, but it cuts across the grain really, really quickly. And you don't really need a clean cut off this because you're going to be chiseling it anyway. So yeah, 14 TPI is pretty ideal. All right, oh, that's good. Now, let's see if we can, so, is there a focus on this?
There is focus on that, yeah.
Which one is it?
The smaller bit,
That one. Oh,
but it zooms in.
oh, okay. There we go. Oh, look at that. That is brilliant. That's like macro, that, isn't it? So you can see that I'm about 2 millimeters away from the line there. Ideally, I would have got that a little bit closer, but this is definitely one of those instances where you don't want to be chiseling directly to the line, because if we do so, that chisel is going to be pushed below the baseline. Sorry, below the baseline like that. So we need to make sure we remove as much material on top of the cut before committing to that final line. Just wanted to show you that close up before we move to chopping vertically again. All right, would you mind adjusting the Camerooni for us?
No, not a problem. I'm going to replace the battery as well.
Yeah, right, quick camera swap, and then we'll get chopping these out. Not far off now. Obviously, we just got to chop the baseline, and then we need to sort out that one that I intentionally screwed up and any of the others that I unintentionally screwed up. They look pretty good, though, I think.
Where are you going? On the bench?
Let's go right here. Be great. In fact, I will clamp this down as well, just to be sensible.
Actually, would it be better from your perspective, on your side?
What?
The camera? Sort of side on?
Nah, that would be okay, because then they can see if it's going down vertically.
I can't get quite over the top.
That's all right, just tilt the camera up slightly.
What do you mean tilt the camera slightly?
Right, you going up? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah?
That's good.
That gets the point across?
Yeah, that'll be right.
Okay.
Right, another tip from my chisel video, how to chisel correctly. This is a great technique if you can't be bothered to sharpen very often, which is me all over. Now, I need to find a chisel that fits this as accurately as possible, and that seems to be a really good fit. We've only got a little bit of wobble side to side. That one is obviously too wide. So, oh, hello. So, yeah, this one here is going to be a pretty damn good fit. We've got about 2 millimeters either side to play with. Now, we could start chopping out all of that waste with this, but that's obviously going to start degrading this edge, and by the time I get to this one here, that chisel's not going to be as sharp as it was here, and I might want to resharpen it in between that. Not so much a case here, but if you've got, let's say, 4 sides of these to do, then yeah, you can pretty much do this with this special technique by not having to sharpen this chisel at all. And what you do is you get a smaller one to hack out all the waste beforehand, and then you leave about 0.5 millimeter away from the line, all the way across, front and back, to then clean up with this afterwards. So this is effectively your bulldozer, and this just gets rid of everything. And the nice thing about using a thin chisel is it descends into material very easily. If you've got a wide chisel, it becomes quite difficult to do so. And so that's my sharpening hack for you. If you can't be bothered to sharpen, use a different chisel, but use it in an order that's sensible. Sounds like there's a party outside, doesn't there?
That really does. I'm so curious, but I don't want to open the door.
No.
Scary times.
Invite them in.
Oh no. Can I just say there's 436 likes on this video and there's like 800 of you watching. Come on, let's push it to 500.
Come on, keep
I'm
going.
sure. 500. It's free. Why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah. Have we got any likes from the Australians?
Got 3 whole Australian likes.
3 Australians are up
Yeah.
watching.
Very disappointing.
That's good. Right, so we're about half a millimetre. I'm going to take a little bit more down here. Yeah, that is already started knackering the edge of this chisel. So this technique is going to be incredibly useful because I don't have to do an awkward sharpening halfway in between. Halfway in between? In between.
Mortimer Woodwork says, how long is this live for?
I would say probably another half hour from here, if that. You can obviously re-watch it if you need to, though. We will leave it on the channel for your perusal.
Is that a word?
Huh? Perusal?
Perusal.
It
It's
is
a word?
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it is.
To peruse. Perusal.
Yeah, I believe it is, or I've just made a fool of myself.
Sharon says, what's the difference between a fret saw and a coping saw? Non-woodworker watching, she says. Great teaching, by the way.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you very much. What's her name?
Sharon.
Sharon. Very kind of you. Thank you. Coping saw has usually got a thicker blade on it. And, am I right in saying that a fret saw has a tensioner on it as well? I might be wrong with that. As a general overview, coping saw has a much thicker blade on it, which makes it hard to go around those curves, but it's more heavy duty blade. Fret saw has a much thinner blade and is far easier to sort of get around those curves. So that's a brief overview for you. For furniture making though, ideally a fret saw is ideal for fine stuff like this. I do use a coping saw every now and then though. Let's see, can we get in there with that? Ooh, okay. Not going to quite do that, right. So I've got to do a quick sharpen because I ground this one to 25 degrees and yeah, I forgot to put a secondary bevel on it. So we'll do this really quick. We'll do a, oh, hello.
Well, I'm move over here.
There you go.
I'll have a little bit of...
I'll do a proper sharpening demonstration in a future live stream for you, but we'll make this very quick now, quick and dirty. So chisel in a honing guide, slide it up to a 30-degree stop.
Oh, it just swapped. Why did it swap? There we go.
There we go.
You're good.
Cool. All right. Can't see the sharpening now.
Oh, what do you mean?
Can't see what I'm sharpening.
Oh, I see, because you're going to stand in the way. No. My bad.
Well, no, it's right there. It just needs to point down a bit.
Oh, I see. I immediately went to Potomac.
Oh, nah, sod that. I've done that. Right. Okay. So we've got a Waterstone. I did just flatten this earlier, so that's fine. I'm just going to drag back. Does it look like a nightclub here? Yeah, it does.
Sounds like it too from outside.
Yeah. So a couple of drags back because we're on a fresh primary bevel. Flip it round.
Matt, do you keep your Waterstones in water all the time, says Chris Price?
These ones you're not supposed to. I do though. I've never really seen a problem with it whatsoever, but yeah, ideally follow the manufacturer's instructions for it. Some you have to, or some you can do, some you don't have to. But yeah, it depends on that one. Just simply read the instructions.
MDR Syed says, how often do you sharpen your chisels?
Depends if I'm chiseling concrete or if I'm chiseling marshmallows. You know, it wood varies so much in hardness. That rosewood that I'm chiseling at the moment absolutely ruined my chisels, but if I was chiseling something like ash, it would be lovely and I wouldn't have to be sharpening so soon. All right, that's good enough. So quick overview. I put a secondary bevel on it with a 6000 grit, finished it up on this strop here. This strop has some 0.5 micron paste on it. I can't remember the exact grit that equates to, but it's somewhere around 30,000, if not higher. Completely overkill, but it's brilliant when it's that sharp. So there's a link to that Sorry, not the strop on kit, but there's a link to this paste on kit.co/Matt Estley. All right. Just going back to the chiseling. So a quick reposition of the cameras. So this chisel, the reason I sharpened this is because on the back here, where the dovetails are a little bit thinner, it fit that gap really nicely. And then I've got a slightly wider chisel, which fits the front of the dovetails really nicely. So we've hacked back to the line a lot with this thinner chisel. So now we can just get straight in it with this lovely sharp one, locate that shoulder line. Oh, that is gorgeous. And we're cutting down vertical. And locate it again.
Tim Scott says, studio quality live stream, gents.
Thank you very much, Tim. Very kind of you. We've got a monitor right in front of me at the moment, and it is so weird having this level of professionalism going on.
We'll have to show it. We'll have to turn it around at the end of the live stream.
It looks insane in here at the moment. It's not right. We're not this refined.
No, not a chance. No, it's been good though. And there's only 33 more people to get us to 500 likes.
Wow.
33 more.
33 of you. Right, into the bass lines on the front. Now with this, I'm going to turn this around, you'll be able to see this, right? Bear in mind that we're now going into a wedge-shaped cavity. And so I'm aiming to get this chisel right in the center. If I go right up against the edges like that, I'm going to start chiseling it into the internal edges of the pins, which we don't want. It'll start damaging them. So I'm going to go in right in the center to start with, and then on the passes afterwards, we will angle the chisel. So in the center. So what?
You slipped.
No, I didn't.
Embarrassing.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Aaron says he's American, and just the accent is more proper than I'm used to.
More proper?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I swear I just saw a bit of the chisel chip off. No. This stuff is brutal. Look, I can actually see a white edge on the back of the chisel. It's folded it round that much. And this is A2 steel. This is hard stuff. This could be fun. Right, so now we've got the middles chopped out. I'm going to simply tilt the chisel. Basically what I do is I locate it in the line.
Let's get a little bit closer, shall we?
Yeah, I'll tilt it like this as well. I can do it like that. So I'm resting the chisel on the line that I've already cut, get it where I need to, and then tilt it to match the tail. And I just do it so I can sort out that line on the front. All the stuff that's going on the inside at the moment, I'll sort that when it's upright. I just want to get this front line established for now. Love this song.
Oh, I swear whoever's playing it has played it already.
Maybe it's a subscriber who's found our workshop.
I am genuinely worried about that.
Maybe it's Tim. Right, so that's all good. So we've got really nice crisp lines along the front now, and we can now get it upright in the vise to clean out all that rubbish. Let's go around it.
Sorry. Sorry to all the viewers who are currently struggling.
We need a third cameraman.
I need a third camera.
Sorry, yeah.
Right, where are you going?
Just go to the vise. And we will be staying here until the joint is assembled, I reckon.
Oh, fantastic.
So I'll just start paring out this rubbish. Oh my lord, yeah, that has blunted already. Oh, blimmin' elf. This was the material I was considering making all those drawer sides for on that apothecary cabinet.
50 drawers.
Yeah, I've decided against that now. Sod that. Oh, hello.
We just hit 500 likes, or at least we
Legends.
did while I was holding the camera.
Well done, guys. That is brilliant. That is a new
amazing.
record you've hit there. Oh.
Col YouTuber says you need a gimbal for your camera. I literally do, I just didn't pick that up at the time.
Oh, it's already folded that edge round. I think I've already tried this one. Yeah. Oh, you can just hear it. It's not that nice sound that you should get when chiseling. It's just,
It sounds dreadful.
yeah, it's like chiseling concrete. Right, next demo, walnut.
Do you have a slightly blunted chisel currently?
Hey?
Well, just someone asked, can you show a slightly blunted chisel up close? And I wondered if you had one.
You might be able to see it actually.
Do you want me to?
Kind of,
You're going to try and do it?
yeah. All right, let's see if we can do this. Oh, it's getting there, isn't it?
Yes. Pull it back slightly.
Is that in focus there?
There you go, there.
Right, so that white edge on it, can you see that? That is the blunt edge of the chisel. So that was a complete point just now. No white edge on there whatsoever, but after a few hits, yeah, it now looks like that. So you see the secondary bevel, and you've just got to kind of tilt the blade, and then you see a little glimpse of it, like there. And that's how you know if your chisel is blunt. Like that looks razor sharp, like that. But then, yeah. Whoop.
It's actually quite nice and clear on camera.
Yeah, it's good that, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's
852 viewers, by the way.
Blimmin'
Just
hell.
so you're aware.
Yeah, so that's, oh sorry, I forgot to adjust that. That's the sort of thing I would just carry on filming when I was doing a normal video and then have to refilm the entire thing. But that's what a blunt chisel looks like. So it looks beautiful from the top, but then when you just catch it in the light, you see that white edge. And in fact, now I'm feeling that. I can feel a bit of metal that's been folded over to this flat side and created a burr there. So yeah, that chisel's toast. I'm pretty much there though, so it's not too bad.
Can we push 600 likes now? Can we push 600?
600
Surely
likes.
that button is so cheap to press.
I think it is, you know. I don't think it costs anything, Rob.
No, I'm not confident. And if it does, I've lost a lot of money.
Right, so that is all the corners cleaned out. So if I hadn't done my intentional mistake, this should go together. Quick look. Oh, lovely. Yeah, so everything looking like it's lining up, apart from this one, which is fine. Now, I think I'm just going to have to quickly sharpen my chisel again, because this is disgusting. Oh, in fact, is that sharp? I think it is. Oh yeah, because I haven't used it on this wood yet. I used it on the sycamore. Brilliant. Right, never mind. So, to do this, how are we best going to do this? Might have to go handheld, possibly.
Okay.
Just because I think my hand's going to be shrouding what we're seeing here at the moment.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll go simple then, seeing as people want it.
Ask and you shall receive.
Okay. So, you don't do anything for a moment.
No, that's fine.
Swap to the other camera.
Buff. Hello.
Oh,
Oh, hello. You right there? Yeah?
yeah, sort of.
All good?
Yeah.
Cool. Right. So, to sort this out, we've got 3 lines to hit. We've got the top line, the front line, and the back line. Most important ones are the top and the front. The back one is hidden, so if it does get slightly undercut, no one will know, unless it falls apart in the future. So what I like to do here is, firstly, now we're about 0.5 millimeter away from the line. And I'm telling you that because you probably can't see it. Neither can I. So we're in the line. Temptation would be just to go bang and whack that down. But with this wood especially, it's going to split in a direction that you don't know until you hit it. And Sod's Law says it splits in the wrong direction. You end up with a disgusting gap down the front. And so what I like to do is get it in that line and just give it a very small tap. Just to separate that material, effectively making that line a little bit deeper. That is now no longer attached.
Sorry, there's zero focus currently going on at the moment.
We'll get there.
There we go.
So that is now no longer attached to the rest of the pin and is separated. Now I would go in from the front like this and push it to the middle, and then we'll go from the back as well. Can't do that just yet though, because if I do that now, the fibres are still attached at the bottom. And so trying to ask this bit of the chisel to push into an area where the fibres are still attached is going to produce some sort of tear out. So if you go to the other side, Rob, if possible,
yeah.
I'll step over. So what we need to do is, we'll come around in a sec. So on the bottom here, again, I'll use one of my knives and I'll just sever those fibres at the bottom. And I'll make this a pretty damn deep mark, to be honest. So this is now separating all those fibres from the base. And obviously they've been separated from the top as well. Lovely. So now what we should be able to do is put the chisel in the line that I've got on the front, if I could see it. Oh, where is it? I think it's there. No, that is nowhere near it. All right, I think it's there. So we're going in there, and then we just push it through. You can see now, it just chips off because it's not attached to the top, it's not attached to the bottom, and you just pull it into the edge of the pin, wiggle it up and down, go to halfway, twist it off, smashing. There we go from the other side. And so you can see this is why having knife lines for beginners is really useful, scratch down the front, because you can do this. Just put it straight into those knife lines. Oh, there we go. So that's off. And easy as that, those fibres are now separated. Lovely clean edge going on in there now. Might take a little bit of clean up, but yeah, that is bang on the lines that we scratched on. So let's have a look. At this point, I just do a quick visual check to check all those lines are descending vertically, which it looks like they are. There's actually, no, there's one on this side that I'm not too happy with. And so I just angle the chisel away from it a bit and just nibble out the back like that. So remember, like, this is a long live stream at the moment, but if you do this enough, personally I've got this down to about 15 minutes. Yeah, it becomes a very quick process, especially if you're not faffing around with any of this chiseling afterwards. If you can do it straight off the saw, you can put together a box, I kid you not, quicker than someone can use a dovetail jig and a router. It's a very quick process. If you've got 5 boxes to do, then you're going to struggle, but 1 box, it's far easier, and you can usually charge a little bit more because they're hand cut. Happy days. Right, another visual check. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. I'm going to do a tiny bit on this one as well. So what's important with these is that these back lines, or the front lines for that matter, are not sloping in like that. The back ones can technically slope out. That would be an undercut, it won't be seen, but they can't slope in because that will prevent the dovetails from going in. Visual check. All looking like they're going down vertical now. I'm happy with that. Base lines look flat. So now what we'll do is just put a very small chamfer on the back of these tails. That all in focus?
Yeah.
You right for?
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah?
surviving.
Okay, so I'm going to put a small chamfer on here to stop it, or to help it locate. Don't start this from the end grain because you'll get a nice triangular shaped gap on the end grain. You want to start it about 3 millimeters down roughly. Choke up on the chisel, don't hold it like this. We do a little chamfer like that.
Whoever's outside has got a great choice of music.
Kung Fu fighting. Right, that is a great song. Forgot it even existed, so I'll get it so you guys can see. In fact, let's just get it with a knife, it's far easier. Pop it out. All right, now, moment of truth. Oh, okay, it's tight one side. but we're going to give it a go. Okay, so this one that I adjusted is quite tight. In fact, that middle one's quite tight as well. You can hear it. That's descending, descending. That's not. But we're going to keep going. Right, this is very tight. Do I bottom it out now, or do I go for it? Rob? Go for it. All right. Come on.
That is crazy.
Thank the Lord for that.
I can't believe how tight that is.
Look at that.
That's amazing. Okay, I've got a question now.
All right.
But, so of course you bottomed it out.
Yeah.
Maybe in an ideal world you wouldn't have done that with it being quite so tight.
How'd you get it apart?
Well, no, there is that because I think I know how I would do that.
Okay.
But it's more along the lines of, does the choice of wood change whether or not you just decided to go for it then? If it was a softer wood,
Yep.
I guess there's a lot more risk of damaging things.
Great question. Great question. So this is, if any of you have watched me at Axminster before, any of their events or, any events where I've done dovetailing, this is my little secret. I take one timber with me that's very soft, like poplar or sycamore, and I take another timber that is quite hard and doesn't split very easily. And so that's actually what I did for this live stream demo as well. I picked sycamore, very soft, and this timber, which is very hard. I didn't know it would be this hard, but I know it's hard. And so if it ends up a little bit tight, I know that sycamore is going to kind of squish in a little bit easier. If this was rosewood on both sides, that probably would have split. There was no chance that was going in. But yeah, that's why I picked these two timbers. And, I could say it was for the aesthetics of it, but there is a reason for choosing these timbers as well, because one's quite soft, one's quite hard, and it works very well. Same reason I used walnut and ash. Walnut's quite soft, ash is quite hard. It molds itself in there quite nicely. Little secret for you there.
Can I just say something that I've just seen?
What?
We've hit 900.
What?
900 viewers.
Blimmin' hell. This is awesome, guys. We'll be doing more of these in the future. So yeah, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, Fridays 6 p.m. BST every single week. We're not finished yet. We've got to flush this off, but yeah, just make sure you turn up every week. Yeah, I'm expecting to be able to plane this now, am I? Right.
What would you like camera-wise?
That one will be fine.
Cool.
Give your arms a break. Just going to make sure this is properly bottomed out. There we go, that's good. A little supporting block behind. Now, if you've got any massive gaps in dovetails, I haven't done a dedicated tutorial on it just yet, but one of the episodes in my garden workshop series, when I was making the boxes for the NHS, I did a video on fixing gaps in dovetails that are up to 1 millimeter thick. All right, anything that ranges from 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter, in fact, even above 1 millimeter, I show you how to fix it. So although this looks great, I know it's so difficult to achieve as a beginner or even as someone just learning an intermediate or whatever. If you do end up with small gaps, there are ways to fix them. And so that video, how to fix massive gaps in dovetails, garden workshop, episode 8 or something like that, I don't really know. That'll be the one to watch. All right, bench plane. Let's get the old.
Go on, with the 900 of you, let's get it up to 600 likes.
Oh, we hit
I'm
500,
determined.
did
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. We're at 563 currently.
we? Madness.
So press the like button now, look at that. Little animation and everything. Ignore the number. It's unrelated to how many we've got currently.
Right, I'll do a quick, I'll sharpen here actually on the main camera. It's a little bit nicer. Straight on the workbench. I've just got to give this blade a quick touch up because I did just regrind this before the live stream, and there's not a chance I'm putting this through that rosewood in this state.
Tim's called you a cheater based on your soft and hard wood applications.
Tricks of the trade. It's not cheating. Here's a bit. I mean, at the end of the day, right, it obviously is cheating, but sycamore and rosewood, doesn't that look good together? Imagine that as a draw side. Yes, they're easy timbers to dovetail together, but it looks good as well.
Tim also asks, how did you get the sawdust on your back? Yeah.
Wait, what? That would be from when I was trying to drill that blimmin'
Oh,
hole
of course
earlier.
it was.
Oh, we've had a good old day today.
We have. Did a lot of wiring for the podcast space. Oh, live stream. Oh, whatever space. I don't know what it's called anymore. Editing room.
Just, yeah. So again, I'll do a demonstration on this in a future live stream, how to sharpen a plane blade. There's a special technique I use with sharpening a plane blade that makes it a lot easier to use, square up edges, all those things. Many of you will be familiar with it already. If you want a spoiler, go and look at the video on how to get a stupidly sharp edge on a plane blade, or visit the free online woodworking school, which is mattesley.com/school. There is tutorials on how to do it there, but if you'd prefer to watch it live, we'll do it in a future live stream.
Anthony Gibson asks, is this on Twitch too? No, it's not on Twitch, but we're using similar plugins and stuff that Twitch users might do.
We're not
in the
cool enough
future,
for Twitch.
No, we're not cool enough yet. August, the Bingo
August.
Boys.
The
return.
Back. They're back. More babingery than ever. So I'm just stropping this now, and then we'll get the plane assembled. I'll quickly show you how to assemble a plane as well. Very quick. Again, future live stream. Yeah, let's go to that one. That'd be good. I mean, judging by the state of my t-shirt, it's definitely been a productive day today.
It's been a good one.
This was washed this morning.
Lies.
Yeah, joking. Enough of that clean.
Right, you're going to do it on the bench?
Yep. Well, it'll be like there because I need to do it in my hands. That'll be fine there. Right. So let me just get it apart again. Just sharpen that, the plane blade. There's your chip breaker. So bevel down on the plane blade. Easy way to work that out is Lee Nielsen is printed on the top. If you've got Stanley, that'll be printed there. Record. They're not going to put their logo on the bottom. All right. So it goes up like that. Logo on top. Chip breaker. Don't put it on like this and then drag it back because you're going to end up blunting the edge. Put it on at 90 degrees. Oh, great song. Great song. Put it on at 90 degrees. Drag it back. Spin it around. Slide it up. Everybody's just... No. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to spoil it for everyone. Right. So tighten that up. And so I've slid this up to be about 1 millimeter away from the edge. Get a nice tighten. People always ask me about this, the little doorknob screwdriver thing. It's listed on kit.co. Go have a look there. Rob will get the old thingamajiggity bob up. And then instead of trying to get it in like that and getting the angle, just lift up your plane so the frog is then sitting flat. Screw goes on the bottom, locates into that hole there. Again, this is all on the free online woodworking school if you want to learn how to do this. This snaps down with a nice old snap. And then what we'll do is I'll bring the blade out. Yeah, not going to bother seeing this on there. So I'm bringing the blade out. I'll do it like that.
Zoom it.
No, that's all right. You need like weird camera angles to show it and everything. But I'm bringing the blade out at the moment. I can see that it's high on the right-hand side. Sorry, on the left-hand side. So I'm going to push the old lateral adjuster here towards the left-hand side. Now it looks even. Bringing it in. Bringing it in. Still looks even. Now the blade's disappeared. And now we take that to the wood. That's right, I can adjust it.
Oh, yes, that. Mortimer Woodworks said something. He says, Matt, am I okay on promoting your channel on my own channel?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. You don't need to ask that. That would be brilliant.
And also, why planing and not sanding?
Right, sanding. Okay, very good question. Sanding is not an effective way of flushing off joints. I mean, well, that's close enough. I could probably get away with it, but you know, in this case, we've got a super soft material, sycamore, and we've got a really hard material, rosewood, let alone rosewood end grain poking up here. If you sand that by hand or with a random orbit sander, in fact, probably more so with a random orbit sander, it's going to remove material from that sycamore far quicker than it is the rosewood, and you're going to end up with weird bumps here. If you do it by hand with a hard block, yeah, you could probably get away with that. But a plane's just generally a lot quicker to do it. Yeah, I need to do a dedicated video on planing versus sanding when it comes to flushing off joints, because, you know, people have done videos on planing versus sanding when it comes to finishing, but a lot of people have this false sense of the fact that sandpaper can fix everything that's not flush. It can't, and it will often end up making your work inaccurate. It will round edges, it will create weird bumps. A plane cannot do that. It's got a flat surface to reference against. You're going to end up with a perfectly flat component. So with this, I've just wound it all the way in so it's not cutting. I'm now going to bring it out, and that is making a disgusting sound. So, getting a tea light.
Got another question here. Why did you put the plane directly down on its blade rather than on its side?
Well, like that.
Oh no. No, it's so loud. It is so loud. Oh my god.
Sorry. Because it still works afterwards. Just got to sort that blade out.
Have you wrecked that surface as well?
Yeah, I chopped into it a little bit. Look. Oh, shavings. So, let me just candle wax the bottom of this. Right. Look at that, it works. So, that whole thing about putting your plane blade on its sole is a load of rubbish, all right? Reason being, well, if you put it on its side like that, that's great until you go and grab something and you slice your knuckle, which really hurts. At the end of the day, you're using a plane to cut wood. If you put it on its sole, is that really doing it any damage? Yes, if you put it on a square, that's going to give it damage. If you put it on something else metal, yes, that's going to damage it. But it doesn't throw the blade out or anything like that. It just goes on its sole, and it stops you from cutting your hands on that blade that's exposed. So I tend to put it down. Well, in fact, I don't tend to put it down. I put it down whichever way it lands. Sometimes I put it down that way. Sometimes I do that way. But yeah, don't be caught up by it, like trying to put it on its side all the time. Whichever way it happens to land is what I encourage.
6 more likes to 600. Come on. 6.
It's because they liked that thing I just did.
Oh, I bet they loved it.
Slowly getting there.
600 likes.
Yes.
Just like that. 600 with 912 people currently watching. Amazing. This is brilliant. Remember, we're going to be doing this every single Friday at 6 p.m. BST.
Not dovetails though.
No, well, no, not just dovetails. Other demonstrations,
Yeah.
Q&As, and challenges for Matt to test his woodworking skills with the worst of the worst tools that I can find.
Joyous. Almost there. I've got a few baselines that I just want to remove.
Aaron says, everyone notice he is running it straight while holding the plane at an angle.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a few different ways that I do this. Sometimes I will hit it straight but traverse the grain diagonally. Sometimes I angle it and traverse the grain straight, or go along the grain straight. I don't know, there's no real method of me doing it. You do get a nicer shear cut if you angle it and push it forward. But to be honest, there is no technique in that. Well noted, but I just go for whatever happens to be cutting. There are situations where the angle of the plane and the direction in which you push it do matter though, and that's covered in one of my videos, how to plane correctly. Right, that'll do. I think they're all gone. Let me just sort out. I'm not going to do this side fully because I don't want to be planing all that rosewood. Sorted. Right. We're done.
Should we get some close-ups?
I think we need to get some. I'm very happy with that, actually. Very happy with that. Oh, diddly damn. Right.
You're going to hold it? I'll focus it. Oh my god. I haven't actually seen it yet. I just looked at it through the camera. That was ridiculous.
Yeah. So there is a tiny bit of a baseline here. You might be able to see it slightly. So it's not too visible now, but when a finish is on this, that will pop quite considerably. So that's the sort of thing you want to watch out for if you're going to leave the lines on or if you're going to remove them afterwards. Just make sure it's consistent. I've removed them here. I've kept it there. That's going to look a bit weird. I should have kept it all the way across or got rid of them completely. So it takes a little bit more planing, but god diddly damn.
That looks stunning.
That's not bad, is it?
You've done all right there.
Yeah.
See, I didn't believe in your abilities at first, and
No?
yet now you've somewhat satisfied me.
It's nice. It's nice curly wood as well, isn't it?
It's really good. I can't believe you've got such a nice wood for this.
Yeah. Happy days. Happy days. Look at that. Right. So, there you go. I'll move that.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Thank you.
So, we'll do a quick Q&A session as the timer started. All right. So, yeah, we'll do a quick Q&A session. If you've got any questions on that process, any of the steps in it that didn't make a lot of sense that you want me to cover again, we've got 15 minutes or so now that we'll do a quick Q&A. I'll answer all the questions that you may have. Yeah, fire the questions ahead. Fire.
So, just got a statement here from Greg that you might just want to reiterate on. It's just he just said, you will never get that effect from sanding.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Also, I'd have loads of rosewood dust in my lungs. I'd have to get a mask on. I'd have to get the extractor out. Like just plain, done, sorted, and it's flat.
How would a scraper act on that hardwood? Says woodwork learner.
A scraper would work quite nicely on the surface. If we're talking like a cabinet scraper or something like that, that would clean up the surface very well, but it wouldn't do too well on the end grain. Likewise, a scraper plane with the blade angle mounted at whatever it is, that or even over 90 degrees, you probably wouldn't cut through the end grain very easily with a scraper plane. So what you really need is like a plane mounted at, what would it be, about a 62 degree cutting angle, 12 degree bed, 50 degree blade on it in a low angle plane. That's covered in my video, how to reduce tear out with a hand plane. That would probably make this surface a lot nicer on the rosewood.
Woodwork Josh says, when are you going to do a full tutorial on a compound dovetail? I saw the garden workbench one, but it was quick. Are you as scared of them as me?
Yeah. Yes, I am. That was disgusting. Do you know what, looking back on it, in fact, no, that wasn't even a proper compound dovetail, that one. Like, it kind of was, but the front was straight and the side was angled in and tilted. So it's kind of compound, but what I say is compound is actually the front one tilted as well. So it effectively comes into like this, I don't know, like the geometry and stuff that goes into that. Is it geometry? Trigonometry? I don't know. I haven't worked it out yet. And it won't be anytime soon.
Jed asks, is there a specific plane you use?
I use the Lie-Nielsen bronze number 4. You don't need it to be bronze. It's just got a lot of heft to it and I really like it. It's just a simple plane to use. Low angle jack plane is also really nice, but I tend to reach for this one a little bit more. You don't need a Lee Nielsen though. There's like mid-range budgets like Quansheng that are really good, or Wood River, or Clifton, other ones like that. Just don't go for the cheap ones that will cost you like 20 quid a plane, because they won't work like this just has. You want to spend number 4 probably in excess of 100 quid to get a decent one, to get a basic level one.
Raymond says, how far did you push out the blade on the planer?
Don't know. Basically, I bring it all the way in. So to start with, I got it out, got it straight in there, brought it all the way in so it wasn't cutting. And then as I was planing, I was bringing the blade out. And I bring it out until it starts producing little shavings like that. And then I know we're all dandy.
Aaron says, are you going to show how to cut inlay dovetails?
Inlay dovetails. I don't know. I'd like to, but I would be doing it purely to get views on the video. There's no need for me to film it because Jonathan Katz-Moses has already done loads of them. He's done all sorts of cool variations on it. I don't feel I need to do an inlay dovetail tutorial. It's not really my style either, but yeah.
Nicholas says, what dovetail ratio did you use?
1 in 6. 1 in 6. I forgot to cover that actually. Doesn't really matter which dovetail ratio you go for. You've just got to bear in mind that when you go for those steeper ratios, the end grain is going to be a little bit more fragile. I would keep it in the range of a 1 in 8, which is quite straight, to a 1 in 4 at an absolute push. Anything more obtuse than that, or acute, I suppose, you've got really fragile end grain. Anything steeper than a 1 in 8, you've basically got a box joint by that point. So there's a video on, what's it called? What dovetail ratio should you use? It's a very old one again, but it explains that whole process in about 3 minutes, and it's well worth watching.
AJFX says, what Japanese sword did you use?
This is the Gaikotchu 372, I think. I don't know off the top of my head. Hang on, it's here. It's a 240 millimeter blade. Gaikotchu. It's a Gaikotchu one. It's really nice. I think it's the 372. It's lovely. It's lovely.
Francisco says, question, aren't you changing the dimension of the materials too much by going to town on it like that with the plane?
It looks like I was because there was a lot of passes, but actually I was taking off like nothing whatsoever. Yes, it will slightly alter the dimensions. That's a really crucial thing to bear in mind when you're draw fitting, which is something we'll be doing in a later video for the cabinet project that was due to restart again soon. But you're absolutely right, it will adjust the thickness of the material. You've just got to make sure that you don't do it too much, essentially. You've got to plan for it.
Kyle Unleashed, who just subscribed, I saw that come up on the chat, says, I need to make a rolling table for my table saw. Would dovetails be the best joint for this?
A rolling table for
my table saw.
I assume he means a sled.
Right.
Or something like that. I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean a sled, that's probably a bit of an over-engineered design. Rolling table, I don't know on that, unfortunately. I don't know. Maybe people in the comments will be able to help out with it.
Eva asks, what would you do if planing the lightwood now was against the grain? Turning around to avoid tear outs,
yep.
It would have risked tear out in the rosewood.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, So Eva's point here was, if you plane in like that, there's a risk you get tear out on the sycamore because it would be going against the grain. Whereas that would mean that you want to plane this way, but then you might get breakout on the end grain of the rosewood. Difficult situation. It sucks when it happens. Basically, the best thing you can do at this point, I tend to traverse the dovetails this way, being very careful not to break out end grain here. Or alternatively, what was the method I was about to say? That was it. So what you can do is you can put a chamfer on the corner of the dovetail, and then what happens then is when you plane off the end grain, the chamfer supports any breakout from happening, essentially. So a small chamfer there, plane it down, don't go beyond the chamfer, and it shouldn't break out as long as you're taking a really fine cut. If you're taking off, 2mm with your plane, you're going to end up getting breakout on that end grain. But with a small chamfer, light pass, you'll be absolutely fine. Alternatively, hard sanding block. I didn't want to say it, but you can.
Andeville B says, wood toxicity sites say many common woods cause health issues if you don't wear a mask. Is that only for power tools and sanding?
No, you can get some woods, can't think of any off the top of my head, but you can get dermatitis from like sawdust and stuff. In fact, rosewood's one of them. Just purely handling it or getting sawdust, just from what I was doing there, airborne stuff, whatever, that can cause skin irritation. There's a lot of woods actually which can cause dermatitis. If you've got irritant skin, then you've got to be careful with this kind of stuff. Native timbers are generally okay, with the exception of yew, which is disgustingly poisonous. Don't make chopping boards from it. But you've got to be careful. Dermatitis is quite a common one.
Don't make chopping boards out of Zebrano either.
Yes, because it smells of pets at home. The shop.
Mortimer Woodwork says, Matt, with Axminster, when do you think they will do the next live event with everything going on with COVID?
Oh, good question. I have no idea on that, unfortunately. I was meant to be doing a class at their skill centre in August, but I don't think that's going to be happening anymore. Not sure on that, unfortunately. But if they do, I'd love to be invited.
Woodwork Josh says, do you camber all your irons?
Yes, with the exception of my shooting plane. There's no point in cambering that because, it's just for squaring up edges. Now, that brings up the question, can you shoot material square with a cambered blade? Yes, you can. That camber should be so subtle that it doesn't necessarily throw the end grain out when you're shooting it. I just don't do it on my shooting board because there's literally no need. Why put a camber on it when there's going to be no benefit to doing so? All planes, even block plane, has a camber on, apart from the shooting plane.
Here's a suggestion from Iker Studies. I think he's missed out some vowels in there. You contemplated which tool, just one, you'd take to a deserted island. Now, you should do a live stream with your tool of choice and make an object using only this tool.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, as I'm reading it, the dancing skeleton pops up on screen. Big time.
Brilliant.
And
just one more thing on that question before where I answered about blades being square. The other one that just came to mind, shoulder planes. I don't camber them either. They're perfectly square. Sorry, carry on.
No, so I was just going to apologise for people who've put in the donations. They come up on stream, but it's really tiny writing that's popping up. So I'll sort that out for next time. Okay. Omar asks, total beginner question. What does 1/6 mean?
1 in 6 is, okay, so 1 in 6 is an easy way of marking out dovetail ratios. So effectively, 1 in 6, how am I going to do this? 1 in 6 is 1 unit across 6 units up. So that could be 1 centimetre, 6 centimetres, 1 mile, 6 miles. When you mark that out, it will give you exactly the same angle. So, with this, if I mark there, 1 centimetre across, 6 centimetres up, join those together, that's my dovetail ratio. Really simple way of doing it.
Lovely. Tim Scott 2000 says, Matt, I use a journeyman mallet as I prefer the feel.
Yep.
Do you recommend this or a wood mallet for a new starter?
I do quite like the journeyman's mallet, which is a Veritas one. For those of you that don't know, it's got the round head on it. Is it the round head? Journeyman's mallet, or has that got a... Yeah, I think Journeyman's Carves mallet. I think it's got a round head on it. If it is that one, I do like it. It packs a good punch, but let me just double check. Veritas Journeyman's mallet. It's that one. Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah. So it's got a round head on it. I do like it. The only thing that I'm not too sure of is the fact that you're hitting a chisel with a rounded surface. I have occasionally mishit, which isn't much of a problem. Obviously, you hold the hammer up here anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I like one like this because it's got a slightly concave surface on it. And so you're much less likely to get that sort of deflection going on because it dips in. But it is very good for beginners. I prefer it to a wooden mallet, like a large carpenter's mallet, I suppose, because I just think you get more control. But then a carpenter's mallet is going to be better for your mortising and stuff where you need that whack.
Right, so we've got less than 3 minutes left of the old Q&A and the live stream, so I'm just going to pick up a few that I can see very quickly, and I apologise if I don't get to yours. Please join us for another live stream and join the Q&A then. Picarco says, what do your girlfriends think about you doing live streams on a Friday evening?
Yeah, I don't know. Mine's a long distance relationship anyway, it's fine.
Yeah, Becky, if you want to answer that one, just send a message and I'll just read it out. There we go. What kind of finish oil would you use on that joint, says Mortimer Woodworks?
Ooh, hard to say. Osmo. Just go for everything.
If in doubt.
If in doubt, Osmo. Or just a nice oil, like tongue oil, would bring out the curliness in this sycamore and penetrate that rosewood very nicely.
Woodworker Learner says, will you sharpen your new saw or will you get it done for you? Have you ever had one of your saws sharpened?
No. The skeleton saw I will almost certainly send back to Shane to get it sharpened. I have tried to sharpen a saw once, didn't turn out brilliant. So yeah, when my Veritas dovetail saw got blunt, I bought the Bad Axe one. And when my crosscut saw got blunt, I bought the Shane skeleton one. So I'll probably send them off, to be honest. But I should learn.
Tim says, Matt, is your first aid kit in order? Never know when you'll need it. Rob, thinking of you, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on from that one.
Sellotape.
Yeah, you often use sellotape to fix your cuts. It's very disturbing.
It works.
Woodwork Learner says, when are you going to pay Rob more?
Is that a question?
No. Sorry, just having a quick scroll here in the last minute or so. There's so many questions.
Yeah, I mean, guys, thank you so much for the engagement in this live stream. Like, the amount of you watching, the amount of comments flooding through, it's awesome. It's awesome. So thank you for being here. Thank you.
Simon says, how would you cut the tails in the ash for the houndstooth dovetail at the end of your bench if you didn't have a bandsaw?
A tenon saw, to be honest. Yeah, a dovetail saw wouldn't have the depth on it. So you need something big to do it, like that. That should do so.
Lovely. Take What just asks, OSB dovetails?
OSB dovetails? Challenge accepted.
I reckon we should dye some OSB so that we've got a couple of contrasting colours and we'll do another live stream like this where you have to deal with OSB dovetails.
Yeah?
I reckon that'd be cool.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just, there's just so many readings.
We'll read quicker.
I'm trying my absolute hardest. And okay, I'll find one more because the timer has just stopped itself.
All right.
Okay,
Final
one
question.
L. Sanders says, how do you achieve the asymmetric elongated dovetails?
What?
So, one, they're not symmetrical, and two, they're long dovetails. I guess because like on this one, you just shuffled along with markings and stuff. Or if you were to make it completely.
To be honest, I would draw it with any weird dovetails. You know, let's just give this as a general answer. Houndstooth dovetails with dovetails that have odd spacing on or different pitches throughout. In all those cases, I would draw a rigid orthographic drawing of them. Basically, that means drawing it full size and then on a piece of paper or a bit of MDF, and then you can see exactly what the layout's going to be, and you can transfer the marking straight from the paper to the tails themselves. Anything complicated like that, just draw it out full size to check it's possible first. Sorted.
Nice.
All right.
We're pretty much done there.
Smashing.
Yeah.
Smashing. Well, thank you very much once again, everyone, for tuning into this live stream. Once again, we do these every single week at Friday, 6 p.m. BST. Obviously, because it's Britain, that's liable to shift throughout the year. Sometimes it's going to be GMT, sometimes it's going to be BST. In this case, it's BST. But yeah, 6 p.m. BST every single Friday. We'll be doing demonstrations, we'll be doing Q&As, we'll be doing random things in the workshop that we think are funny, and we think you'll find funny too. And yeah, there'll be all sorts going on.
Can I also just say that we have managed to beat our record every single live stream for the amount of people on it. Before the whole COVID situation hit, we were probably getting about 200 if we were lucky. 200 in the live stream. And we've been increasing that by 200 or 300 every single time. It's been absolutely brilliant. So thank you everyone for that. Yeah. And this is brilliant. And I do want to just move the camera around so they can see what's going on.
Yes, please do. It's It is a bit mental what we got going on here at the moment. I don't think you swapped.
No, I haven't swapped yet.
That's fine.
Sort of give a reveal.
Yeah.
Well, actually, more of this.
It's like a television studio at the moment.
It's so cool.
But yeah, like if you've got any suggestions on future live streams, stuff that you'd like to see, you know, dovetail is always a crowd pleaser, but sharpening, tool setup, anything like that, even when it comes to like using machines, I'm happy to do tutorials on anything that you might have questions on. Just let us know in the comments and we'll certainly go back and have a look at them in the future. Here's a grand reveal of what it looks like.
To be honest, it kind of looks less grand now, but there we are.
Oh, it's not brilliant, is it? Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not
The
great.
main difference is that monitor there. Like you can see
Everything going
that
on.
top right one. I can see myself on, and it's really off-putting. Oh, in fact, the top left you can see me on at the moment as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Pictured, yeah.
it's pretty damn impressive.
So I'm thinking next time what we'll do is try and get an overhead view, just fixed there.
Oh yeah, that'd be
completely over
amazing.
the workbench.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, awesome.
Cool.
Right.
Get
Cool.
behind there and do an outro.
Fine. Well, I've just done it. This will be the third outro. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please do not forget to press the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and make sure to tune in every single week for these live streams at 6 p.m. BST every single Friday. We'll see you in the next one. Have a good weekend. Hey y'all, I'm James Wright, and welcome to the shop. Today we are we're going to be having
That's all, folks.
a router plane. If you don't have everything you need for it right now, not a problem. This will be completely recorded, so you can come back and follow along anytime. We're going to be making the whole thing live today, as long as disaster doesn't strike, and we'll be having a lot of fun with it. First, I have to say my wife and I are a little bit dazed. We got back late last night from a trip, and so we were still slightly.
He loves you more than he loves me.
Yes, I schedule an early morning live the day we get back, so this is going to be interesting. Let's see about that. So I'm going to go through some of the things you're going to need. I'm using this as a piece of hard maple. It is 1 inch thick by 3.5 inches thick.
Oh, they can barely hear you.
What's that?
Oh, yours is turned kind of down.
You got it?
Hopefully. Let us know if that didn't fix it.
Cool. Make sure I'm still on because I have to change my batteries. Yep, still on.
Oh, excuse me.
So. I'm out. I gotta check the morning work. So. Sure that's on. Yeah, okay, it's all good. So lengthwise, it depends on how wide you want your plane to be. Usually about 8 inches or so.
actually going to make mine for tenons. And rather than it being in the middle, I'm actually going to be basically having the router over here and then a longer arm that comes off. So one side is going to be much longer than the other. So I can use that to reference on the main board and then clean off the tenons. Audio still looking good over there?
No, they said they still can't hear you. I just turned you all the way up.
Let me go make sure on that and check up on things. You gotta love lives.
Are they? I didn't stand up to check those.
Oh! My cable came unplugged when I changed the battery on that.
Oh, well now they should.
Let's
be
try this. That
That's
should
it.
be a lot better. Yeah.
I just-
bring that over there.
Okay.
Okay. Might help if I actually plug it back in. I did my audio check, and then come to find out I had a battery low. So in order to change the batteries, I had to unplug
How
it, and I
about
forgot to
now?
replug it. So this might be a little bit better. So hopefully you can hear me now.
Can you hear me now?
So, hard maple, whatever wood you want, it really doesn't matter that much. Something that's stable. You're not worrying about wearing it out. So if you go with something softer, it's not a huge issue. Though generally, the harder, the more durable it's going to be. I have 3.5 inches by 1 inch, and lengthwise is whatever you want it to be. An average router is around 8 inches or so long. I'm going to be making mine a good bit longer because I want it to be referencing for doing tenons.
Okay, can you go back and? Whoa, my screen just.
Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going back and talking
Okay,
through
good.
things. Yes, as to hardware, I have a list of that down below. The iron that I have for this one actually has a square shaft, and that will make this a little bit easier for creating the recess into the body. Some of the original, well, all of the original Stanleys, the Veritas, and some of the other ones actually have a diamond shape rather than a square shape. That works perfectly fine. You just have to make a different groove that it fits into. And I like this one for cost's sake. Unfortunately, I announced this, and Rockler for some reason then sold out of them. So you might have to wait a little while to get another one. But basically, any iron will work fine. Just has a different profile. It has to have a different slot that it fits into.
Well, would you give them a heads up next time what you're planning on doing so they could? No,
I did.
Rockler.
Oh yeah, Rockler.
Not
Oh, the other thing we're going to need is we're going to make this adjustable. So we're going to need a screw, and I am using 1/4 20, all thread here, and then a nut. And this is a thumb screw that needs to then fit into the slot. So you can use this to adjust the cutter up and down. And I have links to the exact ones that I'm using in there. And then we also need a U-bolt. And it's a smaller U-bolt that fits this. Rather than using the normal eye-bolt to pull it back, the problem with the eye-bolt is if you pull it back, the bolt is directly behind the shaft, and that's where we want this adjuster to be. So in order to have the adjuster in there, we need a U-bolt to then come around and grab it that way. Something like that.
Okay. Are you going to stay on that camera for a while?
What's
No?
that?
Okay. It was just getting fuzzy.
Oh, so I'm moving back, sorry. So there's the hardware we're going to need. Let's actually jump into making this. The very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this scrap of hardwood. When it comes down to the sizes on this, size just doesn't matter. Whatever you want it to be, whatever size you want it to be, there is no best or perfect fit. There are routers that are tiny and there are routers that are huge. This one is going to be off-center and long. Every one of them is a little bit different. So,
Just like you. I'm going to be laughing at
yes,
you
it
today.
is.
I'm sorry. You got me
You
up
can tell she
early.
just came back from vacation. Off-center and long.
Off-center
Thanks,
and long.
babe.
That's going to be your next t-shirt.
Yes. So I'm going to cut this to length, and I want mine to be about that long. I'm not going to measure this. Doesn't matter what the measurement is. I'm just going to put it on there. It looks like 14 inches-ish. And I'm going to put a mark on here. And I am actually marking how wide my router is going to be. So if you want a regular router, it's around 8-10 inches or so. And then we're going to cut it off. So if anyone has questions, go ahead and throw those in there, and we will address them as we come along.
We'll say good morning questions. How are you?
What's that?
Nothing. I was addressing the questions.
Yes.
I told you it's gonna be a long morning. Don't get paid anymore being here an hour later.
So, one of the fun things about these live builds is you get to see the reality of how long things really take rather than just having the clips. You don't actually get to see the normal length of going to the table and catching the saw. Yeah. So I'm going to start on the far side of the cut. Actually, I'm going to bring this in
Ooh,
so you guys can see this a little better. So I'm going to start far side of the cut. I'm going to bring it back across.
Alan wants to know how wide he sees toe.
Mine's
What?
3.5 inches here.
Okay.
Now when I cut down, I didn't draw a line on this side to follow. I'm just going to look at the reflection in the saw plate, and you'll actually see the other board going up and going down, and I'm just going to go until it looks, from my point of view, like the board continues on the other side. That lets me know I'm cutting vertical. The microphone's sitting down. Sorry, you're probably hearing whack, whack, whack. Let me fix that. Ta-da! Look, it's a router plane. I love early mornings. Now, the next thing we need to make is a back that will go on this, and that is what the iron will actually sit into. Now, there's no reason for that back to go all the way along the whole back of the plane. It just needs to be where the router's at. So I want it large enough so that my U-bolt will fit through it, but I don't need it too much larger than that. So I'm going to bring this camera over. Was going to wake my daughter up to come do this, but she's still sleeping for some reason.
She's awake now.
Oh, she's awake now? Oh,
Yeah,
maybe she'll come down a little ways.
You kind of forgot to have a little tooth fairy visit too.
Well, yeah, I fell asleep before she did, probably. Okay.
Don't tell her.
So I need to have the U-bolt.
Okay, we have a question before you go on.
Okay, what's
Alex wants to know any reason to make it 2 inches thick.
that? Any reason to make it 2 inches thick?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just reading the question.
I don't know what you mean.
Alex,
Mine's
clarify.
1 inch thick. If you have 3/4, it's perfectly fine. Just if you're doing the back, you're going to need to make your recess a little bit smaller.
Maybe that's all he has.
Let me move this out here. There. Okay, so I've got my U-bolt on here, and I want to see how long I want this back to be. And I want enough material on there to hold this, so I'm going to go something like that, and I'm going to eyeball. Let's make it about that long, so like 2.5, 3 inches ish, something like that.
Yeah, he has a 2-inch board. That's why he's asking.
Oh, 2 inch thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's 2 inch thick, you're going to have to do a little bit more carving work to get it down in there, but it works perfectly fine.
So Susan Morse wants to know, why aren't you using your new shooting board?
Because I don't care if it's square. I'm not joining this to anything, so the only reason to use a shooting board is if you want this to be perfectly square, particularly for joinery or something of that nature. And it doesn't matter that it's square or not, because I'm actually going to be shaping and organizing and making this organic. Yep, got that. Got that. All right, so then the next thing I need is to cut this down. And so what we're going to actually create is a little rectangular block here. Little rectangular block here. And that is going to then glue on to the back of this for the iron to rest on. So the other thing I need to find out is how tall do I want it to be. And in this case, if my router sticks down that far and my head is on there, I'm just going to play this all together and see how it comes. And this is the way I normally do my design work. I don't worry about anything specific. But if I do want it to come up all the way, I need it to be up here. If I want it to come down, so I need enough space for the bolts to go on. Let's go ahead and make it 1 inch by 1 inch. And then we'll play with it there, because we can always make it shorter with a router, with a plane. Oh my, my wood is jammed. So I'm going to set this at 1 inch. Not being anything specific, doesn't really matter. And I'm going to put it on here and go mark,
Okay.
mark, and mark.
Joel
What's
just
that?
joined us, and I was half paying attention when you were talking earlier. What kind of wood are you using?
This is hard maple.
It is hard maple. Okay.
Yeah. The actual type
I'm
of
going to
wood
write
for
that
router
down
plane.
in case I get that question.
The actual type of plane or the type of wood really doesn't matter. It's not. You don't need a really hard, dense wood for this. So it makes it a little bit better. It might wear out a little bit slower. But router planes don't wear out that much. You have to do a lot of work with them for them to wear out. So let's cut this out. So this is going to be a block about 1 inch by 1 inch by about 2.5, 3 inches long-ish. And we're going to cut down.
How does that convert to metric?
Let's see. If it's 2.5 inches, that would make it 5,
I was just teasing you.
6, so around 7 centimeters long, right?
Well,
Something like that.
Melody told us 4 inches is roughly 10 centimeters. So
Yes. So I'm cutting down until I meet that line. Set this on here. And so we're at that line. Then we're going to turn the board, put it vertical in the cut, and we're going to rip it down with a tenon saw. Tenon saw is a rip cut saw with a deeper throat. Just like that. That's all we need.
that's all we need.
Little block. Okay, now we need to attach this little block to this big block to make our block. I cracked myself up. Nobody else but me. Now, normally I would use a wood glue or a hide glue or something of that case. But due to time constraints and doing this live, we're going to be using epoxy. And it'll work perfectly fine for the long term. 5-minute epoxy isn't the strongest for this, but it will allow me to make it today while we're live. So I'm going to get some tape here, put it out flat on the bench, and this will allow me to mix some epoxy on here. Now we have to figure
So
out...
is that your mixtape?
Yes.
That only works on a certain generation.
I'm going to grab a mixing stick, just some scrap on the floor, and we're going to pour out a little bit of this. Now, the other nice thing about epoxy is usually you have a good bit of open time, but with 5-minute epoxy, not so much. So, before we actually go in mixing this, we're going to figure out where we want this. Normally you want this to be in the middle of your router plane, but I'm making a tenon router plane, so I'm going to move it down to something around here, about 1.5 inches or so from the end. Doesn't really matter where it's at. I'm just going to look at my proportions, make sure this is where I want it to be. Yeah, something like that. There and there. Cool. So I'm going to put it on here around that distance in. I don't care exactly where it's at. We're just going to put this on here. Mix up a bit. Always put the cap back on. Where is it? There it is. And mixy, mixy, mixy. Now, the biggest problem with epoxy is that people never mix it enough. And especially with these fast-acting epoxies, you want to make sure you mix them enough. So normally I would think That's right about there. It should be enough. And as soon as I start thinking, yeah, that should be enough, I think I'm about halfway.
Okay.
You keep going.
Alan wants to know, what size was your block?
It's about 1 inch by 1 inch by about 2 inches long. About 2.5 inches long.
Okay. There you go, Alan.
The actual size of it really doesn't matter that much. Just as long as it's efficient and you make it bigger than it needs to be, then you can always plane it down to something smaller, which we'll probably end up doing. Just keep going, drag in the stuff from the outside, and that should be enough. Okay, so make sure I'm where I want to be, there and there. So I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to use my mixing stick to apply it on here. Make sure I get it on all surfaces. And then I'm going to put it on here. If I had a little salt, I probably would use it now. It just stops it from sliding around. Now I'm not worrying about the squeeze out because we'll be doing a bit of carving and making this look a little prettier later on. I'm going to grab some hand screws and clamp this down on. Now I want to make sure, because I'm going to be drilling that way, so I'm going to want to clamp it this way. Oop. Just slide it over the bench, open that up. And the 5-minute is not how long it takes to set. That is how much working time you have. So effectively, from the time you start mixing until it starts to set up and tack up and not be as useful, you have about 5 minutes. Though there's a bit of a leeway on there. Move! I clamped it too much already. Just lining it up so it's flush with the back of the board. And I'm going to plane it down a little bit, so I don't need it to be perfect. Just need to be close enough. And the clamps aren't there to clamp it down like you would with a PVA. PVAs need a lot of clamping force. Epoxies do not need clamping force. As a matter of fact, if you squeeze it out, you'll actually weaken the joint a bit. And when I mean squeeze it out, I mean like 200 pounds pressure. All the epoxy needs is something to hold it in place until it sets. So,
Okay. So I have 2 questions coming up.
What's that?
So Benjamin Siemens asked, West system, does that mean anything to you?
No, I'm using Total Boat High Performance. West system would work perfectly fine. No, I'm not using. I'm using JB Weld 5-minute.
Oh, it's a brand.
Because it's a 5-minute epoxy. But yeah, West system will work fine. It's just going to take longer. I don't know if West system makes a 5-minute. But to do it live, I need 5-minute.
All right, and then Laura wants to know, how long will a tube of 5-minute epoxy last after opening?
A year or more, as long as you don't mix the tips together. Several years. Usually mine lasts me about a year or so because that's when I use them all. Actually, in 5-minute epoxy tubes, I usually use them every 3 or 4 months. I'll get a new one because I've run out of it. But yeah, as long as you're careful not to let the hardener touch the resin or vice versa, they'll last years. I have a friend with West System epoxy. He's been working on a couple bottles for over 10 years. Okay, now while this is in here, we're going to start doing work on some of the other items while this all sets up. First thing I want to do is drill the big hole that the blade goes down through. So we need a hole so that the blade can go down through the bed and we can see where the blade is cutting. So for that, I'm going to be using an 1.5" auger bit, though something around 1.5", 2 inches is just an easy way to do it. If you don't care about it being a closed hole, you can actually make it an open hole like the Stanley 71. Here, let me show you this. So on the Stanley 71, it's open here, and then there's this foot that you can put in there to actually close the hole on it. Here, bring that up there. And so you could drill this with a closed hole, or you could remove the foot and cut down here and cut down here and then cut out. So you'd have this open hole, which makes it easier to see things. But in this case, I want to drill the closed hole because I want to have this reference surface on the other side. If that makes sense. I think I just kind of muffed up how I talked through it. So I'm going to be using an 1.5" auger bit. So, any questions? No. Put this in here and make sure everything is the way I want it to be. Make sure that the vise is screaming, and move the clamps around to get them out of the way. And then we're going to figure out where exactly we want this hole to be. Man, cameras take so much time to set up. So we're going to drill a hole here. And I'm not going to worry about putting it anywhere. I'm going to eyeball it being in the center of this block. So I'm going to put it up against the wall here, and I want it to be, let's go right about there. And if I cut into that block a little ways, that's not an issue at all, because I'm going to be cleaning that out here in a bit once we actually create a hole for the router to go in. Now, if I'm drilling this hole closer to the end, I might want to put a clamp across here, because that lead screw is basically a big wedge, and if it's too close to the end, it's going to split out the end of this unless this is clamped together. But I'm far enough in that I'm not going to worry about that. Yay, 1.5" hole. Here, I'm going to throw my large swing on this. Maybe. So this is my regular brace, and then I've got this one with a longer swing. And if you don't have an auger bit, you can use a hole saw. I've done a couple videos showing using hole saws to do it, or spade bits. Hole saws work, they just take a lot longer. Spade bits work, they're just not quite as clean. Let's actually clamp it. There we go. With a longer swing on here, it's a lot easier. Go until I feel the tip on the other side. There it is. And once we feel the tip on the other side, back it out.
Can I throw a question your way?
Yep, what you got?
Peter Wall wants to know why glue on a piece instead of using a thicker block of wood. Which one is stronger?
A thicker block of wood, well, actually I'll talk about that here in a moment, because when you make it thicker, you just have to do more stock removal, and it gets annoying. And strength really doesn't matter in this case. There isn't going to be enough force on there to cause any problem at all. So we come at it from the other side, so we get a good entry and exit hole. Nice and clean. There we go. Happy. Yeah, let me actually talk about that for a moment, because I've had a few questions about that. The thing is, when you're working with a router plane, you want to have the space in front of the iron that you can see. And so if you make it all 2 inches thick, it gets harder to see down in there. Now you can. It's also going to be harder to put the hardware in because you have to get this in from the front. and you have to do a lot more work to chisel that out. And basically what you end up doing is then carving out a stepped shape in the front of the router, which is completely doable. But in the case like this, where I want it to be way out here on the end, it would be a whole lot of stock removal that really wouldn't be worth anything to remove all of this extra stock rather than just gluing on a piece. And gluing on a piece is not going to make this any weaker. The glue is going to be far, far, far stronger than the wood. If it breaks, the wood is going to break long before the glue will. So it's not going to make any difference that way. Yeah, it's not something to worry about, and it's a lot less work to just glue a block on there.
Okay.
What's that?
Your auger, but wood owl?
Wood owl, yes.
Wood owl.
Grab a rag, I'm dripping a bit of glue. Yay, shop rags. Got a little bit of squeeze out, I want to clean up. Now it's starting to really tack up. Okay, so while this is all setting, we're going to do some of the work to then fit the iron in. Now what we need to do is create a channel that will actually house this router bit. We want it to hold it so that this doesn't turn and twist. With a standard Stanley, make sure I'm in focus here. With the standard Stanley, pull this out. Ow. You've got this V-groove in here that the diamond shape fits into. And those work phenomenal. This is just a little bit harder to make. You can come in with a V-tool and then shape it out and then square it back. But to get a nice fit on there, it's just a little bit more work on there. Whereas with a square shaft, it's going to be fairly easy just to create that square profile for this to fit in and house down in. So what we need to do is cut in the side of the block, cut down one side, cut down the other side, and then come with a chisel and remove everything to get that square groove. So, I'm going to find out how thick is this. I didn't measure that. I was assuming a ½ inch. It is not. It is 375. That is 3/8. You gotta love Imperial System. 375. 3/8. Yeah, good. My brain was thinking right. So I need a 3/8 inch wide groove, or 0.375 inches. Or some number in metric. So what we're going to do is to cut that groove, we need to cut down one wall and then cut down the other and then come in and remove the rest with chisel. The problem is we have this closed hole that we need to cut down in, and how do you get down in there? There's a couple different ways of doing it. Number one, we could use the turning saw. This is the live video we did a few months ago. That would work great. We could use a coping saw or a fret saw. We could use a keyhole saw. Come on, out of there. A keyhole saw. And these are a lot of fun. I may actually end up using this. So we're going to do a little bit with both of them. Or the coping saw, the bow saw and a keyhole saw. There's a reason I edited out a lot of things for most of the standard videos. So we need to reach in there and we need to cut one side out, and then we need to measure over 3/8 and cut the other side out. And being in that hole is kind of difficult. Everything is tight in there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put, actually, we clamp it in here and show you guys a little closer what it actually looks like. Focus on that. Come on. There we go. So I've got this hole in here. We need to cut the slot for that to fit back into there. So I'm going to grab my knife and this, and I'm going to put a mark right there. And I'm just eyeballing where it is. If it's ever so slightly off one side or the other, that's not a problem. I want it to be there. Then, let's grab this one. I'll put this on here. Actually, let me extend this one down a little bit. So, let's extend it down to there. Put my knife into that line. Draw it down to there. So there's the line I want to cut on. So to do that, I'll grab my swing out seat here. And we're going to take apart, I'm going to take apart my saw. I need to add a little more weight to the bench now that I have, come on. Okay, cool. Loosen this up, drop pieces on the floor. Because if I swing the swing out seat all the way out, it's actually enough that I tip the bench. Ooh, maybe I could actually lose weight instead of adding weight to the bench. Ah, where's the fun in that? So we're going to open this up. We're going to put the blade through this. Clamp the blade back into here. These are always fiddly to put back together.
You're black.
I'm black? Oh, I hit the wrong button. There, is that better?
Yes.
So let's put this back together. There we go. And then I can put the string back in the hole. And tighten this one up. Be another benefit to making this an open hole is that there would be extra space in there. And now I can put this on that line and we can cut in a vertical groove right there. And I'm going to go back a little ways. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to find out exactly how far back I want to go.
That was
I
like,
need to. What's that?
I was going to ask you about that.
Well, I know I need to go back in farther than that. So what we've got, move this over here, is the U-bolt and the iron. So the iron is going to be running vertical like this. The U-bolt is going to be on there. And so I need it to have enough space so that these nuts can actually still grab on over here. So I'm going to set the nuts right flush on the edge, put the U-bolt on there, and I really need to come back in that far. Wow. So I should have made that back a little bit thinner, but that is fine. So I need to come to right there. So we're about a ½ inch or so. Let's see. How far away are we actually? We are at 5.5. So just over a ½ inch away from the back. So that means I need to go into this block a whole ½ inch. So that it will house in there. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm going to move this back a little farther. Let's clamp back so I have a little bit more space. Again, the clamps aren't here actually clamping it in place, they're just stopping this block from moving around while I'm working on it. Oops, let me show you. There we go. So I'm just going to back these two clamps up a little bit so I have a little bit more working space here. And I occasionally get asked why this clamp has a hole in it. And that is so that I can clamp medallions in place on saws, and then I can reach in through here and remove the screw. So this holds the medallion from turning, the nut, and then I can pull the bolt out on the saw handle. So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to, oh, that's not good. Badness. Okay, we're going to have to come in this way then. That's not what I want. So let's slide you over here. The back was tipping on me, which meant it wasn't setting right yet. Let me clean this out while I'm here. I was debating whether or not to glue this on ahead of time, but then made the choice not to. So we need to come in a 1/2 inch. So I'm going to set my marking gauge at, my calipers at a 1/2 inch, and I'm going to use them as a marking gauge. So I need to come into there, and I need to come into there. Just 2 little dimples that I can see. And now we can cut back to those dimples. Oop. Let's actually get down into a good stance for it. Right into there. Now for the other one, I'm actually going to use the keyhole saw because I want to experiment with it and see which one I like better. It's one of the fun things about woodworking. There's no right way to do it, and sometimes it's fun to try multiple ways so you can see what you enjoy better, because you never know if you're going to like it or enjoy it until you get a chance to try it. Any questions? Sigh.
Sorry, I was.
Sigh not so, lady. Sigh not so. Men were deceivers ever.
They want to know, are you eyeballing the center to cut the groove, and is there a way to make sure the groove is centered?
I was just eyeballing when I put the iron on there to mark it. And there really isn't a reason to make it dead center other than aesthetics. Now what I need to do is I need to put the iron in there. I need to mark the other side. So I'm going to set the iron back in the slot. I'm going to put it right on the outside of that. Bring the knife over and mark the other side of the slot. Then we need to loosen this up, slide it over, and let's mark where that one's at. So it needs to be right there. And this slot does not need to be perfectly tight. It can be somewhat loose and still have perfectly functioning. So now we're going to use the keyhole saw. I can put this in here. I want to make sure I cut on the correct side of the line. Actually, I'm going to come at it from underneath because it'll be a little more comfortable this way. And I'm going to start it. Keyhole saws are very aggressive, very vigorous. Oh, come on, catch. You have to be careful with them, that is if you push too hard, you'll bend the blade very easily. Vigorous saw is much faster, much cleaner. I don't know if I would call it more fun, because I have to use more control. Though it is a lot easier, I don't have to put it together and take it apart and put it together and take it apart. I kind of like the keel saw. If I had to do it over again, 6 of one, half dozen of another.
Okay, so Douglas Jorgensen asks, are you going to have enough backing for adjusting your screw?
Enough backing for adjusting the screw.
I don't know, just reading the question.
There is plenty enough space for the nuts to be in the back. If that makes sense. That's what we were measuring out earlier when we put the iron on the side and put this on the edge of the board.
Right. And then when you get to a point, I have a non-project related question.
Yeah, what you got?
Okay, 2 seconds.
Just while you're doing that, I'm going to clamp this on the side
Okay.
so I can come out through and chisel out the waste in between those 2 cuts. So I'm going to set everything up for that.
All right, I'm
What you
ready.
got?
Links asks, not on topic for this build, but on topic for tools, do you find there's any big difference for the Bridge City tools over, say, Veritas, E. Nielsen, or Wood River for about double the price?
For functional and usability, Bridge City tools are not about functional usability. They are about aesthetics and feel and comfort. They are no more functional than any other. And in many cases, I say they're less functional, though they have a lot of fun to them. And so that is what people are buying, is the fun, the name, and the look. Actual usability and functionally, Veritas is most commonly the best bang for the really good usable. It's not always the best bang for the buck, but usually, in my book, the best quality you're going to get without adding more price on. Though, I mean, in that case, my all-time favorite tool, my all-time favorite plane ever is the Veritas Custom plane. It's very expensive, but oh, it's nice. Okay, I need a 3/8 and a 1/4 inch. Where did my 3/8 go? Oh, there it is. My 1/4 and 3/8 switch places. Make sure they're sharp. Yes, they are sharp. So we're going to use these to remove the waste in between the two. So let's come over to this. I'm going to start with my 1/4 inch here because I've got a little bit more leeway on there. If I bring in the 3/8, that should be the exact width it will be, and so I'm going to use this to do the final cleanup on it. So I'm going to start, actually bring the camera over here so you guys can